human relationships. That the Ohavim of today could become the Oivim of tomorrow. But conversely also, the Oivim of today could also become the Ohavim of tomorrow. But once again, highlighting the dynamic of the different types of human relationships. And I will say this is incredibly important. It is important to understand how fickle human relationships are. And that's why, again, a person has to be so careful, number one, in relationships in which they invest, and how much you depend on those relationships to accomplish what you need to in life. Because as much as it would be nice to think that the friends of today are the friends of tomorrow, it doesn't seem to work that way. So if I'm putting all of my, so to speak, accomplished eggs in those friendship baskets, that may be a very dangerous thing to do if you really want to accomplish. Incredible Yisod, though. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, Rabbanon, Hi lo oye v'lo mevaki shras my dash. What did the Rabbanon do with this? So the Gemara says, Chad l'dayim. So one ultimately, again, is to teach me the halachas regarding the judge. Again, the Rabbanon disagree with Rabbi Yehuda, with the kind of combination, right? The Rabbanon don't accept this idea that of an only, yes, but not of it. So what do they do with it? But the Rabbanon can say that even someone who's your close, testify on your behalf, the Rabbanon can that someone who's your close cannot be a dayan, can't be a judge. So the Gemara says, good. Ida, the sign of Yosef of Yehuda, Behula Oyev Lo Mevaki Yisrael. So the kind of shape of Chachamim, Sheson Zeh. So what's it? They use the other one to teach us. Two Talmidei Chachamim who despise each other cannot sit on the same basin. Interestingly enough, the halacha l'maisa again, it's because if the basin is not able to work as a unit, that undermines the integrity of the judgment. All right, so halacha l'maisa again. So first of all, you should just know halacha l'maisa. The Rambam does not accept this idea of the Orev and the Soner. Right? So halacha l'maisa, even if someone is your close friend, they are believed to give testimony. Even if someone is your enemy, they are believed. I will say now, the next mission we're going to talk about how we cross-examine witnesses. We don't just allow people to roll into basin and give testimony. But just because someone is going to be your close friend or to be your enemy does not automatically disqualify them from sitting, from giving testimony. Now, again, it will halacha l'maisa disqualify them from being a judge, right? So in other words, your close friend or your enemy judge on your basis, but they can be a witness. They can be a witness. Okay, let's go right there. Let's say, see, now we're getting into the mechanics. Case of both Tim and Sa'id. So now we spend a good amount of time focusing on who is fit to be a witness and who is not. Then we get into how do we go ahead and cross-examine or just examine the witnesses. Case of both Tim and Sa'id. We might need to also look at it. So first thing we do is we bring them into a room and we intimidate them. How we intimidate them, we shall see. What do we do? We take everybody out of the room and leave the more senior or great of the two witnesses. And we leave him alone over this interrogation. Go. And we say to him, tell me, right? Tell me, witness number one. How do you know? Let's take for example, from the case it was that Reuven owed Shimon 1,000. Right? Reuven, that's the claim. Reuven said, doesn't Shimon says he does, and now we say other actually support Shimon that Reuven owes $1,000. So we isolate the greater of the two witnesses. I guess the pastor's gadol, we just mean the one who's greater in stature. We go ahead and we isolate him by himself. We say to him, tell us, how do you know that Reuven owes Shimon $1,000? Im Amar who Amar li Shani Chayev Lo, Ish Tony Amar li Shu Chayev Lo Lo Amar Lo. So witness number one says, I'll tell you how. Reuven told me that he owes Shimon $1,000, right? Or Levi told me that Reuven owed me $1,000. So such a testimony is no longer valid. So that's why this is interesting. I don't know if one would have thought that hearing Reuven say that he owes Shimon $1,000, that's it, right? That's in the bag. We're going to see that halacha l'maisa from the testimonial perspective, that is a meaningless statement. So we'll see why that is. So what is proper testimony? If witness number one says, we were present when Reuven the borrower admitted in the presence of Shimon, the lender, that he owes Shimon $1,000. That happened. Oh, that's good testing. So then after again we interrogate witness for one. We then bring in the witness so we investigate him into the event of Kuban and knows the double. So if it turns out that their testimonies line up, then again both sides. Now understand, all that does, what do we figure out over here? We're trying to figure out admissibility of testimony. Once this process and now we've established that testimony is admissible, now we begin the case. But in other words, it's interesting that investigation of testimony goes like a pre-trial, trial process. First of all, after the witnesses check out, let's begin the dintel. Zakai. So we'll say now respect the basin. Let's say the basin is sitting, and the basin there are three judges. Two say innocent and one says guilty. Zakai. We go from the majority. Guys, two say guilty and one says innocent. Okay, majority. What if one says innocent? Or to say guilty. The one judge says, I don't know. He doesn't offer an opinion. What's the said? We've seen this already before. When a judge says, I don't know, so happens, it's as if he does not exist. It's as if he does not exist. He is removed from the panel. Now, the process that we do with that, interestingly enough, is Yosifu Dayanim. What we do is we're going to see is we add on additional judges. But the takeaway over here, we'll say, if the judge says, I don't know, I think in the legal system, you have a judge. You have somebody who says undid, like that. If you have in the Supreme Court, you say undecided, you have to take a role. Right, but that'd be the same, right? At least in the local, when you go and you don't know, you're out. So based in past the verdict, listen to this. So this is what happens. So now you can see, by the way, right? So step one is investigation of the testimony, right? Let's see. Does the testimony check out? Okay, the testimony checks out. Step two, the actual dintor, the actual adjudication of the case. Then step three is the delivery of the verdict. When they finally came up with the verdict, so what happened? Those were the greatest of the judges went and brought in the litigants and said, Omer, you're innocent or you're guilty. Okay, that's the thing. The Lord said, this is great. About Ma'es Dere Rabu Alai. We'll say this is great. And the Mishnah says, but when the cases were, the judges, can you imagine this happens? Right? Then what happens? The group decision, and then what happens? One of the members of the group goes to somebody who first made practice. Right? I decided with you, but what can I do? The majority of the Mishnah says, Dayanim are not allowed to do that. Operate as a cohesive group. Even if somebody was in the minority was a dissenting opinion, what the Beis Din delivers opinion, they cannot really be the same. So let you know, Ruben, I was really rooted for you, right? I need to hear her, but what can I do? The other Dayanim, they just didn't, can't do that. Al-Zen Ne'emar, Holy Rachel, so we're going to see this. This is one of the prohibitions which is Lashon Hara, or form of Lashon Hara. So you see from here that Allah Chalamaysa again, so kind of divulging information that you should not be divulging, ultimately again is a form of Lashon Hara. So Allah Chalamaysa again wants the judges which I will say, by the way, is also a profound idea in group that group dynamics are going to work. You have to become part of the group, even if your opinion is not executed. Otherwise, again, it doesn't really work. Fascinating. Okay, so what are more? So say by the so the first part of the Mishnah was that we go ahead and when the witnesses come, we intimidate them. How do we intimidate witnesses? Let's say it's so great. I always thought witness intimidation was awesome. So apparently it's encouraged. Right? So how do you go ahead and intimidate the witnesses? Now, what's intimidation? Obviously, what are we trying to do? We're trying to show them that giving testimony is incredibly important. Incredibly important. And take seriously what you're doing. So intimidate doesn't mean we're trying to get them to say one thing or the other. The only thing we want out of them is the truth. So how do we intimidate? This is what we say to them. So actually, put over here the Gemara quotes over here from Mishlei, and it says sometimes the clouds and the wind could be there, but ultimately again the rain doesn't come. Why? The penalty of lying is that lying can often result in the withholding of rain. So essentially what we tell this person is, if you lie, don't understand, you're not just impacting yourself. Your lie and your corruption of justice is going to have could have an impact on everyone. Because it's very profound because a lot of times in the psychology of sin, right? So there are many different averos. But one of the reasons why we commit averos is because we think kind of like on a macro level, what I'm doing matters. It matters on a macro level. In other words, I'll accept what I do matters, but I convince myself that what I do does not really have an impact on anyone else. I live in a silo. I'm the silo. And it's really not true. Yesterday's daf, and whatever you do happens to me. And I will say sometimes that is the greatest thing to say. Because when I read at the end of the day, so my actions have an impact not just on me, but on everyone. So we tell Dayanim, if you lie, just understand that could result in withholding. So the Gemara says, Rava, that's not impact on everyone. This is why. Sometimes the famine extends for 7 years. So the witness could always say, what the good news is, my profession is not dependent on the rain. Right? So I'll be all right. Even if it rains, even if it doesn't rain, it's not going to impact me. So essentially what Rav is saying is, you're presupposing that the witnesses care about anyone other than themselves. So if they care about other people, that might be a good argument. If they only care about themselves, even the withholding of the rain is not necessarily going to be a motivation to tell the truth. Amarava, what should you say to them? Amrina, we say to them, Mapots, the Cherev, the Chaitz, Shinon, in Shagro. So we'll say again. Quote another pasuk, and this pasuk talks about again the fact that there be swords, terrible punishments that happen to someone who testifies falsely. Rashi, so the witnesses can always respond, even if there are series of a terrible plague, a person never dies earlier, which means, again, these are theologically astute witnesses. And they can say back, I got it, I hear what you're saying. A person never leaves this world and wants them to leave this world. Okay, Amar Rashi, Amrinasan Bar Zutra, Aminalahu, Adi Shagri, our guy who's listen to this. So here's what you say to the witness. Guys, just understand, people who lie, false witness, even the people who hire them, don't respect them. והושיבו שניים אנשים בני בליעל נגדו ויעידו אלוקים ומלאך. So what's the idea that the highlights over here that even from an episode hired, but the hired witnesses will Belial, that even the people who witness witnesses, you tell the witnesses, if you're willing to see your integrity, no one respects you. Because even the people who hired you, even the people who brought you, recognize that you could be. Say, interesting enough, the Gemara says, that's it. That's going to be what saves the witnesses. It could be that punishment come up, but it's not going to be enough to win the day. That if I lie for testimony, from based, and no one will respect me. Even people who hire me, I'm doing what they want. People who hire me, they also look down on me. Part of them look down on me. They know that I could be bought. Once I said the notion that zero integrity and no one respects me, that's how we intimidate people. This is incredible. Incredible. So the goes like, Amar who? Amar Achiyomu Bifanenu Holda Shuchai. So remember again. Interestingly enough, so the Mishnah said, when is the testimony did, or when does it become credible? Only if witness number one says, we were present when Reuven, the borrower, admitted his debt in the presence of Shimon, the lender, which indicates to us that just if Reuven were to admit the fact that he owes money to someone, the witnesses, right, or to someone stamp, not in the presence of the lender, that statement has no validity to it. So let's realize that. In general, when a borrower admits that he owes money to a lender, the statement is only meaningful if he appoints people as witnesses to witness the law, God's witness the admission. If right now we are given Rabbi Yochanan, so I'm going so let's listen to this. So Shimon goes over to Reuven. Reuven, you owe me money. Reuven says, yep, I do. The next day, Shimon goes over to Reuven and says, give it to me. And Reuven says, I was just kidding. What's the halacha? Reuven is part of why both sides? Because an admission that takes place between the borrower and the lender be valid. Right? Shimon goes over, you owe me $1,000. And Reuven says, yeah, I do. The next day, Shimon says to Reuven, give me my money. And Reuven with you. I was just kidding around. Again, what's the halacha? So this is Potter. Ultimately, again, Reuven is going to be Potter. Again, the admission that was made by Shimon has no halachic standing. Not only that, listen to this. Listen to this. So Shimon learns that film. So Shimon does like this. Shimon goes over to him, and Shimon has two witnesses hiding right behind the wall. And he says, Reuven. And Reuven says, yes, I do. And Shimon says, are you willing to admit the loan in front of two witnesses? Reuven responds, and Reuven says, no, I'm not admitting it. I admit that I owe you, but there's no way I'm admitting it in front of witnesses. If I do that, you drag me to base it. So listen, I mean, remember again, there are witnesses who hear this whole thing. Shimon knows about witnesses. He brought them. Reuven has no knowledge of that. The next day comes Reuven and says, Reuven, give me my money. Ultimately, again, and Reuven says, I was kidding around. Nevertheless, Potter. Okay, now what's the condition over here? The condition over here, even though there were witnesses, right? But because the witness is known by or appointed name, therefore the halacha has no validity. However, there is a basis. So I'll say somebody cites his friend's level. Based in does not advocate on his behalf. What are you talking about? Basis man the touch who's talking about a basis? So it's he's listening to you to say. Give a look on in coin law. We'll say in general, In general, when a person comes to Beis Din has an advocate on that. Someone. In other words, I will say sometimes with a court case, and the Diana know, oh, you could make this claim, you can make the case, and doesn't do that, right? Beis Din is not your advocate, is a Beis Din, medical lawyer. Beis Din is not your advocate. However, when it comes to capital cases, Beis Din will advocate that if there is a claim that the defendant free himself from a death penalty and he doesn't make it, Beis Din, however the Gemara says, right? The influences, but this doesn't apply to Avodah Zarah. If somebody is on trial or is trying to incite incite other people to idolatry, in that case, when that is the case, Beis Din will not do that. My Shna basis is that. Rabbi Kavach, and they appear to be about shiny basis that one of Sachmo, Sachasa. Do not be compassionate and do not go ahead and cover for him. I'm not Yonasan. How do we know that Allah we do not advocate for someone sight Avodah Zarah? We learn it ultimately again from the snake. The snake in Bereshis. The snake could have advanced many different claims in order to some punishment, and it didn't do so. And therefore, and the emotion you see did not advocate the backs. Why? Because the snake was inciting rebellion against Hashem. He was inciting rebellion against Hashem.
And whenever you come together like
what could the snake have said? Snake could have said, what are you getting angry at me? You're right. I, the snake, was telling you one thing. You actually was telling you something different. When the Rebbe tells you one thing and the student tells you something else, which should you listen to? The Rebbe. Don't put it on me. Don't put it on the snake. Or the snake says, put it on Chava. This year, here you see that as much as you will go ahead and advocate on someone in capital cases, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, Beis Din does not advocate on that person's behalf. Where do you learn that from? From the snake. There's a snake regarding the snake inciting Kaaba to sin was a form of Avodah Zarah. We do not advocate on behalf, even though there was advocacy to be done. Furthermore, the Gemara says, how do you know that was in general? When it's mitzvos, you end up subtracting the ne'emar. Chava, where she responds to it, says Hashem told us not to eat shrimp and not to touch it. Now God never told them not to touch it. If you touch the tree, the fact that Chava ended up adding on, to go ahead and from here, I'm assigned the piece. Rashi Amar Ashtei Esfei. This is about the Mishnah. It says I'm assigned. If you take off the olive, so what could happen? Or again, reposition out that becomes Masai. By the curtains, Ashtei Esfei means 11. Go ahead and take off or remove the eye. It becomes Shtei Esfei. 12. Okay, so what do you see from here? What do you see from here? That if you change, as we said, you end up with all kinds of problems. So the idea is so again, you find from the left about what we see had now the prohibition. So because that's the prohibition, she ended up retracting from it. Don't work with the system. The Shpar will tell us what to do and how to do it. The Torah is the system for us. Here a place for rabbinic safeguards. Absolutely. One has to be careful when those are implemented because sometimes when you begin to tamper with the system, you're adding on more to make Rabbi. Furthermore, again, when is Ruben not believed? I was just kidding, right? Remember again, she came over with the Ruben. He said, Ruben, you owe me $1,000. Ruben says, yeah, I did. Yeah, I do. Then the next day, Shimon comes to collect, and Ruben says, I was just, right? Ruben says, I was just kidding. So the Gemara says, he's Potter. What is he Potter when he Mamish says, I was just kidding. Aval Amar, I'm a days. Aval Amar, lo hayu tvar me. Oh, so ultimately, again, but if he said, no, this, I never borrowed money from you, so Rabbi says, he's literally doing a 180. Yes, I owe you money. He's saying, I don't owe you money, it's a liar. If he said, yes, I owe you money, and then today she goes to collect it, Ruben says, I was just kidding with you, that's fine. That's fine. We can justify that. But if he says, I don't owe you money, so our Papa raised up, so Papa is very interesting. He says, no, even if he says today, I don't know, I don't owe you anything, that's okay. He's not a liar. Sometimes people will forget. And it's possible that he said yesterday that he owed Shimon Muzzle, that maybe he forgot, and then he could be lying, but rather he actually plays here. So what's the stuff we're referring to you tomorrow? Tremendous. Let's point out, we did a block of Gemara. Just the wrong block. I was right. We did it. So again, we're right on target. We will catch up in no time. Shkach, everyone. All right, Josai, everyone. I feel like you're a more forgiving audience than a live audience. Thank you for your understanding. Well, we'll get there. Let us begin. Sorry, no difficulty. Sorry for the delay. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Our commentary sponsor for production page 5785. The first newsletter dedicating all the Russians this year, as is the post from Soros Phobos, Israel, and commentary sponsor for the month of Tevei Sabah with King Mishpacha, dedicated to Russians this month in memory of Admit 11, a strong and valiant soldier who died of Kiddush Hashem, fighting in Gaza on the first day of Hanukkah. We hope that his Neshama has an Aliyah and his family in the home. We hope that in America our learning the Rebbe brings all of our passages home, the Shalom and that our homes are successful. The whole Mass. Let us begin. Today's chapter is podcast 28. We are Meretz Hashem on Zion Day. There's a lot to do today. We are at Mishnah in Meretz Hashem. So Brian is sugya ahead of us today. The Eilu Hein HaTlov. So one of the things that we've established is that a car of a relative is not permitted to go ahead and adjudicate a case. So that's both serving as a dayan, as a judge, as well as going ahead and as a Mishnah says what is clothing. These are the relatives. Okay, a brother, the of his and father's brother, uncle, the mother's brother, so it's like triggers some Australian bonus, right? Sounds like so and the husband of his sister, of those puppies, and the husband of father's sister and uncle, and the husband of the mother's brother, and the husband means mother's husband, V'chamov, a father-in-law, V'giso, a brother-in-law, Pain, them, their sons, as well as their sons-in-law. The Hargo, we'll say Hargo about them. I'm going to say Hargo is a stepson. So we'll discuss in Meretz Hashem this very interesting case, the case of stepson. The Hargo about it. Ultimately, again, a love or stepson, but don't means no other associated relatives. Again, we'll get into that in the just a little bit. From the Yosef. Yosef says, this up what we learned up until this point. This is the Mishnah. This is the statement of Rav Kiva about Mishnah Rishona. But again, the first iteration of this halacha, Dodo, Oben Dodo Yarsho. Ultimately, uncle, the son of uncle, and who is in line to it. So as I said, this is interesting. First version of this, and again, we'll get into it in Gemara, but again, the first version of this is Rabbi Akiva. In other words, again, they really made this about this. And whoever ultimately, again, is in line to inherit, either sons well. That interestingly, also, what's the definition of a relative? The definition of relative is related to you at the time of the adjudication of the case. For example, if it was related to you, so they're kosher ladies. For example, if you were married, if you were related, and then ultimately again distance from them. So again, that would be a case. Let's say divorce. Divorce almost seed well. So halacha l'maisa, even if you were related to someone, but now you're not related to that person, halacha l'maisa, the individual is kosher for age. Judah says, because Rabbi Yehuda gives an example of this. So let's say again, a person has a daughter. The daughter marries, right? They have a child. What happens? And now what happens? They have children, and then the dies. So let's say again, so Reuben has a daughter. Reuben's daughter marries Shimon, and then Reuben dies. So is Reuben related to Shimon? Technically speaking, no. Right? Technically speaking, no, because at the end of the day, relation to Shimon is because Shimon is the husband of the daughter. If the daughter is dead, technically speaking, Reuben is not related. Yet again, interestingly enough, the Mishnah says they are still considered to be relatives, really because of the presence of grandchildren. Right? It's the existence of grandchildren by definition. Sorry, this is a fascinating case. So say Oive means a very close friend or a very close enemy. An intense enemy. An intense enemy. So the verses, these individuals are also possible angels. So this is interesting. What's the definition of an Oive? So an Oive is that Shoshvino. So an Oive is someone who is like your groomsman. Now Rashi points out something interesting over here. He says Shoshvino. This is a person ultimately again. So Shoshvino means one of your groomsmen. This is what is possible that either the wedding party itself be again some kind of shuvas. Besides the wedding celebration itself would be an extended thing. So during the days of the Chassan, so this individual would be possible. A definition of an enemy. Interestingly enough, so this is fascinating. So this is anyone who you have not spoken to for 3 days because of animosity. In other words, it could very well be able to speak to someone for 3 days, right? But if I'm definitely not speaking to them for 3 days because of animosity, that's called an oye. That's called an enemy. These individuals are going to both say, obviously, the ohev, the very close friend, is not believed to testify my behalf because he's a very close friend. He is also not believed to testify to my behalf because he's my enemy. Our relationship responded back to him, no. Well, actually, Israel al-Qas. That's not how Jews operate. No, actually, Sarah says over here, no, actually, Israel al-Qas, well, ha'id shek the Abba. Interestingly enough, he responded, Israel is not cautious for that. That's not the why because they love someone or because they hate someone. We're not cautious or something like that. People see that my focus is exactly exactly in the Gemara? Suppose the Gemara. How do we know this? How do we know what? From where do we know this concept that relatives are not believed to go ahead and adjudicate the case? Where exactly is that concept? Where exactly is that concept? So the Gemara says as follows. Torah says that mothers shall not die because of their sons. So the Gemara says, what does this mean? So if you want somebody that's going to teach me that a father held responsible, father is not going to die because of his son, and the son is not going to die because of the sins of the father. The Torah is teaching about responsibility. So I already know that. The person dies because of his own sins. The person is not going to be held because of the sins of someone else. Okay? So Elo says that fathers won't die because the Eidos Banim. It means because of the Balavos. Sons won't die because of their fathers. The Eidos Banim, the testimony of their fathers. Okay, so we'll say so. This is the makar. So how do we know that again relatives can't testify for each other and they keep helping each other? Because the pasuk says, their fathers indicates to us that only cannot be given to son or from son to son. So the Gemara says, 1 second. This is not more kind of made a declared statement that fathers don't die for the sins of their fathers. Fathers don't die for the sins of their sons. And sons don't the sins of their fathers. The Gemara made this declarative statement. People won't die for their own sins. The Gemara says that's true. There's a pasuk. The pasuk says that it's of the fathers on the sons, which sounds like children can be held responsible for the sins of their fathers. To which the Gemara says, no. That's where the fathers engage in sinful behavior, and the children perpetuate that same behavior. That is where there's going to be responsibility for the sins of the fathers on the sons. In other words, when the fathers engage in sin behaviors and the sons choose to perpetuate those behaviors, then there is responsibility upon the son, not only for their behaviors, but also for the behaviors of their fathers. What does it mean when it says also for the sins of their fathers, they will be held accountable? When the sons decide to perpetuate the sinful deeds of their fathers. So, maybe you'll say, how do you know that it's only sons that are responsible for the sins of their fathers when they perpetuate this very same? Maybe sons are responsible for the sins of their fathers. As the passage says, each person only dies for his own sins. See from here, the halacha says general are not responsible for the sins of the fathers, unless, of course, Allah they continue to perpetuate very same averos. Kind of over here. You see that the sons are not responsible for the sins of the fathers, but yet they perpetuate the sinful behaviors of the father. Sons are responsible. So Rosa, what do you see from here? What you see here is something fascinating. That we know, like you don't choose the family you don't choose your parents. Sometimes it can happen that a person is born into a functional situation. And sometimes the person is even born in a sinful situation. What Chazal are sensitizing us to is, while it's true that you don't get to choose your upbringing, but you absolutely get to choose the life you want to create for yourself. In other words, perpetual dysfunction is a choice. Growing dysfunction is not a choice. But at a certain point in time, a person has a personal choice about the life they want to live, the person they want to be. You don't make change in yourself. So to be brought up in a sinful, okay, what are you going to do? You're brought up. But at a certain point, I will say it, when you choose to perpetuate the same behavior you were brought up with, that's on you. At a certain point, Coach Baruch says, you know better. You know different. You do not have to continue down that same road of spiritual dysfunction. You could choose something different for yourself. Create personal responsibility. Also, it's tremendously so. People spend a whole lifetime blaming their parents for everything that goes wrong in life. My father didn't do this. My mother didn't do this. My upbringing wasn't this. And by the way, they might be 100% they've had the worst parents in the world. Or even if they didn't have the worst parents in the world, it could be that the whole life was really dysfunctional. And there's a lot, there could be a lot of Freud wasn't the first person to discover that a lot of fluid buffy parents has done this long before that. But there does come a moment where a person has to make a choice about who they want to be in life going forward. Maybe my parents are young. It's possible. It's possible. But and now I have to make a choice. Do I raise Maaseh Avoseh or not? Do I want to perpetuate that? Or do I want something different for myself? Because all of you here is such a lesson of empowerment. It is so tempting to think that, you know what, the way you were brought up, that's the way you're going to be. Because I'll come along and say, no, if you're fortunate to have a good Lisa, because sometimes a person wasn't fortunate to have a good Pinot. But then there comes a point in time where you gotta choose what you want for yourself. You can't spend your life leaving at a certain point in time. You have to decide who and what you want to be. For the life you're going to be. So Gemara says, oh, 1 second, is that true? Is that true that you're not responsible for other people's behaviors? What about literally again, a person will stumble. Quoting over the person from Vayikra, the Torah, the Gish person will stumble over his. What is this talking about? Ish one, it means one Jew stumbles over the sins of another Jew. What does this teach me? So what does this teach us? This teaches us that Halacha and Maisa, each of us are responsible for each other. In other words, listen, it's kind of like we fully celebrate Zebos.
English?
Zebos are all responsible for one another. So does that mutual responsibility mean you can be held accountable for yours? You could be held accountable for my sins. To which none of the
Why is it in it?
That's also when is there accountability for each sins? So that's when Halacha there was the ability to object to someone else's negative behavior you didn't do. So Allah says this is profound. When I see someone doing wrong and I don't do anything to object. I don't do anything to object. And also when we say object is anything to try to help them making this mistake, I share in the responsibility for their Avera. I share in that responsibility. Again, that's what we don't do anything again. I guess that's responsibility. On the other hand, someone's coming in Avera, and I don't really have the ability to do anything about it. Then there's no responsibility. This is even a different concept. So this is the concept of articles. Remember again, a guarantee. We are all, especially if I see you doing something, you see me doing something, but we don't fill your case. You're being creates responsibility for the community of the idea. I just want to point out something very interesting over here, which is if you notice, you'll often find this phrase in two different ways. It's called Yisrael, Arabian, Zeh and Zeh Baza. So interestingly enough, that's because the word Arabian is understood in two different ways. Arabian could be understood as a guarantor, right? A guarantorship. Each of us is the guarantor for the other. So therefore, if you're doing something wrong, and I could have stepped in that or helped that, and I don't, the guarantor is on the hook. If our faults, so again, we are responsible. But remember, again, Arabian is also a lot of harobas, also a lot of a mixture. And again, that's why you'll find Zeh Baza and Zeh Baza. When it's used ultimately, again, in the context of guarantorship, starts because our Zeh Zeh. We are guarantor one for the other. But it also means a that is close to Arabian Zeh. There is a mixture. So we are all one mixture. As I saw so beautifully, I just saw it this morning. Yismach Moshe,
My man.
the Rebbe of Siget, said something so beautiful. He said, listen to this. He says, Arabian, Hainu, Urabim Zebaza. The Klal Yisrael is like more like a tarot, that's a mixture. And he says, don't sell liros and slow. If you want to see how you're doing in life, then you want to kind of like get like a little where you're holding your spiritual life. Look at your friend. What do you see? What do you see when you look at another? All you see are the shortcomings, and all you see is negativity, and all you see are all the Jews that are broken. Every Jew is your neighbor. So if that's what you're seeing in self, and in reality, that's what's happening in this land. Even said, we are taroves. We are a mixture. Again, sometimes it is the most dangerous thing when you speak about different factions or different groups. So even if we vehemently oppose them, we are all mirror images of each other. There is a taroves. There is a mixture. So if you look at it and you see something terrible, you see something horrible, you see something that you just can't understand. Part of that is your reflection. Part of that negativity is what you're seeing. That's why I will say you see the greatest tzaddikim. If you notice this, by the way, the greatest tzaddikim all possess what? Right? We say differently. What is the greatest metric? It's tzaddik and tzaddik. It's not the amount of Torah that you learn. Anyone can learn a lot of Torah. The greatest metric of a tzaddik is Avas Yisrael. To love every single Jew. That means you see the beauty in every Jew. When you see the beauty in every Jew, that means that's a reflection of you. So when you see the beauty in every single Jew, that's because you're self-possessed. That conversely, when you dislike that, dislike this one, can't stomach this one, can't think, I can't get this one, that. Notice that's a reflection of something broken inside of me. Someone who possesses true Avas Yisrael is able to see the beauty. It doesn't mean that there aren't imperfections in broken. That's what it means to have. That's what it means to be a tzaddik. To be able to see beauty means that beauty is reflected from me to the individual, from the other individual entity. So there's two concepts. Kol Yisrael Raven Zeloseh. We are gathered towards one another. That's what you are saying over here. that Allah if someone says, "Well, stop it," I am responsible for that. Because a raven zebazeh for your own strength. What you see in another is often a reflection of what's happening inside of us. Ashkechon avos lebanim ubaram lo'avos hakoshkim avos la'adadi. So I understand now that again, sons can't testify on behalf of the father. Father on behalf of the son. So we just and all the almost la'adadi means brothers. Baram, you know, how about cousins? The cousins can't testify for each other. The father can't be testified by the my bun. What's bunning? So the Gemara says that bunning lahadadi. Even cousins each other can't go ahead and testify. Ashkechon banim lahadadi.
That woman.
Banim la'amam. Suppose they parents and the cousins and relatives for that matter can't testify for each other. So that relatives can't form a testimonial unit on behalf of someone else. How do I know that? What's the spark? You descend as we learned in Ha'idin Nasin's own Hachi Azu Shnei. So Eden becomes Zomin until both of them become Zomin, right? Okay, we have to see this. It's nice. Yeah, this is nice. Very exciting. So we will see that witnesses only become a Zomin if the testimonial unit is made in his. Or you could display
what's the name of that fucking forest?
But if you want to make a then you have to go ahead and be massive the group. So the actually these are that I'm sharing. If you think that it's our relatives, have you testified? You know, again, I want to say, just want to point out what's happening over here. Up until this point, what we've proven is that relatives can't testify for or against each other. Now we pivoted a little bit. How do I know that relatives can't form a testimonial unit to testify on behalf of someone else? Right? Brothers, cousins, uncles, right? Can't be a unit. So the Gemara says, so remember again, witnesses only come so both of them can testify that's on behalf of someone else. Say can turn out that you can have relatives making another relative into an eighth. And so then in potentially in a capital case where again either executed, it would turn out that one person is fucking only other relative. Okay, I'm really revolutionary. Let's go into your logic. It's logic. That's what you learn. You have three brothers, the Ephraim is and one person is combining with them. These are three different categories. But what's the key? So look at Rashi. Rashi's right across to the right. Shosha Achim the Echad, Mira Shok and Kol Echad. So you have three brothers, Ruben, Shimon, another from a piece of land for 3 years. Okay, Yitzchak comes along and says, "Hey, Abraham, get off my property." Abraham says, "What are you talking about? I've been using this property uncontested for 3 years, and I was this the way his testimony works is like this. There's one witness. We'll call him Yehuda. Yehuda one witness has seen Avram living on that land for 3 years straight, uncontested. The problem is Yehuda is an Eid Echad. Ruvain saw Avram living year 1 uncontested. Shimon saw Avram living year 2 uncontested. And Levi saw 3 uncontested. So now what we want to do is like this. We want to have Yehuda, who is the witness who saw all each of the brothers for their respective year, and that will give Avram 3 years of testimony of uncontested use of the property. Now look at Rashi. Rashi says, that's 3 brothers, right? That's Reuben, Shimon, and Levi, and 1 guy. Unrelated, right? And together, all of these guys testify about Avram used the land uncontested for 3 years. So the Gemara says, Al Karkasha Adam bin Ashok, who made min Achin, the Haba min Ashok, Ashur, Shona, Echa min Achin, the Haba min Ashok, Ashur, Shliya, Ashlishi, Ashlishi, is Ilu Shalosh and Yos, that's like a Kayeves. So I will say, interestingly enough, this works. This is considered to be 3 distinct testimonial units. In other words, Reuven with Yehuda's unit is group 1. Shimon with Yehuda's group 2. Levi with Yehuda's group 3. And together, they establish a Zog of Abraham. I'm just finishing Rashi. But Lord Amina, it was Achad. You don't say that this is one testimony.
How many of these fucking things you have?
So interestingly enough, even though these are 3 brothers, right? You might say to yourself, it's one testimonial unit, and it's invalid because it's 3 brothers. Come on, no. We look at this as 3 different testimonies, and therefore it's unrelated testimony, therefore it's kosher. The Gemara says as follows. It wasn't interestingly enough, but fascinatingly enough, they are considered to be one testimony for Hazama purposes. Nimsa eats on Yishali Mama Bay. Don't say so. Again, here's the problem. Because there was one unit, one brother will end up having testimony of a relative. Ella, some of it Amakasi. That's what you have to say. This ultimately, again, Hazama is not considered to be that they're paying on behalf of each other. Hazama is considered to be something that externally and then is in co-respective groups. They are considered to be linked. They all suffer the same Hazama punishment. They are considered to be involved in each other's Hazama process. Haganami, Hazama is fun. Ben Al Avos. That's what the Pasuk could have just said on his father's. Now name Al Avos. Banim. Why does it say Banim? Afilu Banim La'alma. Means that relatives can form a testimonial unit. Go ahead and testify in general about other things. So it's almost like in the same Pasuk. We'll go different derivations. We don't choose. Number 1.
See that.
Find out the Mishnah. Can't testify for each other and all of that, but the part number 2 or less than 2, relatives can't form a testimonial unit to go ahead and testify for something else, or they can combine to testify for someone or something else. Up until now, we've focused on relatives of the father, paternal relatives. Remember again, but the blush of the pasuk that we're using is also fathers and sons, and from there we derive other eternal relatives. How do I know eternal relatives applies to eternal relatives as well? So the Gemara says, Avos tracing. Avos twice. So the Gemara is saying, probably have, but I don't need this between relatives of the father. So the Gemara says, sooner than you. So yeah, use it relatives of the mother. Beautiful. Ashkech on the whole. I understand that these individuals can't testify for what we call like still premises. The Zakos, I don't know, even what's it? Says they can't testify against each other.
Look at this.
Go ahead and yeah. I don't know even for an examination purpose. They can't be death twice. It's interesting. Even the football, maybe Lucifer's discussing. So again, in one group he teaches you that they can't go and testify against each other for a couple of days. What do you the other? Even for generation purposes. Okay? Actually, from the Dina Nefashas. So I understand that you can't testify each other in capital cases, in monogamous, I don't know, even in financial cases. I'm going to call Mishpat Echad Yiyalocha. So when it comes to testimony, there's one spot. Mishpat Hashav Elocha. So therefore, in this area, there's one uniform one uniform Elocha.
Folks, look at this tribe.
That says, the father of my brother can't testify.
Are you fucking serious?
Qualified from testimony. So he wants to
Did you share this? Curious.
Well, that's my uncle. Even though my uncle's son, the my uncle's son-in-law. And similarly, again, Abani. I love. I also, the nephew also can testify on behalf of my uncle. And actually, I and my son-in-law. Why is that? I believe so let's say if you notice by the way, I can get the end of this, right? Like son-in-law, in other words, the nephew's son-in-law against the uncle, or against the uncle's son-in-law against the nephew. That's already like a third grade relative. So why can't the third grade relative and go and testify against the first grade relative? So the Gemara first level. First the Anna, I believe that. Change the shoe, right? Second, and the so like the second level relative can't decide against second level relative. So you know, say Anna, change the shoe, right? Change Rishon, right? Rishon, so it says we must see more closely with what the Chazal call like a against a second level relative, or even a second level relative against a relative. I understand why they has to fight. But it's just to illustrate, once you talk about again, that let's say the son-in-law of a nephew can't testify against an uncle. That's already multiple steps removed. So why can't those people testify, on behalf? Somebody says, so my chasno, the same reference, when we talk about the idea of a chasno, the son-in-law of his son, his son's son, can't go potentially be like a son-in-law. Again, testify. The listing Ben Beno. So why don't you just go ahead and write Ben Beno? Saga Parke Kamashmo. It's going to teach us another lesson. Teaching us that that a husband is treated like his wife. Now the husband, because we're being that the son-in-law has the status of the son because the husband has the status of the wife, happens to be the daughter of the father. Now the husband, Shmona Alon, Shri Esrim Ba'arba. So it's like, hey, take my message all of it. Should not testify here. Rather, just you think you might be thinking it's a fool. I'm savvy. This is one thing that doesn't about me. So say the class that we just comes up all the time. It's customers, right? Again, by weddings, you have like a lot of testimonial stuff going on. Tonight, so the problem is related to you anyway. You do not use them in any testimony. Again, even though, but I want to point out that it does come a point in time, but let's say like cousins, by second cousins, that you are but again, we're going to in general the way again. This is sometimes someone has testimony that you so you have to know where it ends, but okay, so let's go. So one says, who represent 24 extended relatives. So, honey, so if that's the case, you're going to go with even the son-in-law of the son. Honey plus, that's when you break out all relatives. Honey plus, so the fact that would be 32. And when we all plus no when we speak about son-in-law, the son-in-law, the Amai Sanjano, why are we calling him the son-in-law of the son? Since he's married into the family, right from outside, he's considered to be like a separate and distinct generation. He hardly again, isn't that considered to be the third level relative testifying against Rab Aksha Shlishi Rab second testify against or for a Shani. The Rab Damash never lost it. Rab was the same of us or Omer. She Shaki Abalo just like father of my brother cannot testify for me. That means who's in the brother of my father, which is my uncle, just like my uncle Jackson. So he's included in the provision of uncle. It's who? The uncle, Beno, the uncle's son, plus no, and the uncle's son-in-law. So the Makah, so to again, Allah says, so to me, the nephew, I okay. So to again, the son of my uncle, I mean, cousin, also can't have who been up. So let's say this is dramatic. So let's say what Rabbi is in here. So Rabbi says, we know my uncle can testify that. Rabbi said, now uncle we already know from the Mishnah. Rabbi says, by the way, who's else is included in my uncle? That's my uncle, right? That's my uncle, my uncle's son, and my uncle's son-in-law. Not only that, my cousin, the son of my uncle, also can't testify my dad. And who's included in my cousin? Who's included? That's ultimately my cousin. Who? You know, my cousin's son and my cousin's son-in-law. Now, I will say, by the way, cousin's son-in-law. Cousin's son-in-law. I don't even know his name. Right? Who's my cousin's son-in-law? So yes, interestingly enough, now again in the expanded, whatever. Don't make any judgments about my family. Okay, right? But because of that now expanded family tree, so that again we see how again this what we call disqualified this pool is now expanded. I can't be you should be ashamed. Those say, but if we're already getting into my cousin's son-in-law, can't testify, then those are only can't testify against second of all because we just see that way. You must have Rav actually Rav Samalek Awasi Chadav Polygon the Chadav. Okay, so Rav agrees with certain statements and this agrees with other statements. My time is Rav. What's Rav's logic? The Amakra Vayumsu Avonim Ubba. Sigmar says Ubbanim Ilabos Dorachem. So the pasuk that fathers shall die, right, because of the sons, and when it says a different Ubbanim, that comes to include in addition. The Belazar Albonim Hutsubai Avos Shadi Abonim. Most Rebbe says like this: whatever disqualification is, and when we say disqualification, Christian, we do it for testimonial purposes. Whatever familial disqualification on the father, disqualifications are immediately passed to their children. So, by the way, now once we say that after the process, so the Lord is saying like this: for me, so right, my uncle can't testify again. When I say my uncle, it's my uncle's son and my uncle's son-in-law. And now that my cousin, right, my uncle's son, which is my cousin, right? My cousin is not allowed to testify on my behalf. Right now, whoever is disqualified from my whatever disqualification my cousin has is passed down to his kids also. That's why again my cousin's son and my cousin's son-in-law also can't testify. That's the law. So most and what we literally see over here, and this is a fundamental approach, how far down these disqualifications are. Okay. Around that, father of my father-in-law can't testify for me. And brother, when you say testify, just testify for me, testify against me. Father of my father-in-law is not permitted to go and testify like that. Ben Achi Chamos, at least we again, the son of the brother of my father-in-law, my father-in-law's brother's son can't go ahead and testify on my behalf. Then Achos Kamosi, literally again the son of the brother of my mother-in-law. Well, you kind of know also in this as well. Again, the husband of my sister, right, or Achos Abid, or the husband of my father's sister, about more the husband of my mother's sister. Hey, these individuals, children, and their children-in-law are not permitted to testify my behalf. Yeah, Vina Beila. So I said this, and I was in the house of the law, following Kasha. What about the brothers of my father-in-law? What's their status? So the Gemara says, Ben what about the son of the brother of my father-in-law? Ben Achos Chamav, the son of the sister of my father-in-law. No, Amrullah, he said, so it was Achiv, Vachi, so they say pretty much all these people will be disqualified, right? The brother of my father, the brother of my mother, them, their children are all disqualified. So Rav, so Rav went to go ahead and purchase Vili Arachim. So Rav went to purchase cloth, right? So again, the only, they're not actually the point part of the story. What it's just saying is, Rav is going out shopping. And I will say what happens, right? So Rav can't shop in peace. Because what happens when Rab goes right to Salman? Rab goes to so what happens? He gets asked him, but so is a person permitted to testify against his wife's stepson? I'm sorry. The the wife of his stepson. So the Gemara says. So what is look at actually just a minute. Now what's the case of where a man would be testifying for his stepson's wife? Right? It says essentially, watch this. So essentially, a man, there's a court case. Right, Ruben married Rachel. Rachel has a child from another marriage. That child got married. There's now a court case regarding the mixing of the property of the stepson's wife. So is a stepfather permitted to go ahead and testify in the case of a stepson's wife? So we must then a husband is like a wife. So essentially, the wife of the stepson is like who? It's like a stepson. And you can't testify regarding a stepson. Right? A stepson is still considered to be a relative. So, go ahead. You can't testify. You can't be involved in testimony on stepson's behalf. You also can't be involved in the testimony of the wife of the stepson. So again, in the Talmud says that a woman is like a husband. So look at Rashi. The Amar of Amar. From where do we know that a woman is like her husband? In other words, we'll say status-wise, that essentially again the wife will have the same type of status as her husband, and therefore in this case over here, because Reuben can't testify on behalf of his son-in-law, therefore he also can't testify on behalf of his son-in-law. The Sid Erbas Achi Avicha Los Al Ishto Los Sidrav Do Das Achi. So the passage literally says again, the Erba, the nakedness of Achi Avicha, of the brother of your father, you cannot uncover. El Ishto Lo Sikrav, do not come close to wife. This is the wife of your father, your uncle's wife. She is your aunt. So but she's not your aunt. You want to say, who's your aunt? Your aunt is the sister of your father or the sister of your brother. This is not your aunt. Follow Ashes. So this is the wife of your uncle. Or rather, what do you see? So we'll say what we see from here is what it does is halacha treats the wife and gives her the same status as the husband. So in other words, interestingly enough, the wife of your uncle is your aunt. That's not technically how we define an aunt, right? As a sister of your mother, the sister of your brother. No, but you the Torah treats wife of your uncle like. So you see from here that a wife is given the status ultimately can't testify on behalf of the wife of your stepson because the status essentially as daughter. It's just that sort of love so you can't test. I will say, it's interesting to know is that, why does tell us that Rab was like shopping for parchment when he got asked that question? Who cares? It just tells Rab was asked the question, and that's it. So say perhaps the shot is like this. Sometimes in life a person is thinking, and the truth is they just want to be left alone, right? So when you're shopping for parchments, only shop for parchments. You don't want to do anything else. You don't want to conversations. Just want to go ahead and maybe have a few minutes shop. What is even here? When another Yid needs something, there is no such thing as being critical. Another Yid needs something, it's never a hassle. It's never about, say, come on, wait till Ray gets back to this message, send him an email. Don't write, when another chooses something, I will say that the story is Rahab doesn't say, I'm talking right? Not doing with them and there. When there's an opportunity to do something for opportunity to help someone else in some way, that is the greatest discipline. Okay, now, maybe the person shouldn't have asked about the question right now. Should have waited a little bit later. Okay, that's a different Shiloh. About having got that's when you see they're doing something else. That's a different issue. But once he did it, once he asked the king to graciousness, witchcraft out here. I was like, open up a custom. So that's no, I know Achi. So again, I will say the way this is the way the son over here, son is really his brother. So now he's talking about again. So we'll say so essentially, brothers of your brother would be an unrelated stepbrother. So right. So the Chista, Chista said, no. The brothers of your brother. So people who are not related to you are related to my brother. So those are kosher. Those really are totally unrelated to me, and therefore again, kosher for Eidos. I'm really like what about what Rabbi Yirmiyah said? Rabbi Yirmiyah literally just said a while ago. Rabbi Yirmiyah said that the brothers of your fight. So now you're saying they're not fight. I'm related to Shmuel. He said, I never heard that. But yes, you did. You heard it. You just said it. Because Los Sviro, where he said I didn't hear it, and he's not I didn't hear it. Or rather, I don't hold that one. Yeah, so if that's the case, then again, so then the brother of my brother, the same thing as brother. So why do you have to break out the cases? So Tana Achir Bina Ab, Tana Achir Bina A. Just breaking it up because it's talking about paternal brothers and maternal brothers. About this stuff. Abi Hasan, Ba'avi Me Izara. This is fascinating. Turning. Let's take it in Ruben marriage. The Rachel as parents, like Rachel as the father, and Ruben as a father. Ruben, so what is the saying? Ruben's parents and Rachel's parents are absolutely unrelated. You're like, I knew this my whole life, right? Right? Absolutely, Nichutanim are not related for these purposes over here. They are permitted to testify against each other. Now, again, I'm using the word against. I'm trying to say that I don't mean against. It's testify. It could be for the idea over here. They could be involved in testimony that has an impact on the other because they are not considered to be related. So the Gemara says, "Avia Chasam, Avia Kalo, Eden Zalzal, Lo Dami Lahadar, Lo Dami Lahadar, Ella, Ki Allah Midana." This is such an interesting question. Lo Dami Lahadar means that ultimately again they are not. Rashi says over here, Lo Dami Lahadar. They're not linked. They're not linked. So what are they compared to? Ella Midana. What do they do? They're compared to the lid of a barrel that doesn't fit on the barrel. So, now again, so just understand what's being said. So really incredible, which is that. So first of all, on it's not left. They're not related. They're not related. And then, again, because this again, to be honest, after all the people just included relative pool I would have thought sure are identical, but again, because there is, there's something that links them, something that relates them. Therefore, they are permitted to testify, though involving each other. So therefore, the Gemara says, you're like a little bit of a barrel that doesn't quite fit on the barrel. Meaning that there's really no connection between the two, so that even though their children are not. It's also a really profound sort of because I was telling us, sometimes these things of man, people want everything to fit. They want the hustle and people have this family where everybody loves each other, gets along with each other, which is beautiful. If that could happen, and it certainly does happen. Because I was telling us that that's not a prerequisite. If it happens, it's a bonus. But the idea, because I was saying, is more often than not, are like the battle leaves that just don't quite fit together. And that's just because I was like the notion of blending an entire family, pretty uncommon that it actually happens, and it's fantastic. But again, if it doesn't happen, it's okay also. It's not the ignorant. The ignorant is that the husband and Kala are able to live a blissful life together. If the families are kind of like awkward, right? These are like the barrel and the lid. They just don't get together. It's fine. You know what? Not even really related. But it doesn't have to be even related. It's okay. It was like something. Sometimes you make like a very big deal about. Let's say this is an aside. People like to talk about the crisis. There's no shidduch crisis. There's a people crisis. Right? There's a people crisis. They put emphasis on all the wrong things. That people focus on all the wrong things. That people are looking for all the wrong things. There's wrong with the system. There's something wrong with people. Right? People create flawed systems. That's what ends up happening. If people correct themselves, then ultimately everything else falls into place. So again, all of that we're looking at, but it's interesting to see that again, Chazal understood that sometimes the dynamics of blending two families together is virtually full. And the barrel doesn't fit lid, and the lid doesn't fit with the barrel. And Chazal saying, you know what? All good. He's going to say fasting halacha. A man could testify on behalf of his wife who is in Arusa. So again, Ruben did Erusin with Rachel. And now what is a halacha? When I say again, he can test her behalf. So the Gemara says, Lo Amr, first line, Lo Amr El Lashi. That's only to extract money. In other words, he can testify against her. However, the Gemara, but to testify on her behalf, he can't do why. I'll say that's a conflict of interest. Why? Because Halachah, anything that she gives is going to become his. So it's not true. It's not true actually. Regardless, whether it's for or against her, he's not going to. My dad, I have to stop over here. Well, we had excellent ground. Excellent. But just remember where we start. We'll say it's not always about where you end. It's also about where you start. I'm short daf tomorrow. We're good. We'll be fine. I think I have not. I'll get to where you need to get. Sorry for today. All right. I feel like the Zoom has more than the in-person family. All right. I'll say have a great. That's why I just can't life. I can't be on there all day doing cheeseburgers and little cheese sandwiches and people handcuffs on. I can't look whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? I'm not making it in. I don't have to give you what's on my mind in the morning. All right, Joel, say good morning. I thank you for our sponsors. What's our sponsor? All the Shurim and Drushos this year as a Zuchus for Besora Talbos for Am Yisrael. Torah sponsor for the month of Teves Habadim L'Tov for the Kalman Mishpacha for dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos this month in memory of Amit Ben David. Levi, a strong and valiant soldier who died al Kiddush Hashem, fighting in Gaza first night of Hanukkah. We hope that his neshama has an aliyah, his family in the Chum. We hope that in America our learning brings all of our hostages home to Shalom and the Kara, and that our holy soldiers are successful. Please that is podcast 28. We are picking up the message on Zion. There is a lot to do today. We are picking up at Mishnah in the session. So, brand new sugya ahead of us today. One of the things that we established of a relative is not to go ahead and adjudicate this. So that's both as a dayan, as a judge, as well as going ahead and serving as a Mishnah says, who are the quote? These are the relatives. Aviv, a brother, Vahi Aviv, and father, uncle. Vahi Baal Achol. So it's like triggers some of us vomits, right? So Baal Achol, so and brother-in-law, the husband of his sister, Baal Achol's Aviv, and the husband of father's sister, and Baal Achol's husband of the mother's brother, Baal Pimo, and the husband means mother's husband, Vichamo, a father-in-law, Vigiso, a brother-in-law, Hain, and the first. Them, their sons, as well as their sons-in-law. The Hargo, we'll say Hargo Levad. So we're going to say Hargo is a stepson. So we'll discuss Hashem is very interesting case of his stepson. Hargo Levad. And ultimately, again, a brother-in-law or stepson, levado. Levado means no other associated relatives. Again, we're getting into that in the Gemara a little bit. From Yossi. Yossi says, this up until this point, this is the Mishnah, this is the city of Rabbi Akiva. Mishnah is shown up, but again, in the first iteration of this halacha, Dodo, then Dodo, already are shown. Ultimately, again, uncle, and he is in line to inherit. So I say this is the first version of this, and again, we'll get into all this obviously in the Gemara. This is Rabbi Akiva. After again, they really made this about inheritance. Whoever ultimately aligned to inherit, that ultimately is Apostle Eido says, well, that interesting enough, also, what's the definition of relative? The definition of relative is someone who is to you at the time of the adjudication of the case. For example, if someone was related to you, but they are no longer technically related, so they are related. For example, in Israel, if you were married, if you were related to someone, and then ultimately again, you were distance from them. So again, that would be a case, let's say, divorce. Divorce almost see death in just a moment. So, even if you were related to someone, but now you're not related to halacha l'maisa, the individual is kosher for age. Rabbi Yehuda says, afilu mesa bito. Rabbi Yehuda gives an example of this. Afilu mesa bito. So let's say again, a person has a daughter. The daughter marries a guy, right? They have a child. And what happens? The yeshlop on a minero, and now what happens? They have children, and then so we'll say. So let's take it. So Reuben has a daughter. Daughter marries Shimon, and then Ruth's daughter dies. So is Reuben related to Shimon? Technically speaking, no. No, because at the end of the day, Reuben Shimon is the husband of his daughter. If the daughter is dead, then technically speaking, Reuben is not related to Shimon. We get the Mishnah says Hari Zekaro. They are still considered to be relatives, really because of the presence of grandchildren. Right? It's the existence of grandchildren by definition who raised them. Okay. This is a fascinating case. So say oiv means a very close or a very close enemy. An intense enemy. So these individuals are also hostile neighbors. So this is interesting. What's the definition of oiv? So oiv is shoshvino. Oiv is someone who is like your groom. Now Rashi over here he says shoshvino hustle lo b'mei. This is a person over again. So shoshvino means one of your groomsmen. This individual is hustle la'idus during the days of the wedding. In other words, during the party itself, the again some seconds to this besides the wedding celebration itself is even extended day. So during the days of the chasana, so this individual would be hustle la'idus. So today was the definition of an enemy. Interestingly enough, so this is fascinating. So this is anyone who you have not spoken to for 3 days because of animosity. Right? In other words, it could very well be able to speak to someone for 3 days. Right? But if I'm not speaking to them for 3 days because of animosity, that's called the only. That's called it. And these individuals that will say, the Ohe, the very close friend, right? Close friend, not define like that because he's my close friend. The enemy is also not believe testified or treated by that because he's my enemy. Armor, he responded back to him, well, actually, Israel Al-Khan. So actually says over here, don't actually Israel Al-Khan. Check every should be about the Abba. Without me, it's interesting. He responded, that's not happening. No one's doing it because they love someone or because they hate someone. We're not kosher. My focus is exactly. Let's take you out. How do we know this? How do we know what? How do we know? Where do we know this concept that relatives are not believed to go ahead and debate the case? Where exactly is that concept? Where exactly is that known from? So the Gemara says as follows: Torah says that father shall not die because of his sons. So the Gemara says, what does this mean? So is going to feel that the father is not going to be responsible. The father is not going to die because of the sins of his son, and it's not going to die because of the sins of his father. So it's teaching about the presence. So you know that man is the fact of you. Person died because not going to know because of the sins of someone else. Okay? So, hello. What does it mean when it says that fathers will die because of their sons? The age was funny. It means because of the testimony of their sons. Sons of their fathers. The age was almost because of the testimony of their fathers. Okay, so we'll say this is the marker. So how do we know relatives can't test right for each pieces of each other? Because the it says again, lo yusu avos labanim ubanim alavos. Right, the fathers can't die because of their sons. Sons can't because their fathers indicates that's the testimony given from father to son, son to father. So the answer, one second. Statement that fathers don't die for the sins of their fathers don't die for the sins of their sons. The sons don't die for the sins of their fathers. Remember that it's a clear statement. Issue the numbers people only die for their own sins. Says, is that true? Well, say, okay, avos money. There's a person. Hashem will be the sins of the father on the sons, which sounds like children can be responsible for the sins of their fathers. So this Gemara says, no. Awesome. That's the fathers engage in sinful behavior, and the children perpetuate that behavior. That is going to be responsibility. Sins of the fathers on the sons. In other words, when the fathers engage in behavior, and the sons choose to perpetuate those behaviors, then there is responsibility upon the sons, not only for their behaviors, but behaviors of their fathers. What does it mean when it says, for the sins of your father, you will be held accountable? When the sons decide to perpetuate the sinful deeds of their fathers. So maybe you'll say, how do you know that it's only responsible for the sins of their fathers when they perpetuate? It's very simple. Maybe sons are in general responsible for the sins of their fathers. Because the concept says each person only dies for his own sins. Are they
like these motherfuckers? You're gonna be like, who's that? It's just fucking random.
Unless, of course, perpetuate those that are sick. So let's say I just point out some beauty. See this dynamic on one hand, right? On one hand, so the son is responsible for the sins of others. Yet, if the son perpetuates sinful behaviors of the father, responsible. So we'll say, what do you see here? Would you see this? Yeah. You know, this is like, don't choose the family you're born into. You don't choose your parents. But a person is born into a dysfunctional situation. Sometimes a person is even born into a sinful. What Allah says in this too is one food that you don't get to choose your upbringing, but you absolutely get to choose what to yourself. Or
56. What's Let Rabbi talk. Let Rabbi talk. Let Rabbi. Thinking about me, thinking about you. This is the worst. These people are the worst. Yeah, these motherfuckers in this fucking okay. Worst. Suburb. Rabbi Skank. Game recognized game. You let Rabbi talk. God, they've got Will Chamberlain. I was watching people in the dribble. Some people are throwing the ball in the air, and he just sitting there like got the piece of paper that says 100 on it. Come on. dog. Let me fucking talk. Let me talk. Let me talk. Chupa Chan. Chupa Chan. Shit. Stop. Shut the fuck up. Damn, it's like I'm dog. End of the day, shut the fuck, let me talk. You are the yes, it is. Absolutely. Do you mind if I share my project with everyone? Thank you so much for the opportunity. Oh yeah, will absolutely. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the past. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "10 is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global, and here's why. In 20, The Economist magazine stated that data has over petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I'm going to put your friends financially. I'm going to all in that you have generation, and I want you to be able to start raising philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a camera. One of you these cameras, there is a link in my profile. Additionally, in my pinned post, you'll find a link to my YouTubes. You're also going to find a link tree in there. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. You will also find a video on me, and you will have a link to my Discord. We have over 2,500 people in the Discord, and I've grown every day. I want you all to know that in addition to making you all rich and helping to bring about world peace, I help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural greenhouses, saltwater, hydroponics, seeding, and world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do wells and water towers in developing such as Nigeria, especially in rural Nigeria, we've built these wells and water towers for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a curator, send me I will respond. You follow me, I will follow you back. I want to help you to be successful in whatever it is you're passionate. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give with that. I sincerely want to thank you all for the opportunity.
Thank you. Do you have any question for some? Well, I'm just laughing. So to me, Rabi speaks at home, like just came over and he just started speaking that it's gonna make you, it's gonna make us rich, and make this, make that, and take away from your job and all. So I was like, well, he talked about this like I don't really get that. And he said also that they help the countries like countries Nigeria, like Nigeria, it's like maybe water, maybe light, and all things are something we have had, like yeah, we have had projects, but people that don't think they are building a world Bitcoin. So I was like, is it that is the same person that use another account, or I don't know, maybe lost in church.
I have one of the OG meme coins. You can see in the pin post of the Jumbotron, we built wells in a village in Nigeria, and I'd like to do more good like that. You can see the people there enjoying clean water as it's being built. Any other project that you meet on here doesn't do any. It doesn't do anything for Africa. It doesn't do anything for the developing world. I'm saying, look, at least I have been a project that has helped. That's something. Now, when it comes to making you rich, I have a 4-pronged strategy, which is better than most anybody else is going to tell you. And then I'm going to teach you. You're going to make more money. So the skepticism. I'd be skeptical too. So I don't take offense, Mr. Favor, to any laughing. I would be laughing as well. All right, Rabbi, Rich, how are you going to do it? This is how we're going to do it. Well, firstly, as I described, data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data on the internet than ever. When I go viral, we're going to be able to monetize. And that means that we're going to take all that money and put it in a not-for-profit, a big trust. 501c3, which is what is the tax of states. Basically, it is going to be a huge amount of money. Take that money everyone has helped me along the way, we're going to help. And that's not going to be millions of dollars nor billions of dollars. It's trillions of dollars. You have to understand, I've been live streaming in my life from 20 different angles for more than 4 years. That's a huge amount of data. Nobody's ever done that. The world is going to learn a lot from that. AI is going to use me as an example, its models. This is going to be extremely lucrative for the world. Say we're going to make you rich. Is I have more social media than any person out ever. We're going to monetize that. We're going to take all the money from that. We're going to put it in this big trust. So how else am I going to do this? The third pillar of this is through endorsements. Right now, it's worth about $100 million. I wear their merchandise. They sponsor my betting. They sponsor my. We're going to be able to do this with much bigger things, not just for $1 million a year, but $1 billion a year. I will wear logos. I will do interviews. I will do endorsements. And then the fourth, we're going to be able to make you rich is just through crypto. The amount of crypto investments that we have will be able to launch coins and be able to change lives. I want to just change your life. I don't want to just make you rich. I want to make your friends and family rich as well. Now, how can I make you rich now? Or how do I want to support you? It's really that I'm going to try. So here we go. Be able to market, I probably have some social media, but you don't have all the social media that you could potentially be having to make sure that you're as successful as possible. And I want to help you be as successful as possible. So everything I'm telling you is free, and I'm never going to charge you. I don't want to charge you. All I want for you to do is use this free strategy. First thing you do is create a link tree. If you don't know what a link tree is, it is a link that has all your social media on it. If you don't have one, you need one. You can get one at linktree.com. You can also download their app. All right. Once you do that, we're going to connect not just your Twitter account, not just your Gmail account, but all of your social media that you have for business purposes. So if you have a Facebook that's personal or an Instagram that's personal, not that, but I want you to have the top 30 social media platforms. You're going to say, Rabbi, that's a lot of work. Well, guess what? You have to make these accounts one time in your life, and then you're going to dominate the search and have tools. I analogize this to Web3 marketing is basically we're digging for gold. Now you are digging for gold, the tools. One or two shovels. Your Twitter account, maybe Discord, maybe Telegram. I want to give you 30 different tools. I want you to be able to utilize Gmail, Google, the number one website in the world, YouTube, the number 2 website in the world, Facebook, the number 3, TikTok, the fastest growing social. This has a 4-year strategy. The first gives you 30 different places you can promote yourself. Secondly, it gives you 30 different places you can promote your customers. Thirdly, it gives you 30 new avenues for you to be able to get business. And finally, it makes it much more difficult to be able to in person have a reputation. Once you create the account, and you don't have to download the apps, you can have a browser. Each one takes 5 minutes. You can do this in a couple hours. Once you link them all, and what you do is you come back to me, we look at it, and we make sure it's good. Then I'm going to help you optimize the profiles, make sure that it makes you sound professional, and optimize your profile. Then what we're going to do is we're going to put content on them. So we can use to create AI videos that promote you. These are things that are going to have excellent titles, excellent descriptions, and hashtags that you trend in YouTube Shorts, you trend Instagram Reels, you trend on the TikTok algorithm. We want your accounts not to be skeleton accounts and bare. I want to put a little something on their customers. Look at this. They say, wow, okay, you've got something there. Then I'm going to teach you how to join communities, not just on X, but on Telegram, on Facebook, and on Discord. We want to increase your network. As you all know, your network is your network, and I want to increase both of them. I'm going to teach you how to make memes. You may say, I know how to make memes. That's fine. I want to teach putting your at in the using LinkedIn in the corner so people know the force was behind this great meme. Additionally, I want to teach you how to clip spaces so that when someone drops out in a space that you're in, you clip it, you tag the co-host, you put, and that's going to get you on radar so that when you come up to talk, they're going to bring you up right away because they know who you are, they know your reputation. I'm going to teach you how to create a Fiverr account. If you all don't know what a Fiverr is, it's basically a marketplace where you will earn USD, United States dollars, if you want, for doing very simple things on your social media for people in the United States and Western countries. And you'll make anywhere from $5 for something easy, maybe posting a video on YouTube, to posting maybe on 10 of different social media, and you'll make $100. That's good money. And that money is more, it's consistent. You'll be able to do that regularly for people. And this is a platform that you can trust and a customer can trust. You don't have to do all kinds of work, and then that customer never pay you. And the customer has a guarantee that you do a good job for them. So it's basically with some growth system. It's a middleman. And then the final thing how to do is I'm going to teach you to go to these spaces and learn how to show yourself. You're going to get a 30-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and a 3-minute pitch. I don't want you going into spaces saying GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. I don't really know what to say. I just need a job. Please send me a job. I don't want you doing that. I want you to be able to go in space with confidence and say, GM, my name is XYZ, and I am the best Web3 social media marketer around, and here's why. I'm going to take your content and I'm going to put it on my 30 different social media platforms. That means a few things for you. It's going to mean you show up number one in YouTube. You show up number one in Google. You show up number one on Reddit. You show up number one on TikTok. You show up number one on Instagram. When someone Googles you, you're going to be the top 10 results. And on top of that, you're going to get 30 times more DMs. You're going to get 30 times more people, 30 times more people who buy your crypto, 30 times more impressions. And guess what? I'm going to do this all for the same price as any of my competition. I want you to know that we're going to have lifetime partnerships. When you partner with me, you will never want to go to anyone else for your social media needs. Connect, send me a DM. I look forward to doing business with you. And then when you're done in the space and you've got a bunch of DMs to go, you go every chill. And then what I want you to do is to the host when you're done and thank them. It goes a long way. Sending thank you cards in the real world goes a long way with people, and so does tagging hosts, sending them a message saying, hey, I appreciate you letting me up. If there's anything I can ever do to help you, please let me know. That will go a long way with you. So those are the strategies that I want to use, not just for me to make you all rich. I give you a 4-tier strategy for that, but then also ways for you guys to make rich in the meantime. Thank you for the.
Coming down to but you also drop proof, like you drop proof that your main value that you drop here right now, at least the ranking, and most of the things you are saying is like you are talking about just the basic minor thing that each and every one of us here can do. There is market project and all, and you can be able to do it. And then you do it, know what's going on currently in this space, like info you are good, you are there, you are there already looking for you, then there's a reward for you. We get so it's you, the ranking, and people to like to talk about the project and get more respect and get more impression and get more engagement. You get because I know that SEO will make your content make it yes, people will see it and like interact. You get then yeah, it's still the SEO to show of like quality because I have things like a very, very bullish once I post the brand to really have a lot of quality content. One way or the other, we have quality content, but I can't reach that you get because if they are reaching all those data points and in tree and putting all your social media accounts there, the room is going to help. Is that going to make me a faster or how? Because like if the space to pitch to that you can visualize that that's how you feel come out in some aspect in marketing compared to amplify as really make it simple now. The company
Absolutely. So, yes, you are going to be able to rank higher in SEO, search engine optimization, and you can just about guarantee it to your customers with the strategy. So in the Jumbotron, I put the list of all the socials that I think you should have. Most of you already have the ready. What you're going to be able to say to yourself and to a customer, I can say to you, is type in your username into Google right now and take a screenshot on today. Today is Monday, November 24th. And you'll be able to say to your customer that by December 24th, to give you 1 month, that when the person searches their name, your posts for them will rank in the top 10. They're going to search their name today, and they might see one of their maybe if they're fortunate. You're going to be able to say to them in 1 month, you're in these things to crawl my social, and I'm going to take your name, your content. I'm going to put in the title of my videos. I'm going to put in the descriptions of my videos, and you don't have to tell them this way. I do this to really have utilize the best hashtags for you and the best description, the best SEO words, and your posts for them on YouTube will show up as the first result, probably because YouTube's the second strongest. On Instagram, maybe the third result or the fourth result. TikTok, fourth or fifth result. Reddit will be perhaps the first result. It could be very easily because Google ranks Reddit very highly. The same with Imager, but basically you're going to dominate that 10 pack. Say to a customer, look, here's our deal. If I can get you to rank in the top 10 of Google for your username in 1 month, you give $100. If I can't do it, then Okay, I tried. No harm, no foul. And you're going to get customers to run at you. Wait, you mean to tell me that if I go and search my username right now and it only shows up maybe 0 times, and you're going to tell me that in 1 month I'm going to be able to track that and actually see that it's going to show up 10 times in there? All 10 I'm going to dominate, or maybe 7, 8, 9 of the 10 spots are going to throw money at you because that's very, very valuable. Not only that, you're going to be able to say the same thing to them on YouTube. You're going to say, look, put your username into YouTube right now, or your project name, whatever it is. Show nothing because you don't have any videos for your project. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make some AI promotional videos, and you'll be able to do this through Grok. And in the past, when AI video wasn't that good, it's excellent now. I'm going to tell you what, without naming a name, there's someone in here who I was working with yesterday. They tend, they sent them yesterday. I was shocked how good they were, and they're loading those currently to their different social media websites, and they're going to start ranking on all of these, and you'd be able to do the same, not only for yourself, for self-marketing, but also for your customers. So you have to think that when you upload to YouTube, that's going to give you 10 different results. And so you might show up all 10 of your videos on Google. When someone searches in YouTube for their project, you're going to show up maybe the top 7, 8, 9, 10 of the top 10. That's your goal. Same with Reddit. Same with Instagram. Same with TikTok. And the way that you do this is you take the person's name of their project, you put a nice description with it, a nice title, and hashtags. That's exactly what social media websites crawl twice a day, and they basically crawl the whole internet like a spider does a web. And they document these changes. It doesn't happen within one day. A week it takes or so, and you'll start to see results. And a month, you'll definitely see results. So that you'll be able to say to your customers, hey, now ranking in the top 10 of Google, you've got 6 of the top 10 positions, and on YouTube you've got 7 of the top 10 positions, and on Instagram you've got 8 of the top 10 positions, and on TikTok you've got 7 of the top 10 positions. I did what I said I was going to do, and we have an arrangement, and it's time for you to pay me whatever your arrangement is. You're also going to be doing something for not just yourselves, but your clients in a very underrated, but incredibly important and growing important in the world, and that is AI. AI uses this data on social media to create its large language models. Your customer, if I put you into AI, it's going to say I've never heard of a project, but give me a month, and once AI has a chance to look at all of the content that I've created for you on my 30 different social media profiles, it's going to say XYZ launched in November of 2025. It has a market cap of XYZ. You're going to give AI the information that it needs to be able to provide data to people who search for it. So it's going to be optimizing not only engine optimization, but also AI or large language modulation. Nobody else on at least Twitter Spaces is saying that they're going to be able to market you. It's all free Everything that I've just told you is absolutely so. You're not only going to be able to themselves well, and if you name in Google right now and see where you, and also ask Google of your AI, ask it about yourself, and it knows anything about you. These different social media, their business accounts in 1 month. Large language models will know who you are, and also you will top 10 pack of Google. To my friend Mr. Fay, you asked a few questions, but there's some alpha that I want to share. Is what I'm making sense to you? And also, did I not uh, miss any of the questions that you made?
I would like to see first of all to see, okay, yeah, the kids now, for example, the we are getting, be it on Facebook, be it on Twitter, we can start getting us in all various platforms. I believe the idea is going to work out the same thing with it. I can start seeing myself, I can start seeing my account that is true, but it's just that it's you, these days, like what I say, you have to really master it. You get, you have AI has really come to make this and all, but you really know this is free. We get to so what we are willing to do this, we are willing to, how can we go the way are you willing to keep it on? You can't stick on.
Thank you. Yeah, I am willing to wait. I'm live in my Discord 24 hours a day. Without naming names of people in here, there are people who have been in my Discord 15 times last week, just going to me for questions they have about their social media. You can reach out to me whenever you want, DMs or in person. I'm live on camera, not just on 20 different YouTube streams at this very moment, but also live in Discord. You can just connect and ask me any question that you want. In terms of gaining followers, this will get you followers, but if you want to gain followers, there are probably better ways to do it. And those are just generally be like follow for followers. If you want to make a lot, I can tell you I've been using this account while I created it earlier this year. It had 0 followers 3 weeks ago, and I'm at like 1,400 followers. And that's how I do it. I just basically tell people exactly what I'm saying. They like what they hear. Realize this type of strategy. You should know as well when it comes to the search engine of this. Really, it's just about. It's almost like what we call Mad Lib. So whatever keyword your customer wants to rank for. Let's say it's an NFT. Let's say it's a dog NFT. Just as an example, okay, we're gonna say to them, okay, well, what search what search keyword do you want the most, or key phrase? They're gonna say best dog NFT. Okay, great. So we're gonna go to ChatGPT. We're gonna say, give me the best title and description for best dog NFT, and we're going to name what the NFT is, and we're going to put, and it's something like dog NFT Twitter, and then it'll give a description. Your descriptions can be up to 2,000 characters. They can be very robust, and we'll have all kinds of hashtags. Then what we're going to do is go to Grok and say, make me a video for that you think would be. It'll give me one, and maybe I don't like that. I'll ask it to do 10 of them, and I'm going to choose the 10. All of this is free. And so I get this really good video that's futuristic, that's cool. I'm going to take the best NFT title, put it in there. I'm going to put the best NFT description, put in the description. I'm going to upload that to YouTube, and then I'm going to let that go. Then I'm going to do that 10 times or however many satisfy the needs of the customer, and I'm going to let it wait for 1 month. And in one, type in best dog NFT with the name of their NFT. It's going to show up in the top 10 of YouTube. That will also show up on Google. And I know what you're saying, like it's a science. It used to be more of a science, I would say. But search engine optimization has really defaulted to social media being the strongest sites that they promote. They don't like to promote people's individual sites as much. Those are the hard ones to be able to promote. If people just want to get their name out there, remake the wheel. Basically, YouTube is the number 2 website in the world. YouTube's rank for Google is extreme. Put anything on Google, and it's going to put any. It's going to rank very highly in YouTube. Same with Reddit. Same with TikTok. Same with Instagram. It's not like we're creating a brand new website and we're competing with all of these. No, we're gonna use these tools that are already there for us. These social media platforms. We're just going to change the words to focus on the phrase that we want. So I agree with you. At one time, search engine optimization was, I mean, it still is. It is. There's some science to it, absolutely, but it is very hard to outrank YouTube. It is very hard to outrank TikTok. It's very hard to outrank Instagram. And if you know how at least Google ranks things, it prioritizes videos. So there's a very good chance that we could even get it, depending on how someone's viewing Google, that when you've been best dog NFT, name of the project, that show on the search engine page, even though you didn't video. You guys know that videos show up above even the search results, and there's a very chance those could be the videos that we uploaded 1 month prior. And the thing is, you never know until you try. And basically, if you want, just do this for yourself. It's not going to hurt you. You don't have to get content, but I recommend that. What you could do is just take a YouTube account, whatever you search engine result for which you want to rank. You could see, well, just like for you, Mr. Mr. Favor, you could just write Mr. Favor, best social media marketer on X. That's the phrase that we want to go for. And we're going to have that in it. And then we'll say hashtag social media, tag Twitter Spaces, all of it. We'll have a title description, a robust description. And in 1 month, when somebody searches Mr. Favor, best social media, you don't have to say on X, that video is going to show up. And if it doesn't, then you can tweak it. But that's a winning strategy. And really, Mr. Favor, you never know until you try. So this is an experiment. But I'm telling you, I just told you is absolutely, I don't want you to have to pay for anything. According to The Economist, this happened in 2018. Thank you so much for your kind words. I'd like to connect with you as well. And your words mean a lot to me. Thank you very much.
So before then, like people say, so that it will not look like it. So for just hijack this space, come to stay in this space. Then the other people that want to be called, they want to say something. We start in my team, and we just see them. Yeah, I know very well. To have other species, so people actually feel exactly what they're saying. And I think that's what they're saying, like, I'm going to try it fast. Thank you so much. And I shout to everybody on stage, and that's very much. Okay, thank you. You just came to just tell his mood. Yeah. So, and it's like, without coming to, greet them, it looks like they are organizing people. So, nice one. That's that. Your next contact is money. And connection is money, right? There are a lot of people that, and that but just for connection, they meet people online like this in Australia. Somebody will be like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna get to a little station or I'm gonna process it. So I see somebody also getting it. So connection is the key, right? So be mighty, let's hear from you. Making it to the first way Rabbi, because I'm one of Rabbi, what Rabbi is saying is beautiful. And I just wish for everybody to just work through it, not gonna lie, that's a safe future, because what we are doing now is the right so Rabbi making you to have more than 3 lives for free, because trying to make myself for someone Rabbi to come up and bring up his own idea, because not just my eyes, if you don't know that's what I heard for them just came. But if you go deep down into it, you see that most of it is himself just to eager to teach. I'm not gonna lie to you, just try it. If you're not try, just try. So that's I'm sure most of you have heard. Connect both content creators, YouTube leaders, connect everything together. So making sure at least it was very nice. Something else people cannot just connecting with spiritual believers. I will be part of the Asian community of African nation. With the you can just search on Candy. So you can search on the true believers that was part of the Benjamin and other as well. Even there's castle. Thank you. And also back to Rabbi. Rabbi, thanks for what you do. Thank you for being not just African Nigerian. Because Nigeria blah blah in this space because of blah blah blah. And so in this space, we bring it on it. What can you offer? What do you want to learn? Do you want I would get it 100%. Like I said, carry that 80% of being where you from. What can I be with that one? Yeah, but then you care whatever they have. So that we meet you. If you sit near them on the flight, they may even decide to leave the seats for you. So these kind of people, whenever you meet them, you go there. So he's trying to connect the global. I think we can be here now, communicate with people in Australia, people in Canada. We don't care. What we care is that all these guys are fighting you. So see this dead. I would like to take you about connection or information, or they have another different project. So use your intention form because you get the right connection. It's really, really help. What's up? Yeah, what's up? We're doing great. So, I think your bag is not big, very big bags. My bag is full of them. Yeah, what's up? Why do you like this, man? I'm so bad. Myself.
Everything new with top.
Function is choice. growing up with dysfunction is not a choice. At a certain point in time, a person has speak choice about the life they want to live and the person they want to be. If you don't make choice in yourself, that is on. So to be brought up in a sinful home, okay, otherwise I can't choose to be brought up. But at a certain point in time, focusing not on say avosei. When you choose to perpetuate the same behaviors you were up with, it's just like the Bible who says, you know better, you know differently. You do not have to continue that same mode of spiritual discipline. You can choose some for yourself. You're willing to choose something different for yourself. It's such a tremendous assault because people spend a whole life with their parents for anything that goes wrong in their life. They do this, my mother did this, and by the way, they might be 100% right. They might have had worse parents. Or even if they didn't have worse parents. It could be that the whole life is really dysfunction. And there's a lot. There could be a lot done for the first person to discover that a lot of who and what we are. Long story short, it's long before that. But there does come a moment where a person has to make a choice about who they want to be in life. And maybe possible. But when I say now I have to make a choice. Do I want to be always not say I will say no? Do I want to perpetuate that? Or do I want something different for myself? It's less than power. It is so tempting to think that, you know what, the way you were brought up, that's the way you're going to be. I saw someone say, you know, if you're fortunate to have a look yourself, sometimes the person is unfortunate to have what started someone in the traffic street. He's certain points in life, right? Who and what you want to be. Responsibility for the life. Yeah, that was below. So I was like, is that true that you're not held responsible for other people's happiness? I believe about Sid. Plus, it says literally again, a person will stumble. A person will stumble over his fellow. You want to talk about ish one Jew stumbles over the sins of another Jew. What does this teach me? What does it teach us? This teaches us that halacha and myself that each of us are responsible. It's like only following these levels. What's that? We are all responsible for one another. So doesn't that mutual responsibility mean that I could be held accountable for your sins? You could be held accountable for my sins. When for each other's sins, when Allah there was the ability to someone else's negative behavior you didn't do. So when doing something wrong, and I don't do anything to object. Or what you say object, I don't do anything. I share a responsibility for it. Yeah. I share that responsibility. But again, if I don't agree anything again, like I said, I share that feeling. On the other hand, someone's going to get a date off, and I don't really have people then there's no responsibility. Both sides say, oh my God, this is articles, remember again, guarantorship. Always got reasons like that. We are all responsible for each other, especially I see meetings and you see meetings and we keep convening what we don't feel your responsibility at the idea. I just want to point out something very interesting. You notice, you'll often find this phrase written two different ways. There's called this spelled I read Zet and Zet Bazet. So the word I read because it is a guarantee. Each of us is the guarantor for the other. So therefore, again, and I could have stepped in and prevented that or helped, and I don't. Just be guarantor. It's so responsible. But remember, again, I really didn't also of a mix. And again, that's how you'll find Zeb Bazet and Zeb Bazet. When it's open to play, again, in the context of guarantorship, so it's often because our Zela Zeb. We are guarantor one for the other. But it also means, I love this means a mix. That means coinciding Zeb. There is a mixture of colors. So all one mixture. So I saw so beautiful earlier this morning. Yismach Moshe, the Rebbe of Sighet, says something so beautiful. He says, I don't put Zebas. The father sounds like more like a parallel that's a mixture. Because it rotates euros is unspoken. If you want to see how you're doing in life, generally more kind of like that, like a little bit of a greater holding in spiritual life. You stop with the idea of a lot. Look at your friend. What do you see? What do you see when you look at another human? If all you see as all you see is all the things that every Jew, that's what you're seeing in someone else, and in reality, that's what's happening inside. That's hope we saw a reading said for Zach. We are Arovas. We are a mixture. That's what I was saying. He was something in the world where you speak about different factions, different We are all it's a mixture. So if you look at it and you see something terrible, you see something horrible, you see something that you just don't like understand. Part of that is your reflection. Part of that negativity is prison. That's why I was you notice this, by the way. The great psychic often push us what I would think the great what makes a psychic which is not the story. Learn a lot of the greatest metric of a psychic is when you are able to love every single dream, that means you see just every dream. When you see that's your reflection. So you see the beauty of every single year. That's because you yourself possess all of that. Conversely, when you just like that one, just like this one, can't stomach this one, can't make eye contact with this one. Those are like that's the reflection of growth inside of you. Someone who's got true able to see the beauty doesn't mean that the artificial perfections is wrong. That's what it means to have. That's what it means to be able to see that beauty is reflected from me because there's two different concepts. Cause already represents like someone else did. And I was able to stop it. I am responsible for that. You're also what you see in your view is not a reflection of what's happening. Bubbles.
GM, every day is a holiday. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, the magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than that, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and I want to make you all, your friends, your family, financially independent. If you're already, I want to ensure that you have generations you don't already, and I want you to be charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one, two YouTube streams. I'm live on over simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 300 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my link, they're in my profile. Also, in my pinned post, you'll find a link to YouTube and Linktree. I dare you to look at my Linktree. I have more social than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord. I have over 2,500 people in the Discord, and we're growing every day. In addition to making you and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agriculture, floating greenhouses, water greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a shiller, you're a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. Personally and professionally, be a positive person. And I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you for the opportunity to share.
Awesome, Rabbi. And we just go to your profile and
give to people, but here's a quick overview. You need a Linktree. It's your business 21st century. I believe you want to make sure that on your Linktree, you of course have your YouTube, and you have about the top 30 social medias out there. Everything from Instagram to LinkedIn to TikTok. What you want to do is it's a four pronged approach. Number one, give you more opportunity to be able to promote yourself and your YouTube channel wherever you need. Number two, it's allow other people to be able to your YouTube channel. Number three, it gives you more visibility when people search for you on any social media. You're going to show up number one in Google, number one on YouTube, number one on Instagram for your YouTube channel. And then finally, it makes it more difficult for someone to be able to impersonate you on YouTube. So that's the approach that I use. Make sure that you're utilizing all of the social media available to you and pushing people to your YouTube channel. It is more opportunity that people are going to be able to connect to you there. I hope that answers your question.
And I decided to join the video training. I'm also writing, like content writing. Yes, but it's not because when you get to the world, it's actually very important. So it's like, so I think it's a very next time I have another conference, so I think it's very
Edu, hi you. How are you, my friend? Edu.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Okay. So I'm gonna go over the strategy with you, and this is gonna make you money.
Yeah, ready.
Excellent. Okay. So I gave you the list of all that social media, and I know you're saying, Rabbi, what? You gave me 30 different social media. Nobody has that much, but they do. So social media managers need that. And what does this do for you? It's a four tier strategy. The first is that having 30 different social media accounts allows you to post content in more places. Second, allows you to push your clients' content in more places. Thirdly, it's 30 more places that you can get jobs from people because you're going to have DMs and you're going to have people who are following you and connecting with you. And finally, it makes it more difficult to impersonate you. Does that make sense to you, Edu?
Yeah, yes, I'm going to do it.
Excellent. Once you do it, here's what we're going to do. Then you're going to come back in here in a day or two after you're done. Rabbi, will you please look at it? We'll look at it. Once it's good, then we're going to put content on it. We're going to make 10 videos to dominate TikTok, algorithm, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, and when your clients look at your accounts, they just won't look. They won't be skeleton accounts. They will be. Then we're gonna optimize profile. Picture. You've got a Doginal dog. That's cool. Your social media. You might want some your brand, so we can work. Then I'm gonna teach you how to join on X, on Discord, on Facebook, and some other places. Network is your net worth, and we want to clip people's Twitter spaces, and that will get you on their radar, and they'll invite you up. We're going to teach you how to thank people when you're done so that they you up in the future. Additionally, I'm going to teach you how to make and market yourself with memes. Basically, if you know how to make memes, that's great. And then we're going to put your link tree so people know who was behind this meme. I'm going to account what can do jobs for people nationally, and it's a real marketplace for you to be promote social media. I pay for period to on projects, and they've been on Fiverr. And then I'm going to teach you how to pitch yourself. You're going to have a 30-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and a 3-minute pitch, so that when you go into these spaces, you sound professional, you sound motivated, and you're going to get your clients more business. And they're going to send you DMs, and then you do the work for them. Does that sound like a plan that you do?
Like, thank you. First of all, I appreciate you for the time and this kind of possible. But I will ask, this is like kind of too much. Is there any agreement? Maybe do I need to pay for the mentorship or
No, 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 no. No, no, no. I don't want your money. You're so sweet. No. You keep all the money. I don't want anything from you. No, nothing. Ever. I don't want your money from you. I want you to make money. I'm fine. Fortunately, I've had success in the past, so I don't need your money. I don't want your money. This is not. Uh, this is not a for-profit operation. This is not for profit. We're just making people better. We're educating people. I'm a teacher at heart. I mean, I'm also a certified management professional. I'm an app developer. I'm a marketing expert. But in addition to that, I'm a teacher. The term rabbi is Hebrew for teacher. I want to share the knowledge that I have with other people. So there's no agreement that you sign. You don't have to do this, but it's all free. The strategies are free. So I want to just give you a heads up. If you ever go on any of these websites and they say for our premium, don't do it. Everything that I'm telling you is free. So just look around the website or on the app. There's a free version for everything. And also, you don't have to download all these apps. You can make the accounts in a browser, and then what you do is you connect them to your link tree. You just need the links. If you ever have any issues, like let's say, sometimes people have an issue, maybe like making a Facebook account banned or something. Use a VN and then connect to an virtual private network. But run into any challenges, just come to me. One thing on that list, Zora, it's like the second to last one before Grok. If you're in Nigeria or like in some countries you can't get that yet, that's okay. Don't worry about that one. And then another one, WeChat. Sometimes you have like a connection to like China. If you don't have that, that's fine. But everything else you're going to be able to get. If you run into any challenges, I'm here 24 hours a day. I do sleep, but I sleep online. So I'm in here. But just drop me a DM and I'll get to it immediately, essentially, upon it. We can come in here and then we can talk about strategy. I'm here to be your mentor, your coach, your friend. I'm really here to be your colleague. I don't want you to feel like this is a boss-employee relationship. We're friends. I want to help you as well as possible, and you're going to success what you do. So thank you for your generosity. Just reach out. No, I don't need your money. I don't want your money. Don't think next week I'm going to come to you and say, oh, yeah, if you want the secret of secrets, then you got to pay me that. There's no catch. I've done this with, in the last 3 weeks, 50 people or so. You can ask around. Very good reputation on Twitter Space in life, and there's no catch. It's going to take you a couple days, maybe. I mean, you could do it all in one day, but don't worry about putting like or anything like your biography or anything. And once you create all the accounts, we're done everything. The one thing you do streamline are your handles. So like your handle on Twitter is Edu Dane. You can get that. That's a unique name. You'll probably be able to get that on every social media. So do your best to do that. So that when you're in a space, you can just say, hey, this is Mendel. You can follow all the social media. Also go to my link tree and it has all my social media if you want to take a look. But don't change the numbers or anything like that or change the name. That's a fine name. And I'm trying to think of anything else. Oh, yeah, a lot of people say, "Hey, Rabbi, this is a really great plan, but I don't have time to babysit 30 different social media platforms. I've got a life to live," and I totally understand that. Create the accounts. We will program them so all the notifications come to your email, and then all you have to do is check your email. If you get a DM or you get somebody who follows you, and then it's kind of fun. You check your email in the morning, you might have two different messages from people on different platforms. You connect with them, and maybe one or two of those will be a job that you can do, and you're going to be very successful. So I'm glad we met. You did the right thing. If you have any questions to answer them, either now or in the future, okay? You do? 100%. If I'm asleep, just send me a DM. If I'm
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, my friend. Take care. Best wishes. Shout out to Edu. That's how they all should go.
Okay, stand down. That again. Can't testify on behalf of the Father. Father can't on behalf of the Son, so he just did. And all the more so, almost like the others for each other. How about cousins? And cousins can't testify for each other. You see almost out dead. I was going to just say the Father can't be dead by the Son. My funding. What's funding? Funding the higher. You can cousins. Can't go ahead and testify. Bottom $1,000. It's not cousins and relatives for that matter. Can't testify for each other. Relatives can't testify on behalf of someone else. How do I know that? All right. What's the smart? She designed as we learned in National Government, and she does use so each member can't become even so both of them right? Also, we have this, sees the sex line. That's very exciting. Yeah, very exciting. Very exciting. We'll say so. We will see that witness is amazing. You could just make agent showing in your head and massive massive actually these like how much children do with their relatives testify. And one thing, so I told this what we've proven is that this can testify for or against each other. Now we pivoted a little bit. How do I know that relatives can't form to testify for or on behalf of someone else, right? Brothers, cousins, uncles, right? Can't be a unit. It says, remember, unity only comes to result until both of them these are like the one of the Amish they testify by not something else. Into a so in there, I think it's up as there was a turnout making another relative and a local nice event was protecting a capital case for again a criminal executed. They put up that one person the only other relative. Okay, I'm gonna read all the comment. Just going through your logic. It was having 20 weeks logic. Pakistan, that's what you learn. Social. You have three brothers that love him, and one person is combining with him. How do you what's the okay, it's hard. Get off my pocket. Says, what are you talking about? I've been using this property for 3 years, and I have witnessed it. Now, testimony works like this. There's one witness. We'll call him Luca. There's one witness. Adam living on that land for 3 years straight uncontested. The problem is he's an 8 after. It's a little more but then there are 3 brothers. Ruvain saw year 1 uncontested. Shimon, I've been living there years 2 uncontested. And maybe I'm living there years 3 uncontested. You want to have Duff, who is the witnesses for all 3 years, combined with the brothers for their respect. And that would give Avram 3 years of testimony of uncontested peace. That's 3 brothers, right? That's really true. And 1 guy. Unrelated. Right? So that from that. Together, all of you find about Avram used the last contested for made interesting enough, this works. This works. This is what is group 1. Shimon with leaders group 2. Levi with leaders group 3. And together, they established the Chazaka. The Lord done 8 was after. You don't see that this is one testimony. Right? Even closing Elohim, so interesting enough, even though these are 3 brothers, right? You might say to yourself, oh, it's one test unit, and it's invalid with three brothers. You might look at this as two different testimonies, and therefore it's unrelated testimony, therefore it's kosher. The Gemara says as follows: this atlas la'azama. Listen, interestingly enough, but fascinatingly enough, halacha lifestyle, they are considered testimonial unit for hazal purposes. The Gemara says, Nimsa Ishon Shalim among the philosophy. Those say, so again, here's the problem. The problem for Shadidat and halacha la'isa, because they're one type of unit, so one brother will end up having to pay based on the testimony of the relative, Amakos. Rather, what it says is as follows. Ultimately, Hazama is different. Hazama is considered to be that you're paying on the Hazama is considered to come externally and then is imposed on these groups. They're not supposed to be linked, even though suffer the same Hazama. They're not the cost. How can I mean cost? You find Ella looked of God, who eventually just said, son on his father. It's in Al-Avos. My Ipan, say, Panim, Afi Panim La'al. Going to expand from testimonial units to go ahead and testify in general about other things. So almost like in the same passage. We don't choose one relatives, and we define relatives in the Mishnah. But the part number 2 and lesson 2 is can't force the testimonial units to go ahead and testify for something else, or if they testify for someone or something else. Right? Ash defense Klavia 80 now. Because once remember again, a lot of the classic that we're using is Vayumsu Avos Haban. Ibanim Alavos, fathers and sons. Right? Paternal relatives. But these relatives apply to maternal relatives as well. It says, Amakra Avos basically. Avos twice. So when it says, I don't need to continue out there. So you must similarly mean ask it from the whole lot. So I understand that these individuals, no purposes, that's I don't know even so let's say scientists can't testify against each other in order to go ahead and for like a guilty purpose. I don't know even for an examination purpose. On a car, you'll sue tracing. They can't be put together twice. But even the full bar, again, one group teaches me that they can't go and testify against each other for culpability purposes. What do you for examination? Okay. I from the beginning of the so I can testify in capital cases, meaning Mamanis, I'm a crowd, Mishpat, but so when it comes to testimony, there's one Mishpat and Shabbat. So, also, therefore, in this area, there's one uniform Allah. That's like this. The father, my brother, can't testify from testimony. So you must understand who's included in uncle, who will know my uncle's son-in-law. And slowly again, I the nephew, also can't testify, and that includes me and my son-in-law. I understand why is that? How did these two degrees? If you notice, by the way, back to the end of this line, right? Son-in-law, right? The nephew's son-in-law against the uncle. The uncle's son-in-law against the nephew. That's already like a third grade. So why can't the third grade relative go ahead and testify against the first grade relative? So you must first level. Once the Anna Bodyguard changed the shoes, right? Second, we'll define these ones like second level relative. Can't testify against one second level relative. So you must say, Anna changed the shoe, so it says we're going to see more closely related relatives. What comes out called like the first level relative, the second level relative, second level relative. So it's huge. Let's talk about again. So let's say the symbol of a nephew against people have to fight, against each other. Somebody said, so my class now telling us, what does it mean when you talk about the idea of class? No, Hassan bin no. Son-in-law of his son's son-in-law can't go essentially be like a son-in-law. Can't that's I. But listen, let's just go ahead.
I'll be with you in just a second, my man. Hi, Benedict. Yes, sir.
I think you were trying to pitch. Yeah, so I did this. My choosing of my layout was the link tree. The video you sent link comprised on that particular knowledge I was trying to get. For students, I didn't really get on.
That's okay. That's okay. Benedict. And ChatGPT and ChatGPT had it. I would help you more right now, but okay, what did ChatGPT say?
Yeah, I have already. I asked Chat and yeah, he gave me I checked.
Benedict, did you download the? Did you download? Did you download the link? Yeah.
I did. I have my phone right now.
Okay. Can you share your screen on your phone?
I can actually.
That's okay. I understand. It's not that big. It really isn't. We can figure it out another time. Okay. So now, do you have the Graph app downloaded?
What? So I didn't get you.
That's okay. Do you have the Graph app downloaded?
Grok app, yeah, Grok app is downloaded already.
Okay, excellent. You want to make 10 videos of yourself. Do an example account yet? Of a YouTube? Did I send you a YouTube account yet?
No, you haven't. You haven't yet. You edit your link tree, create videos for.
Oh, just Benedict. Give me 5 minutes. Let me talk in this space, and then I'm all yours, and we'll walk through it. Okay?
All right, man.
Thank you for the opportunity, Matt. Excellent. I'm Rabbi Raphael. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 65 days a year for world peace. I'm doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king and queen. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a real life timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. Here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data has I have more data archived on the than any person ever. I'm a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you all independent. If you're not already, I want to ensure that you have wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charity public organizations of your own. I'm unlike any YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these, the links are in my profile. Additionally, I have a link to my YouTube streams in my pinned profile post in my profile. You're also going to find a link to my link. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody's going to dare you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. You're also going to find a link to my Discord in my post. It's discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people and are growing every day. In addition to making you all and wanting to promote world peace. I want to help hunger through the use of technology, control drones, floating greenhouses, water greenhouses, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a crypto that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump our seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a writer, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, friend, and colleague to help you with whatever it is you need to become successful, send me a DM. I will reply, I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life, have an optimistic view on the future, and most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I take the opportunity to share. Talk about futurology. So things about science like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things narrow intelligence, artificial intelligence, artificial super. But to people in here, of it is I teach you how to make more money as a marketer. And really the basic breakdown is this. We make sure you have a Linktree account. We connect all your social media to it. Ensure that you have more social media. If you don't already have these, this is a 4-tier strategy. The first is it gives you more to be able to post your content. Secondly, it gives you more places to post your clients' content. Thirdly, it's about ways for you to be able to get for yourself for more jobs. And then finally, it makes it difficult to impersonate you. Additionally, I teach people how to optimize the videos, how to clip people's spaces, how to join communities, and then generally I finish with helping them get a 30-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and a 3-minute pitch, so that they can get more business, and all is free. Benedict. 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 Good. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna help you make videos to be able to promote yourself. So just one moment. So you have the app. Do you have the Grok app downloaded?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I want you to open it up. And do you see at the top one part says ask, and next to that it's imagine?
Yeah, I saw that.
Excellent. Okay. So I will show you what you're going to want to put in the.
Okay. No, is it in?
Just let me check.
Okay. All right. Because I was like a template you wanted me to use for.
Okay. So it's gonna be I'll just repost. It is that message. So take the message and put it in to Grok Imagine section, and then send a video.
Okay, I should say the particular first thing that it starts to generate from.
I heard you. Okay, so the text that I just gave you, that copy it and pasted it into the Grok Imagine part, and then it should create a video. Let me know when it's done.
Alright, I'll let you know when it's done then.
Okie doke. Put this, pick up the sun and shoes. Mary, honey, Jack, get back. No longer like that. Lose. And my got loose. Oh, baby. You're burning your torso. So and my favorite person.
right then, you know. Mosagav Arche Kamashmola. The Baal Kishno, the husband is treated like his wife. The Lahar, the time to lust, the idea of working, the idea of everything. Son-in-law, right, has the sense of the son because the husband has the status of the wife, rather than the daughter of the father. The Allahah takes a lot out of it. Shmona Alosh, Esrim Ba'alov. So it's like, secret message of all this. Anyone can podcast what's about this yourself? Podcast build up my audience. It doesn't apply to it. By weddings, you have like a lot of testimonial stuff going on. I'm good at it. I'm really good at it. Like anyone can tell you in her mind. And I'm very lucky that I've ever. Again, even though by that I want to point out, it doesn't like her cousins, my second cousin. Already you are far enough removed, but again, we're going to see that in general. The way again, this is different. This is different because sometimes someone else has testimony. Okay, let's go ahead. Someone says, how the time of the Shmona Avos Shehin Esrim Ba'arba. Suppose you had 8 fathers who had 24 extended relatives. So honey, so the Gemara says if that's the case, but if you ain't the son-in-law of the son, honey plus that's when you can break all relatives. Honey plus the types of that would be 32. Elohim. Although plus either way when we speak about the son-in-law, we really mean all in the son. Am I part of the Hassan, so I was calling the son. Kid of the Holocaust, since he's married to the family, back from the outside, it's like a separate and distinct challenge. Having this issue, again for us. I've done it. Shame shot. Son plus no, son-in-law. So it's kaf. So like Rabbi says, so to me, the nephew came kaf, then Aki Abba Loyari. So to again, the son of my cousin also can't have who will be so don't say this is dramatic. Don't say Rabbi says, we know my uncle can't test house and our uncle we already know. Rabbi says, by the way, who else is included in my uncle? That's my uncle, right? That's my uncle, my uncle's son, and my uncle's son-in-law. Not only that, my cousin, the son of my uncle, also can't testify that. And who's included my cousin? Including my cousin, who? My cousin's son and my cousin's son-in-law. Rabbi said, cousin's son-in-law? Cousin's son-in-law? I don't even know his name. He's just going off. Okay? Stand the family. So that again, see how again this qualified people is now expanded back. Having this should be shamed. I will say, but once again, if we're already my cousin's son-in-law, can't testify on that, then those are only third level relatives. Can't testify the second level. We don't have to see that way. You must say, Rav actually, Rav someone that Kawasi, the Chash, will probably go to the so that's my time to do that. What's Rav's logic? I'm going to start Avos Albanim, Umar says, Ubanim, Ravos Dora. So the passage says that fathers shall not die, right? Because of their sons. And when it says that comes to like this. Whatever disqualification is, and what we say is of the father, those disqualifications are immediately passed down to your children. So if I say that actually, for me, consider my uncle can't testify against uncle is my uncle, my son and my uncle's son-in-law. And now that my cousin, right, my uncle's son is my cousin is not allowed to testify on my behalf. And by the way, whoever is disqualified, whatever disqualification is passed down to his kids also. That's his son and my cousin's son-in-law. Also, that's the below. So what we literally here is a fundamental about how far down the father of my father-in-law can't testify. Because by the way, we say testify for me, testify against me. The brother of my father-in-law is not permitted to go to testify. Then we see again the son of the brother of my father-in-law. My father-in-law, brother's son can't go ahead and testify. Then, literally again, son of the daughter of my father-in-law. Oh, you have so again, the husband of my sister, I thought Achos others, or the husband of my father's sister, or the husband of my mother's sister, and the Chasneya. Individuals, their children, and their children's law are not permitted to testify. Yeah, being a baby. So I said, so you buy it. What about the brothers of my father? What's their status? So you said, Ben Achicham come up Mahu. What about the of my father? Ben Achos of my father-in-law. Now, I'm the Lord. He said that. So we learn this. Achiv, Vachi, Aviv, Vachi, Imo. Even in the Chasneya. So pretty much all these people will be stuff, right? The brother of my father, the brother of my mother, that the children are all disqualified to be. Last club, go ahead and purchase a field. So again, that is not actually a part of it's just saying God is going on track. And I was what happened. Right? So again, God can't shop. Because what happens when that goes right to some mama. So that goes explained by parts. So what happens? He gets stopped. Ask him, by the way, now she got a so he's a person for going to testify against wife's stepson. I'm sorry. The wife of his stepson. So what would that be? Now, what's the case where a man who testifies for his stepson's wife says, I'm missing so essentially a man, there's a court case, right, moving married Rachel has a child, that child got married, there's a court case regarding the mixing of the property of the stepson's wife. Is a stepfather permitted to go ahead and testify in the case of stepson's wife. So you guys both have a problem. That a husband is like a wife. Most essentially, wife of the stepson is like who? Stepson. And you can't testify regarding the stepson. So it's still considered to be a relative. You can't go ahead and testify. You can't even testify on the stepson. You can't be involved in the testimony of the Shekinah. So they say that a woman is like fine. From where do you know that I'm really saying like her husband? I was going to say status wise. That essentially, again, the wife will have the same type of status her husband, and therefore, in this case, Ruben can't testify the son-in-law, therefore, he also can't testify on behalf of us. Most Sigala, most Sigrav, the husband literally says, the Arab of the of the brother of your father, you cannot uncover. Ishto most Sigrav, do not come close to his wife. This is the wife of this is the brother of your father. Your uncle's wife. That's his wife. So thus, she is your aunt. So she's not your aunt. She's not your aunt. Who's your aunt? Who's your aunt? Your aunt is the sister of your father. This is the wife of your uncle. Or rather, what do you see? And it's probably the tricky violence. So listen, the thing is that, you know, what Halacha does, Halacha treats the wife, it's the same status as the husband. So in other words, interestingly enough, the wife of your is your aunt. Is your aunt. That's not technically how we define an aunt, right? An aunt is defined as a sister of your mother, the sister of your brother. No, but you see, the wife of your aunt. Speaking here that a wife is given the status of you can't testify on behalf of your stepson because she has the status essentially as your stepdaughter. There's your stepdaughter, right? So you can't testify. Also, you know, it's interesting to know. Why does the Gemara have to tell us that Rav was shopping for parchments when you got asked that question? Who cares? Who cares? Rav was asked the question. There's some things that was the person and the truth is right? You know, when you're shopping for things, all you want to do is just shop for parchments. You don't want to have conversations. Go ahead and just shop for parchments. So it's racist here. And another reason means something, no such thing. Another means something never asked. I maybe you can say, come on, wait for that. Right, when another Jew reads something, that's all. Talk to me. Respect that. Something to else. If you help someone else in some way, that is okay, that's different Shiloh. They're doing something else. That's a different issue. But once you get it, once you ask, it was like I know like the moving over plus. No, I knew often. What the way this is the son or the son. I'm not young, y'all. Talking about again, brothers. Sorry, yeah, brothers of your brother. So essentially, brothers of your brother would be a step. It's like someone who's a brother to my brother, but not really the brothers of your brother. People who are not related to you are raised by brother. So those are kosher. Those really are those are related to me. And they're kosher. We're not on Uriah, right? Uriah literally dead a while ago. Uriah is the brothers of your brother disqualified. And now you're saying you're not disqualified. I'm really listening to you. You said, oh, I never heard that. Yes, you did. You just heard it. You just said it. The low seal, when you said I didn't hear it, and you left it, or rather, I don't hold that. You have to, I know it. So if that case, then again, so the brother of my brother is the same thing as brothers. So why do you have to do that? It's not awkward, you know, but I don't awkward, you know. It's just breaking, just talking about personal brothers and those world. So I'm going to say stuff. I think also, it's fascinating. Let's say you're really married. They're all like parents, like father, and Ruben is a father. Ruben, so what is the mercy? Ruben's parents and Rachel's parents are absolutely unrelated. Like, do this my life, right? I'm not doing it for these purposes. They're committed to testify. Now again, I'm using the word against just so that I don't mean it just means testify. They can be involved in testimony that has touch on the other because they said it to be wrong. ולא דם להדר, אלא לא מדבר. ולא דם להדר, they are not necessarily you're not linked to Ella to offline. What are they compared to? They're compared to the barrel that doesn't on the barrel. So now again, so just understand what's being said over here. There's a number of passages. So really incredible, which is that. So first of all, on just on electrical, they're not related, and therefore again, because there's again, to be honest, all the people we just included in the relative pool, like I would for sure are relative pool. Again, because there's something that links them that relates. Involving each other. I will say, so therefore the Gemara says, just like a little of a barrel that doesn't quite fit on the barrel, no connection between them, even though they are not. I will say, it's also really profound in because sometimes in the world of medical, they want the customer to it's like my body physically wanting. So that's not, it's like I was telling you earlier, I want to be related to that situation. It certainly does. But sometimes they are. That's all else if they get it, getting those opportunities, I feel like when I'm on TV, but that is often than not, women are like the barrel, just don't like together. And that's just because the notion of blending two entire families is like but again, if it doesn't happen, it's okay. That the husband is tolerable to go to the families are kind of like right? And the families are like, barrel and the lid. They just don't fit together. You know why? It doesn't have to be related. It's let's say something that, let's say, this is an aside. People like to talk about the crisis. There's no shooting crisis. People crisis. Right? There's a people crisis. Often crisis and overwhelmed things. And people focus on things that people are looking for overwhelmed things. There's nothing wrong with the system. There's something wrong with people. Right? People create flawed systems. That's what people correct themselves. Have like hashkafa sahayim. Then ultimately everything else falls into place. So again, all of them are original, but it's interesting to see that again, well understood that sometimes the dynamics of blending two things is virtually impossible. The barrel doesn't fit with the lid, and the lid doesn't fit with the barrel. And Chazal said, what? All good. All good. I was like, this is going to say fasting. A man could testify. On behalf of his wife. So again, we're going to now what ends up happening? A local nice again to testify in her behalf. You know, well, on the first part, I'm respect. In other words, testify against however you do about relay, but to testify on her behalf, he can't do liable as a conflict of interest. Why? Because local Mesa, anything that means what is going to be although it's not true. Regardless, whether it's for or against her, he's not my decade. Otherwise, you know, to have to stop over here. Well, we got excellent round, excellent, but just remember where we started. It's not always about where you end. It's also about where you start. Right? You start in the middle of the days yesterday, so we're going to be fine. Short after. We're going to go, we'll be fine. I think I have not failed you yet. I'll get you where you need to get you. All right, Chevron on Zoom. I feel like the Zoom Chevron has more fun than the in-person Chevron. Right? I'll say have a great day, everyone.
So came back and was like all excited. And I think like Zach or my friends were just not. I was out of character, and I agree. It was out of character. I was in a, but it also happens in a typical manic episode. All delusional, check, not sleeping, check,
Good morning.
So I was just, I went on Twitter. That's their social, and I was just going on it.
All of our sponsors to think.
Doing manic episode.
I'm the tight response.
I was just doing that. I was out of character, and I was also antibiotic. Throw that into the mix. It was a perfect storm. And so then I was on Twitter, basically, with the 5-day period. And I wasn't like, I can fly, but it was all well, every was like, sure,
and his family
not him, his father,
Yosef, Nishama having our his family, the whole Holy Israel, the bunch of our hostages, Shalom, and we call our holy soldiers successful. The whole Maggie. So with that, let us begin. Today's that each comes at 27, we are picking up at 26, and we left off. You're allowed to do today. So, so we left off. Davar Acher. Actually, this is Davar 9, which is about 2, 4, 6, 8 lines up from before it gets wide. We actually did this part, but just reorient the see a little bit. Why is Torah called Toshia?
I laugh now. It's like when I got taken.
Because Torah saps you of your weekend. And that part we spoke about yesterday. I'm not going to go through that again today. So you know it says, good. Another possibility is Toshia. What do you mean Toshia? Torah was given part because of the Satan. And interesting, what exactly does it mean? It's almost right something like a Satan. She will take the armor to static value. The next round, close to that motion. So apparently the Satan was against the giving of the Torah. Should remain this year. And then for again should not be given to man. And so as far as the Torah set the Satan did know about it. So it's this is actually very interesting because Torah was so what does this mean, the Chashai? So this is a couple of different things. So possibly one could be that this is actually a reference to the second glucose. Remember, again, the first glucose had a lot of, and that's why part of that is why the Gemara attributes the fact that the glucose didn't last. It was too much, it was too much fat, too much publicity, and that's why, again, the story doesn't end well with the first set of glucose. The second glucose was given in a much fashion, in a much more extended fashion, and that's why ultimately again the endurance was possible, that it's a reference ultimately again to the second set of glucose. That's possibility one. Possibility two is what you are talking about over here is not even as much about as much as it's about as much as it is about the way in which we acquire Torah. That it is important for Torah to be acquired quietly. What does that mean? It's easy when I become a Baal Gaiva. And that's the what I'm doing, what I'm accomplishing versus this fine line. This is what I'm doing. How to be accomplishments. And so how you getting the proper sense of Torah works if it's accompanied by Torah is not accompanied by humility, that's where the subcon gets it. Josh. The possibility. Toshia, what does it mean, Toshia? Shaul Shaul Reshus Haslayim. This is so beautiful. The foundation is fascinating. Torah is words of Torah. Now, at first glance, that does not sound good. Remember, again, our association with Torah is gracious, right? About all these astonishingly empty, or even Torah words of Torah. Look at Rashi. Dvarim shel Torah. Dibor Ukiya Ba'alma. The whole Dibor in the Shisha. Mishkitola Zach. So Torah is comprised of words. And listen, words often don't have any emotions. They don't have a sex. And yet, he gave Olam Yeshusas Aleim. Don't you expose how beautiful it is? Torah's words. Words don't have emotions. Don't really have substance. They don't have a substance to it. And yet again, it's those very words of the world is created. It's the great anomaly, beauty, and grace holiness of Torah. But on one hand, it doesn't have substance, like everything else that is materialism. Yet the world can't endure without it. So good luck. Machshel Ma'aretz V'lo Torah. This is very kind of remark. So what it says, once again, there's so many issues that are interesting. Machshel Ma'aretz V'lo Torah is Daigos Halid V'lo the person is Parnasa, so worry about Parnasa could undermine one's development. And I make the Machshulim V'lo Taseh Yedei Toshia. So it's a very profound Gemara. I think he has not even he got mad at me, but he also got mad at you. The fact. It's in the book. Every person knows this. I'm worried about my myself, but I'm worried about my goals, and I'm worried just about my material life. I don't need material access, actually. Just the ability to maintain my personal life, but I undermine the ability to truly focus on spirituality. Meraba in a sushma in wireless. But so it's totally shma. Then even if at the end of the day he has worries about his personal life, he will still be able to focus on his spiritual growth. What does this mean? So if you think about it, sometimes not being able to engage in spiritual development because as always about parnasa, in and of itself is inherently contradictory. My parnasa comes from in terms of struggling with my parnasa, those are the times that I need a almost most. So he was pointing out that the nature of man is that when without parnasa often creates an obstacle to spiritual growth and to growth in Torah. Yet, again, Rabbi Barabba said, but if you recognize that parnasa comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so Dafka in the struggle is the kind that to become closest, then ultimately, again, even struggles with parnasa will not undermine my spiritual development, which essentially was the used life challenge. In this case, it's parnasa challenge. Parnasa. You should do stages in life in one of two ways. Either it could see the wedge between myself and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or to bring me. Now, when you say the wedge, I don't mean just that about questioning how the HaKadosh Baruch Hu do these things. I mean, I'm basically sometimes this challenge a person to allow all of their energy to be devoted to keeping the buffalo, keeping themselves fit, and not having anything left in the tank for spiritual development. Dafka during this kind of challenge, that's when I know for all of more than anything. And for using this challenge as a springboard for closeness. It's all a question of perspective, how a person wants to utilize the opportunity of Shnei Rabos Mashal's Lavish, that Zas Hashem Yisakum in the Olam. So easily, which means spiritual development. Shiush B'Dvar Hashem, which is Lishma, which is Lishma in the context of coming closer to Yisakum in the Olam. On one hand, Iran describing the human condition, struggles with parnasa, and to distract the person from spiritual belief. Understandably, Rabba coming along saying, just understand, challenge also presents development. Because challenging, I have no one, nothing else to rely on in this world, but I use the time to solidify, concretize, foster, and build that relationship with Hashem. The question of how to utilize the opportunity of life challenge. Incredible. Almost like closing this memory again, but we just in the back a little bit. And we really say, so all of these people who are apostle or evil, the Kubya, the gambler, so the Buddha says that's only if they have no other profession. Right? But if they have no, then these individuals won't be isolated. There's lots of Masai. When it says only fashion, it's not very pigeon racing or all of these other detrimental things. And Allah said they are cutting. It says I'm not such content so much content. I started getting stressed 10 years ago when you go to videos. DVDs everywhere. Before you officially cancel them for Amos, you can announce it in days. Again, what's the point of that? What's the point of that?
Let's be honest, you can get long.
Actually, so what's the idea of the announcement? Because he's a pigeon racer, he is merchant or something else. You have to announce. Why do you have to announce it? Why? This is like the
that is seen to be
why? What are they known for? Right? Theft. Just, let's say, I thought a friend got
That's
always essential with me. How all of our greatest leaders throughout the generations were all shepherds. Like Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov, David HaMelech, right after David, Shmuel Rabbeinu, right? All he's Parsha, right? Moshe Rabbeinu is Loath's son, right? Husband. He's Moshe Rabbeinu shepherd. In his first encounter with Naz, because he was out there. Just by the way, how like sometimes it's not the profession, but it's the man. Everything is about so the majority of shepherds seem to be unscrupulous, except for his wife. So interesting. What about a shepherd? Does a shepherd, because shepherds, he didn't even get to know as well. So we buy that cover of the Bible, so much was one opinion said yes, even should be in that's what is shepherds don't remember about that says you don't need to a shepherd. That's because everyone knows stand shepherd is puzzle Samuel Apostle, going to the opinion that says that even a shepherd needs an announcement. What do you do about the statement in the Brisa that in general you have to make an announcement about shepherd? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, what do you do about the statement Stam Lo Apostle? That Mistama can go ahead and announce about the shepherd. Okay, so one says, therefore, you seem to be adopting this approach that before you disqualify any of these individuals, you have to announce them based in. Ruvain Ben Yaakov generator, I just want to let you know this way again, that allows Ruvain Ben Yaakov to act together, should he choose to do so. Does the shepherd need a person to stand disqualified? Listen to this case. Haruma Tanabah trade. It was a Shema right? So you didn't give Shimon a Matana gift. And there are two witnesses. And the witnesses who signed on it were both Chazal, were both thieves, and if a possible Aegis. Sabbath actually to validate that what the document has touched lies, because there was never an announcement made about these guys. Never an announcement made about these two witnesses, because there's never an announcement. Because they don't so Robert said that I don't have to make an announcement. That's the biggest thief. So say what's the thief? It's not a thief, it's right? That someone who committed an act of Jezebel. The examples of that are Mishnah, the Safi Pekuvia, the Yomi, right? Again, the pigeon is helping all these so those are the individuals who require an announcement. A difficulty, what's a difficulty? That's that does not require an announcement about it. Such a person like that is automatically disqualified for it. So it's so that brings us as follows. Oakley cover Ahad, that means Oakley cover Ahad. Look at Rashi. Rashi says Oakley cover Ahad. Having stuff in the hand, David Kilo Hashem, Mahmas Mo, Bahari Kirasha, the Hamas. There's like someone who accepts charity from non-Jews. You say charity from non-Jews, such a person is possible. Now, again, the concern is that such a person has created a Chol Hashem. Why is it Chol Hashem? Why do you have to go? That's how the community is. That's how the community for help. There's plenty of available to the Jewish community. There's no need to take it outside of the community. So, represents Chol Hashem because it looks like makes it look like we're not compassionate. So, say, we're going to see over here. The thing about possibility is money. That's what it's so when a person takes money in a place to play, That's when they become possible. They're taking charity, going to do source. Shows person wants to be so proud. You willing to take it to get you outside. Such a person is possible. Even if I have stuff, but that's what we did this publicly about the synagogue. But if they did it, then therefore again they're not possible. If I have seen nothing, I'm going to actually last music, they come. Advising naturally, if I have stuff. Furthermore, even if they took it publicly, only if they have the ability to this money privately and not debase themselves. About low actually, if the person has absolute choice, in other words, their only was to receive money, non-Jewish source, and it was the only way to survive, they're not possible. No, not saying Kasher is very interesting. But the Malcolm says someone who Kasher someone who respect regarding moral behavior. It's still Kasher which is fascinating. You can actually why Kasher but you don't love the Hamas. Yes, Kasher is not Hamas. This is interesting. It was just said before. Find a person for equals is not simple. It's sinful behavior. Then what? You have zero pool of Athos. Right? Zero pool of Athos. Everyone does it. So what disqualifies it a financial discussion? That's what we're concerned about over here. Once a person is called either or lying, or is not honest when it comes to money, then we're concerned in transactional law. You're not going to but interesting enough indiscretions in other areas. If you expect a person is such an alliance, okay, obviously it's not going to prevent that is, but that is not to give my ability to be aware with this financial I won the custody. Is it possible that I had I burned the custody. I thought you should Malkin so what's this? What prestigious things like this? Show to the community to be suspect regarding immoral activity. Even fraud. Somebody's going to get Marcus, we're going to flog him, and it's going to be questioned that he was a little bit strange. I'm not and Lava says ultimately again, we're not going to be so again, but not still holds that someone who is questioned regarding immorality is still going to be questioned. Why? Because the ultimate disqualifies you regarding English is financial indiscretion, but not moral indiscretion. Because of that, when it comes to testifying about a woman that her husband is dead, we're not going to rely on that. Right? In other words, it's not ethical. It's believed to say, let's say that was not believed to say that Ruben is dead. Ruben is dead, right? There's a special kula chazal made by Avis. But somebody who is suspect regarding behavior, they're not going to believe it. Makes sense. Maybe he's lying because that his eyes are on this woman. So what's that? It's only translated to get you to writing committing a woman, getting out of marriage. Well, let's say again, this same guy was married to Ruben. So that ultimately gave this testimony for. So you want to say, what would you have thought? What would you have thought? So now you came up, so maybe like this. I would have thought that perhaps halacha first that she's married. Right? This immoral guy first that this woman is married. Right? To say that mine gizu taki, stolen water is sweeter. Right? Kamash malon, the coming help you no, that's not true. We cannot marry because this one she's available to him. So therefore, if he testifies that marriage, we ultimately believe him. Okay, Barbara not when someone says. Gan of Nisan and Gan of Tishrei lo shnei Ganav. This is great. Gan of Nisan and a Gan of Tishrei is not called a Ganav. It's like there's someone who only steals during Nisan and Tishrei. Yeah, this is both season, right? So when I say Gan of Nisan, Gan of Tishrei, so that's it. The idea is like not all the time, right? Just during Nisan Tishrei, such a person ultimately is not considered to be a ganav. Everyone said, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Nisan is Matzir, Tishrei's man, Matzir also. So remember again, Nisan is the harvest season. So Tishrei is the means as far as it looks like. So this is talking about what's called Ba'alisim and what. So we're talking about a sharecropper, right? Something that is completed and only a little bit of time. What are you talking about here? Sharecropper working for someone, and what do they do? They end up taking more than their entitlement. So again, a sharecropper, what is a sharecropper get? A sharecropper gets what he gets. That's what a sharecropping arrangement is. When he's working in the field, he's entitled, let's say, get you finished produce. He's entitled to eat while he works. Learning his halachas and bodies here, right? But he's not entitled to that. I'll tell you he can't because he can't bring it home. A sharecropper, that. Because a sharecropper is a different financial arrangement. A sharecropper gets a segment of percentage of the produce and then eat while he's working. So the idea is that a sharecropper is eating while he's working. He's a thief, but such a thief is not disqualified for this. Why? Almost like I will say, just change. It's like an understandable or understandable theft. He's more the hefter. He thinks, no, listen, I'm working really hard. I'm entitled to this. I'm hungry. If every labor gets these benefits, I should get these benefits. So because he has a whole chachma out, he's not really a bona fide. So because he's not a bona fide, he's not for my son. He's taking a minute to be nameless. The Gemara says, very drugs he did. He got up, cough on the Saturday. So again, Rav Zvid had farmers, and what happened? He coughed the Saturday. He passed like one stole a cup of barley, and Rav Zvid disqualified him. Chad got up to bring it down. He passed like, and one went ahead and stole literally a cluster of dates. And Rashi says over here, he brought it down. He needs to use more money about that. Of the cluster of dates, and he passed him. I know Kabul the keyboard manager, the Yom Tov Shalom Saras. Also, say on the story, the group was a Chevron, the dead on the first day. I will say now this is interesting. We take a look, Rashi says over here, Kid Mason. So these guys went to bury the dead, Jewish great digger, buried the dead on the first. Now, you're not allowed dead on Yom Tov Shalom. This is how local that says, you saw this in Martin, that you are allowed to bury the dead on Yom Tov Shalom. And they allowed that, Chazal allowed that, ultimately again, Alts Kavranis. Now today we don't do that. The mace is going to decompose if we make the barrier. Some of the Pacific communities still done on Yom of shame. Even presently, that's still in the middle of the welcome. But again, in our communities, you do not see this either. These guys were Mechal Yom Tov. They're not allowed to bury Yom Tov Rishon. But they're Mechal Yom Tov. They bury on Yom Tov Rishon. Continue up, Papa, who passed over ages. So ultimately, the Papa indicated it and made the apostle Avis. Now, why do you make the apostle Avis? Because the assumption was, why are they doing this? It's money. To make money. Right? They want to make money. So essentially, they work. They're very, very young to happen to be that their work is a very nice chesed, so a nice chesed for the day. But it's still a young kid. Shakshir, up here, they're going to sure. So I said, no, it's going to eat this. Because I didn't help. These guys thought that they're doing a mitzvah. And obviously, they were how young kids, which not allowed to do. But they were more ahead. They didn't have to themselves because they thought that they're doing a mitzvah. So where it says, the heart comes something up, but they're excommunicated. So it says, Sagar Kapara Kabdi. So again, they figure like we figured, you're right, he did something wrong. There's no saying, they thought it's the papa, and he said to himself that this was like, they thought that they were doing something good. Now, granted, it was not good. I thought they were burying the use. I thought it was something good. What about the excommunication? They had the excommunication as a cleansing process. So they thought that they came out kind of like ahead of the game on all of this. So they're excommunicated, cleansed, and therefore they should be all right. Okay, fine. So the bottom line, by of course, again, how often I say it's wrong, that's very unappropriate. But interestingly enough, Papa, so that you see in these kind of cases where the person has a relation for their behavior, and the explanation kind of, even though it's erroneous, not necessarily possible. It's incredible. It's not. It's like that, but for example, a zombie. Okay, it's not an interesting zombie. So what do you do? What do you do ultimately? Again, remember, in a zombie, a witness was proven to be false. So remember, there was like the process for a zombie. You shouldn't show up, and you shouldn't say, we saw that, killed B on Monday morning, and then the second set of witnesses show up and they say, we're going to show you couldn't have seen because you were with us on Monday. Okay, so now we're going to prove to be an eight zone. So the an eight zone obviously is not permitted to this. It's not permitted to be discuss this cautious. The shaila is how or when we apply that status. Abai says not playing so Abai says he's retroactively disqualified. Retroactively disqualified or to the date in which he was Christmas was an illustration of this action. So let's say, for example, we mentioned on Monday, January 13th, right? Right? So they go ahead and they give a testimony on the 13th of Vegas. So it's not what happened. Until, the 13th of Adar. Right? A couple of months later. Let's say that until a couple months later. So now let's say, now the Shaila ultimately been zoning. The Shaila is, does their zoning status start from now, from the moment they're made Edom zoning, or does it extend to the trial? And let's say this is the Shaila. Why? Because the question is, what happens if they engage in other testimonial activity in between time that they gave their testimony and they were made Edom zoning? They signed on start. They were even under a chuppah, and all these different kinds of things. So again, do we extend the zoning status retroactively, or not from the moment they were made zoning and forward? So this is not progress. Abai says, my friend himself, Rava says, we can't allow on this. So Abai says, we extend their status retroactively, not only from this point going forward. Abai Amar my friend himself. Abai says, retroactively, they asked him Russia, that Torah Omra Tashes Russia, Tashes Russia. So Abai says it's retroactive because ultimately, from the time now that they were moving, and then you big point, they were Russia, and Torah says you cannot be Russia for any memorial or any active, and with the Halacha Lesa, the retroactive invalid. So anything that they have done, testimonies, business-wise, interrupt is going to be undone. Rava only kind of Rava says no. Any time that a zoning becomes place from the moment that they are made zoning and going forward. Why? The Gemara says, the whole concept of a zoning. Right? The whole idea of a zoning is a Kiddush. What's the Kiddush? Because it's the Samkis Ahani. Some Ahani So what's again, what happens with Zomri? When it says it's hold on and say, should do not have seen what they claim to have seen, why they are with us. But why should you give more credibility to the second set than you do to the first set? Yet the Torah believes the second set. That's a tremendous finish. The applies from the one that is going forward. Therefore, again, to extend the so instead, retroactively will essentially be to extend, to amplify the Kiddush Eidim, which we're not ready to do. Plus, it's not buying of it. I must say, so again, I just want to point out, we nobody think of the concept of Eidim, everything happening in rapid succession, right? We're going to choose shopping days in testimony, and then, 10 minutes later, another set of witnesses, busts through the door saying, we're going to show you what we got. You couldn't see this possibility that we're going to show you this past month later, 2 months later, 6 months later, a second set of witnesses, we're going to show you not what you claim to have seen. So then Machok Sabai and Rabba, do they become Eidim Zomim from the time of the testimony, or do they become Eidim Zomim ultimately retroactive? That's the fundamental Machok. So others say, Rabba Nanika Bayo, others say that Rabba holds Abai. Holds like Abai. How so? Can't come up. So not can't come up, we can't have. Why is it ultimately again? Why is it that we only say that the witnesses are from now? We have been able to follow. Very simple. We should see them in people. Because once again, we should be supposed people at a disagreement again. Like I said before, it's possible that the witnesses have been testimony the time that they do their testing, anything kind of so. And everyone was using imagine I wasn't part of this. Now that's usually trade, but how 2 sets of witnesses testifies out within each other. Or they were disqualified ultimately again because of probably the Kabbalah say the Rabbah. So Rabbah left himself like the Rabbah. And then disqualified them only from this point going forward. However, I've actually got my prayer, the help us all, have to doubt you down. What's the case? I'm not going to go through all of these cases. She asked, she's going all of them. And interestingly enough, about I need a job that is so our case, we pass so when Zoom is disqualified, he is retroactively disqualified back to the moment that he gave the testimony.
When you get these guys,
and they were disqualified. They only became on the 13th of October. Anything between the time that they stole it and when they did it is in the so they were used for transactions, they were used for documents, they were used for customers. Everything done over again. Incredible. So once we have like a buy, zooming, disqualified. Number one, right? You travel. Like, because I like it. First is lahakis. Lahakis means I do something to repel. So essentially, it's what's called a pressure you like that.
I don't have any problem.
It's enjoyable, it's fun,
Also, the other problem
right? If you like Calavera, the principle,
it's
you know,
energy.
the
I have that
right?
crazy
We'll go
energy.
ahead, right? That's it. Principle versus
Right
pleasure.
now,
Not the
if you ask me, I like the
right? So
internet,
it's
but
what
I'm also
just
old school.
I
I get a kick out
the
of
principle stance. So
the NFL
the guy
or
who eats the
Fox
culture,
Sports and those
I
shows.
enjoy it. It's
I like that. I know that Funny or Die. Like I said, those internet
Everyone
they're more.
that's such a
There's just something about TV that just makes it. I feel like it's more professional.
What can I say? There's a person eating that kosher. So you might say, probably was. It's cheaper. Probably because you're anywhere these ads, right? Get 14 hamburgers for 50 cents. You know, whatever it is. It's like ridiculous, right? It's half a mortgage to go out to eat, right? So myself, so personally, it's not easy doing it. So because it's cheaper. So I say, oh, so what does that mean? That means I'm sinning for financial benefits. Okay, so again, what's the common theme over here? With for financial benefits, passileiros. Passileiros. That's it. So the Gemara says, just to be enough lahak. So this is so fascinating. Counterintuitive. So everyone agrees that no one looks at Alpo. Alpo is not kosher food because he likes it. He likes it. He says, it's kosher food. So money automatically costs us. Unfinished casserole. What about a happiness? What about a pre-principle? Pressure is things in order to recover the effect of this problem. So this is kind of by a hustle. By this is like a hustle. Rabba Amar Kasha. Rabba says he's Kasha. What was it? We reflect just the opposite, right? That everyone would agree. Don't say why, because remember, it's important to keep what disqualifies you from testimony is when you're dishonest when it comes to money. That's what drives this. If you're dishonest when it comes to money, we can't trust you when it comes to, because you may or may not be signed on the tree. It's interesting. If I have other religious inconsistencies, that does not disqualify me from this. That's why this sort of person who is even Shara, this person may be immoral. Okay, you might be immoral, that's it on. But on my side, it's still believe in the financial matters. Even if I'm supposed sinner, I do things in order to rebel against God. Again, not good, but it doesn't necessarily erode my financial integrity. So because of that, I should still go ahead and do this. Buy it with hustle, buy it hustle, love on the hustle. So I buy it on the hustle, buy it says hustle, like the honey Russia, or I'm not touch, Russia. So I said, if you're a principal sinner, rebelling against God, Russia, but ultimately again, go ahead and Rabba says kosher. Russia to Hamas, but says you're kosher. Why? Because that is unfit to get tested kind of Russia. Official Russia. And this guy's a miserable Russia. Not a financial Russia. Incredible. So they say there is a Russia. Al-Tasha's Russia. And Torah says, do not have Russia. Al-Tasha's Hamas. Who are these people? Elukas is supposed to be more in the same business which we do. So my love, Echad Shuas Shabbat, Echad Shuas Moment. So when we talk about to get more than shows people in oaths. Who is that talking about? Is it actually this one? So you see from your non-financial perspective, as well, these monetary oaths. So they say, Pasha's Russia, Pasha's Hamas, Elukas, one of the business. It's supposed to be level of interest, to Yifta Da'abai to Yifta, that makes you unqualified to be financial indiscretion, theological rebellion. Incredible. So we can maybe this time around. Those levels are on page 7 apostle here. There's like someone becoming an exalted. So even an exalted, the apostle to be
You know, these guys are there. So his relationship,
but you know,
went for that,
so
but
she wasn't in the fashion. There's only when it comes to all cases.
I just got right away with it. But it takes a lot of support. This particular situation.
If I would be a person who's maybe 8 so many matters,
For
they
me,
still believe to testify for capital matters. Now,
I
what's the
fought
logic
the
behind
law.
that? For Roger, I would say,
The
you know,
minute I get out of my
personal
car, I
sin.
walk across
Everyone has their mind, right? Things that I would
the
do, and
audience is
things,
there.
oh,
I
I
get
would
them there.
never do this, right? I would never do
I
this.
have to
So
take
I say, so
on
we just, you know, it's
2 hours. There's
well,
no,
not hard. You know,
there's no
it occurs in the
in
world
this
of
show.
law as well. A person
Very joke.
but that same person would never, when it
Kind
comes
of like
to capital
Chelsea.
matters. See,
Chelsea, you know, had a move coming out.
when it comes to
But,
matters, he was
what
speaking
is
to
young
testify when it comes to
from,
capital
you know,
matters.
San
So
Arizona,
so
and
say
a
that
shot
I don't think I'm there,
over by the beach.
and
But she just had a ton of fans. And
just
it was just
I
there. But it's
there.
big
So
audience, but then
I'm
it just she
not
and it was
because
just
again,
like
he owns all
the audience under
you go ahead and
control,
propose
but
you
people
want
under
to do.
control.
I'm more lenient.
And it was hard, but I wasn't like the after and hang out. Like I felt good because I'm trying to do the same,
Once a person that's
but I'm
transgressing
not
severe,
for
they certainly transgress something
reasons
less
from
severe.
the show. It's hard to get
Person
adult
transgress
surgery.
some,
I can't get the
transgress
college
something less
rooms like I
severe,
would get at
they
Best
wouldn't
Ed. Just a
necessarily
lot
be
of,
able to train
at the end
more
of the day,
severe.
it takes a lot. And I appreciate it. I like doing it. It feels good.
You know what?
But I'm also saying that, you know what? I should be
Abaixa
casting
que
that. You know, if I boxed them,
é
I had a chance.
como assim ela tá
That's all they asked me to do.
chamando only
Podcast
starts
built away. The audience, I will go on.
the
I
mobile
will do that.
was
And
it's sort
I
of
don't hate more money.
so when a person lies about monetary matters, the rather Shanaim,
You know, I think
such a person of
that's
also
well, I'm good at it, really good at it. I don't not like that. Don't get me wrong. My girlfriend and I went inside her.
the hackers.
And
That's a
I've
person who's
been
not
arguing that I've
as a
worked in
principal
TV.
sin
I've
with
been
theological
able to
development.
TV.
The Ra Shammai,
And they're
such a
fine.
person is
But
committing a sin against the
everybody
government.
in this room knows how
Person
big
of Rama
I
Brios,
can't
person is
laughter
not
on TV
committing
shows
anything
now.
illegal, man.
There's
Ultimately,
the
help us all.
bad, and they're not
Those
going
are the bottom
to
line calls
be
about it. So they have us, what seems to be saying over here. So,
they actually have so much about there.
that gallops,
But it's kind of like how
the principles,
internet kind of
right?
gets
What
looked
we
down
call
on
again,
TV. Live TV better.
Hackers, which is a
Out
plus
there,
at Vegas.
Sure,
It's
disappointing when I see him on stage. Amazing.
Second, Roy Sosa, same where it says, well, the Bible, which we were just with that effectively, good to have it on real.
You know, you can be on IKEA tail, you can get all that. The exorcism, 5,000 So it's not wasted in there,
where do we know that from?
but I'm at the point where maybe I
Now, look, I say just so I'm trying to point out what's happening over there.
can go for it. But I also, I don't not like more, but just can't be beat up and his will gets out.
Somebody's not kosher. They like it because they like it. Such a person is absolutely unfit for any personal capacity. So at least you know why is that? What's the logic behind that? You might understand this to be financial crime. Right? That's what it is. But why is the person eating that kosher? So what do you see? We need to save the sick. Okay, well, what's the person need to save money? So they're unfit for all of this. You're willing to live on the wrong side of the law for financial aid. But once that happens, then such a person does not believe very not interested enough to focus on in love.
I mean, that is
Is
one
what
thing
you
where
do
like,
about someone who is more the highest of principal sinner. Principal sinner. So this person is sinning not for financial gain, but to rebel against that is there's no fight or there's strong theological reason. He says, partial, love says, person is kosher. Seems to me we're something in the direction of a Bible, and let's finish this off. So let's listen to this. So that was just
he's just going on. He's leaving. He's got a full
killed someone. Others are at least he was accused of killing someone. Others wish to listen to the Adonai Yaakov, took Einbach, so the Ishka themselves, right there, that was said to the Yaakov, give me the lead investigate on this, see what's going on. Bad hot dogs. So if this guy's back on the phone somewhere, because I know that he was poking me, I actually points out over here.
Just talking about
something out his eyes, put people to death, or rather than punish it, most probably financially. Most probably financially. What happened? The chase out last week, the bad guy. So what happened? So 2 minutes, he showed up and he said, listen, this guy, what was his name? Barkama. This guy Barkama, he killed someone. So 2 minutes, he showed up and he said, Barkama killed someone. Okay, fine. So that's also, I see Trace Ivy, I see the fact that so listen to this. So Barkama bought 2 other witnesses. And so again, it's just sorry, I think they're killing someone.
This audience for best investigation. You know what I mean? It was like this sitting there. So what I've seen was when he get a note, he's gonna fire. It's like you're the same guys. The audience, how can I scare them? It knows me. Well, you could have just given me a note. So then Zach like it got into something. So Kaiba got they tried to get me back and I didn't come back. Show got canceled. Sorry. Best damn sports show.
So again,
I got trouble with films and shows. Show
one of the accusing witnesses
for
stole.
400 just below 7-year run. Ridiculous. Doesn't leave me alone. One is this thing got rid of me.
This guy accusing witnesses is a gun.
I'm on the side show.
He is disqualified from
I did like 10. I did like 10 shows. I hear me
when there are not 2 witnesses against Barkama.
it's like
Okay, so that's analyzed.
unfocused on taking my that jumps on and comedians. Hey, what does it do for you? But I know that Kevin Hart knows me. Kevin Hart for business knows me. I know that I really need something. I care of these guys. You know, and I have this is before they had everything. So I can't do it for that.
Just because someone is disqualified or made to a
And that's
by
why I
monetary
like
risk,
having the
there are
respect
still
of the meetings.
believed
But I can't have this,
capital matters, right? What's WLC?
and the
Just
crowd
because
isn't
you rely about
just
money
oil.
doesn't mean you rely about
And
the
it's like
capital
not
piece.
healthy.
Therefore, according to WLC,
I'm like a
even if the witnesses are correct, that one of the
just,
accusing witnesses
you know,
stole,
it's
that was
not even something
disqualified
you
him
have
from
to
being
like
a
be
witness
good
against
at it.
Barkama.
But to get, you can't just have to do the repairman guy. I know I had the liberation to get up.
What is it?
That's all
Even if
so
you
then I'm done. And I'm just like wiped out. I'm wiped out, but I'm grinding out for this particular show. I'm that good. I might create something. So
even in Pakistan, Colorado,
I'm not hating on war. Don't get me wrong. But I definitely need to be podcasting more. And I know that would
as a judge or
friends and I
testified
think I should have a
regarding
YouTube
DNA
channel.
fossils for monetary matters. So money, even
I'm doing
if
other stuff.
that's
I
no
did
see,
do NLP. I was a
according to
sports,
this, wants to say something
you know,
because
fantasy
you
football
have a
show
person
all year. So
who
it's
makes his name
like
is
you
from
weren't
for
having it. So
monetary
I kind of put my energy into that.
fossils who like the
TV. I went
Allah,
from
Rabbi
warm up
Meir. Rather you see
to
to
the
the
road.
so we
I
might.
did every
But
show,
so
and then
Yuchsin
warm up
Kai,
came,
maybe he's talking about the
do
age
the
was
road
the
fish show.
theological issue,
The road
not
stop.
because of any of the
Just
testimony.
was
Pure
on
because if you don't say this,
Fox
Sefer
Sports.
Dictari,
And
right,
when
rather
the
than
NFL
the fascists,
get
there's
the
such a
parlay
thing as
energy
was a
into
judge.
that, but
Fit for giving knowledge, but not for giving the
2015, I just
fascists.
need to
And my
be
how could
I'd
that
like
be?
to
He's not right.
figure
It's
some
some giving
things
the
out.
fascists.
There's just,
If he
you
was
know, I
giving
do
the
great
fascists,
behind the
right,
scenes.
he
It's
still
not,
believes in monetary matters. The
I know I
heart,
can
the
be,
way I call
because I've done the show. I was on a TV, so I know what it's like
unless he
to
tells me
feel
that's
good.
only stuff because of geological
Half
stuff.
mine,
Okay, now me,
half of the stress,
you can
and make
stand
and
like
me
kind of
see
that's
thousands. That's what I'm saying. Like, warm up, you know,
Because
see,
my ruler in our Mishnah.
you know, it's a steady
What people are
paycheck.
hustle
But
for
I've been
egos?
on the
I'm
other
just
side
saying,
where it's
good
like,
luck,
wow,
gambler,
they're taking the
religious,
dressing room,
interest,
and
gut racers,
make up for me. I feel
people
except
do
I
business
can
with
do
truth
this.
produce,
And
Zach,
I'm way into that.
shit a lot, and not people reach for it.
You've got these
Shit,
problems.
some people not reach for as well.
Have you ever got
My
somebody
music
at a show
is
saying, I saw you
DLC, if you want to say DLC,
show?
you got egos.
You
You got
mean
egos.
like
Being in the
an
fascists,
audience member
should
who's
share,
like
like, care about.
from
These capital
Minnesota
cases
wants to tell you
where
what
we
you do.
testify,
It happened. Yeah, you know, not so much
So
though.
now you're there. So
Here
that
in
was
LA, I
see
get
from here.
kids from
From there.
high
So
school.
you're
Like
pastors
their
that
high
has
school
been disqualified for being anonymous. They also can't testify for being the fascists. This is what being logic. Now we'll say, why is there able to just keep qualified for being anonymous? You cannot testify for being the logic there. What's the logic? Lawyer, always. Once you have running monetary matters, you have the credibility, and we don't put it past you that you would lie for capital matters as well. So everyone's like, come, let's go for it. Here we go. Come, we're going to see. I told you, we're going to make it. Now listen to this. So remember, what's happening over there? Come forward, come as accused of murder. Luisa says to the Alabama, go investigate. That has commits a baby. Witnesses show up. They say, we saw Barakama kill Ruven. Good. Barakama killed Ruven. Barakama then brings two other witnesses. One of those witnesses say, those witnesses say that one of the accusing witnesses is not believed. Why? He's a thief. We saw him steal. What did he steal? Barley. Either it wasn't worth it, right? But Lamaisa again, he stole. So what's this now? What's the shayla? What's the shayla? What's the shayla? Proving that one of the accusing witnesses is a thief. So what's the shayla? They passed it up to Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi would say, just because you would lie with monetary matters does not mean that's wrong. You would lie with capital matters, and therefore, again, witnesses fully believe. Rabbi Meir holds that no, once you have been established as a liar for monetary matters, you are no longer believed for any type of testimony, including capital matters as well. And I've also said the whole Gemara just showed that what we asking like Rabbi Meir, like Rabbi Meir, that Allah said again, once proven liar in monetary law, you have credibility for everything. And therefore, I will say what happened. There you go. What happened? The Gemara says, Rabbi Meir, and therefore, what happened? That the alcohol threw out the case. Throughout the case in court. Right? Because one of the witnesses was disqualified. Why one of the witnesses disqualified? Because it was shown that he was a thief. And once he was shown that he was a thief regarding monetary matters, he lost his total testimonial fee, and therefore Allah was thrown out of court. What happened? Barachama nashte akare. Barachama kissed Rabbi Abba's feet, right? Kissed his feet, right? Rashi says he did and slew so because he was by verdict. The calculation, and he promised to go ahead and get exempted from the head tax for the entire year. And he never paid taxes that year. She says every year, the Cowboys are kind of the trust. And so the man shot, he doesn't get such a share for that job. We're exempt anyway for head tax. So he wasn't, we're very good. Expressing his practice. I'm not for today, but again, I'm going to say more. Because of that, again, once one is shown to be a liar, the ability for monetary matters, extend that to all cases into capital matters as well. Once again, just to circle back, everyone agrees that a mummer, let's say, someone who goes in and eats kosher again for their own pleasure is disqualified because that's a monetary infraction. The Rambam Paskin like Abaye and a mummer lahafis of people sinner. Someone who sees for the historical is also going to qualify from any kind of evil. So that's what I'm for today.
But there is something about there's no presence in your life. Again, my mind is wandering, but life wasn't all that different. And I went to fight with my sister. I had like symptoms that made me hands probably up backwards. Mine was typical, but a little more. Me playing sports. And I went to college, same thing. Always like my mind.
This what you should think.
And it just confidence. It gave me like a little buffer.
Our co-responsible
myself more. Like to be
for
myself.
Hey.
So
details to Mishpacha. For dedicating all the Shurim and Joshua this year for the Soros Tobos for Cloudis. Now with our responses for the month of Tevis, becoming Mishpacha, dedicating the Shurim memory of Amit Ben Levi, the brother of Levi, who was killed at Kiddush Hashem Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope there in the merit of our Talmud Torahs and Sharon Aliyah and his family in Yechama. Our week's backers, Zevi and Joshi Gil, reunion Nishmas, his father, Yitzchak Yisrael Ben Yosef, looked at the merit of our Talmud Torah, his Nishama had Aliyah, his family in Yechama. All those who need revolution with cold holy Yisrael, we want to bring our hostages home with Shalom and the Karav and show our holy soldiers to be successful all Mashiach. Also, with that, let us begin. Today's date, 27. We are picking up in the Hashem on Vav and East 20. And we left off. Alright, we left. So, so we left off. Governor no. Yeah. Governor Governor actually, this is about Amr Hanan, which is about 2, 4, 6, about 3 lines up before it gets 1. We actually did this part. Just we had to see a little bit. Amr Hanan, love me crush Shema Toshia. Why is Torah called Toshia? Because Torah saps you of your energy again. That's what we spoke about yesterday. I'm not going to go through that again. Good. Dobra, I don't know what is Toshia. What is Toshia? Shenikna dechashayin b'pnei hasaka. Torah was given quietly because of the now. It's interesting. What is this mean? We're going to get that. It's almost right. Because now she makatrin Amar to stop it well. So the Satan was against the giving of Torah to man. He felt that it should remain in the celestial sphere, and therefore again not be given to man. And so Baruch has to give the Torah quietly, that the Satan didn't know about it. So that's quite interesting, right? Because the Torah wasn't quietly. So what does this mean, the Hashai? So he's giving a couple of different things. So possibly one. It's like left to the second. Remember again, the first had a lot of fanfare, and part of that is why the Gemara was didn't last. It was too much fanfare, too much publicity, and that's why the story doesn't end well with the first Luchos. The second Luchos was given in a much more general fashion. So it's possible that it's a reference ultimately against that thing that is set up Luchos. That's possible. Is what the Gemara is talking about over here is not even as much about Torah as much as it is about the way in which that is for Torah to be acquired as quiet. What does that mean? It's usually when a person learns to say that amass knowledge, look at what I'm doing, look at what I'm accomplishing, And of course, there's this function on one hand being very proud of your accomplishments
But I
and
also
celebrating
knew
your
in my mind
accomplishments,
that I had
but at the same time, taking a proper sense of humility.
me
Torah only works
nothing
if it's
to
accompanied
do.
by
But
humility.
it wasn't this
Torah is not
big
accompanied
thing.
by humility, that's where the suffering is involved.
So
Dobra, another
anyway,
possibility
when
is,
I left,
yeah, what is the Before shall
you
two
know,
sha'on
and
l'shus
I
ha'sayim.
went
This is
to
so
like
beautiful.
being in to
It was
being
both
out.
of the foundation is family.
Staying
Torah
my
is
bed.
words of Torah.
And then we
Now,
started
at first glance, that does not sound good. Associated with Torah is gracious, right? Torah Babel means astonishingly empty. What do you mean Torah is what it's actually? Dvarim Shalom. So, Kriya Ba'alma, the whole Ibor Ibor B'Shisha Nash Torah Zat. Torah is comprised of, and listen, words often don't have a mamash state. Yet, Torah Zat, Gavakikim, Olam Yeshusas Aleim, how beautiful is this? Words don't have much don't really have a substance to it. And yet against those very words upon which the world is created. So this is the great anomaly of beauty and wholeness of Torah. Now, on one hand, it doesn't have substance like everything else that is material in this world, yet the world can be so beautiful. Shalom, us regulate. This is very once again, it's from the Machshava us regulate. Machshava, Daigas Halim, also Shava. If a person is preoccupied with issues of the person is worried about himself. So worry about himself could undermine one's spiritual development. Shenamar, Nathan women, although Hassan is she was a profound Gemara, and I think Ula is not even this isn't a state of indictment. This isn't like a state of negativity. This is a state of fact. This is the way that it works. Most person knows this. When I'm worried about my parents, when I'm worried about being able to pay my bills, I'm worried just about my material life. I don't need excess fashion. The ability to maintain parnasa, that I would be hands and enjoying the ability to truly focus on spirituality. But in Pasukim Shema in the Bibles, if a person is totally shocked, then even if at the end of the day worried about himself, he will still be able to focus on his spiritual. So as you think about sometimes being able to engage in spiritual development because of worries about parnasa that itself is inherently contradictory. So it comes to my place times when I'm struggling with my parents, those are definitely things that I need and want to show most. So he was pointing out that the nature of man is that worry about us so often creates the spiritual growth in Torah. But yet, again, Rabbi says that if you let these that parnasa comes not to the so Dafka in those times the struggle is the times that I need to be consistent. Then ultimately, again, the parnasa will not undermine my development, which essentially most of it is a huge life challenge. In this case, it's not a challenge, but it's not just stuff. You could use challenge in one of two ways. Either Kodesh Baruch Hu or to bring you close. Now, when you say create a wedge, think it back about questions Kodesh Baruch Hu on a basic level. When a person with their energy to be able to keep themselves afloat, having anything left in the tank for spiritual development, or a person such as Dafka during this form of challenge, that's when I need the emotional olam more than anything. And therefore, you don't have to work close. It's all a question of perspective, how person wants to utilize the opportunity of life challenge. Shneimar Rabbi Mashal Slavish, Batzas Hashem Yitakun, Eitzah, Yish B'Dvar Hashem, Eitzah, which means spiritual development, which is Lishma, which is ultimately again coming closer to Baruch Hu, he Takum
not expecting
this is so it's a really on one hand Ula describing the human condition, struggles with parnasa, and for that matter struggles in life tend to distract the person from spiritual development. And so Rabba coming along and saying, just understand, challenge also presents an incredible opportunity for spiritual development. Because challenge me, I have no one and nothing else to rely on in this world but HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So that's the challenge you solidify, concretize, bolster, and build that relation. All questions how I choose to utilize the active challenge. Incredible. I'm going to read the Amos site. Suppose this number again. The review said exactly. Kulia, the gambler, if they have no other profession. Right? But if they have another profession, then these individuals won't hustle. Right? There's lots of Masai is not umnos Elohu. When this is their only profession, Ashran umnos Shalom, Vanishtan umnos Shohu. If they have another profession, it's not gambling or all of these other detrimental things. I'm not, let's just say, my life. I'm not even, I'm not going to do them. I'm not going to do them. But I'm not even, I'm not going to do them. So that's very interesting. So it comes along, all of these individuals, before you officially cancel them, first you have to make an announcement, right? Now, again, what's the point? What's the point of that? What's the point of that? Rashi says over here. Announcement. In other words, before you cancel someone from giving you aid, because he's a pigeon racer or a shvius or a shmita or something else, you have to announce. Why do you have to announce it? Why? This is like the warning. This is the warning. Almost telling the individual, you are going to notify you very shortly. Here's your last chance to get it together. So you might say, Loa, but you what about a shepherd? Listen, remember again, shepherds, shepherds have a terrible reputation, right? Why? Why? What are they known for? Right? Theft. Listen, I thought I'd point out, it's always so intriguing how our greatest leaders were all shepherds. Like Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov, David, I know that, right? I think David, right? Well, this is Parsha, right? Moshe Rabbeinu was Loach Som, very possible. Moshe Rabbeinu was first encounter, which is there because he was out shepherding. This team, by the way, all right, it's not the profession, but it's the man. You know, everything's just you know. So the majority of things except law. So interesting enough. What about a shepherd? Does a shepherd? Because shepherds were known to be such thieves. They gave this announcement in Dave's thing as well. So what about Chadra? My wife, Chadra, my wife, Stam lo apostle. According to the thing that says you don't need to ask about a shepherd. That's because everyone knows Stam shepherd is apostle. Apostle, Almando by apostle, my Stam apostle. According to the shepherd announcement, what says, I'm sorry. What do you do about the statement that says stand apostle? Stama reason means that the stama you're gonna have to go ahead and announce about this.
I have video where you
Okay,
like
so what's this? So therefore,
yelling at each
interestingly enough, we adopted this approach that before qualify any of these individuals from based like Ruben Benyako is a pigeon racer, and just want to let you know he's going to be possible. This way, again, better know Ruben Benyako to get his act together to do so. Does the sheet an announcement or is it stand disqualified? Not local. In this case, so we might turn it down, but see me, I will trade that one. It's just a shkarmatana, right? So you're going to do Shimon and Matana gift. And they have two witnesses, and the witnesses who signed on it were both Kazlan thieves, and therefore approximately this. Several to validate, wanted to certify the document that's kosher, because there was never an announcement about guys. Never an announcement made about these two witnesses, therefore because it was never made, they're not disqualified. The whole reason I I'm the Gazan Dorais and we bought in Hafla. So it's actually even in qualification. But Rava said back 1 second. The idea of having to make an announcement, that's called a rabbinic fee. What's a rabbinic fee? It's not a fee for right? A rabbinic fee, right? Meaning that someone who committed an act against the examples of that are Mishnah, the Kuvya, right? Again, the gambler, the pigeon racer, the help of all these individuals is as rabbinic fees. So those are the individuals who require announcements. A biblical fee, what's a biblical fee? Someone goes over to someone who steals their wallet, right? Steals their car. That's a good old biblical theft. That does not require any kind of announcement. The person who cash is automatically disqualified. No, I'm not going to. As follows. Oakley cover Acher. Oakley cover Acher. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, Oakley cover Acher. Mekabli Stakam Nihani Nofrin. Talichel Hashem. Machmas Mo. Bahaveli Kirash at the Hamas. So let's say we accept charity from non-Jews. You accept charity from non-Jews. Such a person is possible abuse. Now again, certainly such a person that's created a Hashem. Why is he created a Hashem? Why do you have to go? Why do you have to go outside the community for something? Right? Outside the community for help. Right? There's plenty of help available for you. No one can take seduction. Doing so, Hashem, because it makes like makes them are not compassionate. So I will say, now we're going to see over here. The thing that makes people possible this is money. That is how people possible. So if it takes money, or use money for it, and then it comes this way, that's when they possible. So therefore, this act of taking charity from a non-Jewish source shows that a person wants money is so proud that they do to take it from outside the community. So a person is possible. If I have so, but that's only about the sin alone. But if it's privately, then it's not a problem. Therefore, again, they're not possible. But if I have sin, I'm going to look at the last Tuesday, it's sin up. Because the Bazi naturally, if I have stuff. Furthermore, even if they took it publicly, that's only if they had received this money privately and not the results. About low after they use it. If a person has absolutely no choice, in other words, their only was to receive money, not to survive, then Allah said, in circumstances, they're not possible to use. They're not going to interesting. So Rav Nachman says someone who is kosher la'arais, which is someone who is suspect in moral behavior. is still kosher less. Which is fascinating. You could actually buy kosher less. The kosher the chamas. It's a kosher yadcha equals. Wasn't interesting. What was just said before. What disqualifies a person for egos is not simply Say what? But you would have zero pool of egos. Right? Zero pool of egos. Everyone does it. Everyone does it. So what financially that's what we're concerned about. Once the person will lie or cheat, not honestly, matters. It would be transactional law. You're not going to remain honest. But interestingly enough, indiscretions in other areas, person okay, obviously it's not court, it's not good for any of us to do that. But that does not give liability in a financial transaction. So the rest is money I want us to contract. Is it possible that a person had and get 40 grams on the shoulder and still be calculated? I want to say I love to see. I thought you should have done it. Now, toda sua, você sempre tem ligado a person who is going to the community to be frustrated allies, to be suspect regarding moral activity. He would flog such a person like that. Gemara says somebody's going to get this, you're going to flog him, and he's going to touch your legs. It's a little bit strange. I'm not really he just Another says ultimately again, nothing will agree. So again, but nothing still holds. Someone who is questioned regarding immorality is still going to be kashalatus. Why? Because the ultimate disqualification regarding evil is financial indiscretion, moral indiscretion. So even if nothing will agree comes to testifying about a woman that her husband is dead, we're not going to rely on that guy. Right? In other words, remember again, 8 effort he needs to say, let's say so 8 effort is believed to say that Ruvain is dead. Ruvain is dead. Right? It's a special kilo that Chazal might eat as Isha. But someone who is suspect behavior, we're not going to believe him. Why? Makes sense. Because we're concerned that maybe he's lying because he set his eyes upon this woman. So I'm Ravina Biva 1 second, that's only disregarding committing a woman, getting a woman out of marriage. This same guy testifies that Rachel's not married to Ruvain, that she's a married woman. Testimony for that's obvious. Maybe I would have thought like this. I would have thought that perhaps Mesa would prefer that she's married. Right? This immoral guy prefers that she's married. Why? Because mind living stolen waters are always sweet. Right? Guys, no, it's not because he's immoral. Because he's immoral, he would rather that she's not married. So therefore, he testifies that she's married. We ultimately okay. I'm not going to. Says, "Turn with me some of them guys." It's great. But Nachman says, "A kind of trade is not called the gano." Now, it sounds like someone who only steals during the so the nice side, I got this right. So that's the idea. It's like I'm not being all the time. All the sometimes, right? Just during Nisa and Tishrei, such a person ultimately again is not considered to be a guy. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Nisan is here. Tishrei is man Botsia Ba'asar. Remember again, Nisan is the harvest season. So Tishrei is the in-gathering season. So it means it's just harvest. So this is talking about let's call it honey ba'arise v'davar mu'at. So the davar shouldn't know about this. Here are the qualifications. We're talking about a sharecropper, right? Something that is completed and only a little bit. Okay. What are we talking about over here? Someone who's a sharecropper looking for someone. And what do? They end up taking more than. So remember, a sharecropper get a of the sharecropper arrangement is. Now look is that a laborer is working in the taken. He's working with finished produce. He's entitled to eat while he works. He learns how right? But he's not entitled to do he can't put it in. He can't bring it home. A sharecropper is not entitled to that. Right? Sharecropper is a sharecropper gets a segment of a sandwich of the produce and doesn't take while he's working. So the idea over here is we're talking over here sharecropper who's eating while he's working. So the Gemara says he's a thief, but such a thief is not disqualified for Avis. Why? Almost like about say, understandable. Understandable theft. He's more a hatter. He figures out, listen, I'm working really hard. I'm entitled to this. I'm hungry. If a regular laborer gets these benefits, that's right. I should get these benefits. So because he has a whole more work out, he's not really a bona fide thief. So because he's not a bona fide thief, therefore, for myself, he's the limited to be dangerous. So the Gemara says, if Ray drops a bit, gonna cough at the Sari, who pass. So again, Rav Zidid, Yikari drops a bit. So Rav Zidid had farmers, and what happened? Chad gonna cough Sari, who passed like one stolen cob of wheat, and Rav Zidid disqualified him. The Chad gonna kibur daginu, and one went ahead and stole literally a cluster of dates. And Rashi says, a big cluster of dates, and he passed him. Hano kaburoi kibur nafsha biyom tov shalatzeres. So we'll say some other story. There was a group, there was a chevra who carried the dead on the first day of Shavuos. I will say now, this is actually very interesting. So if we take a look, Rashi says over here, Kibbutz, so these guys went ahead and buried the Jewish graveyard, the dead on the first day of Shavuos. Now, you're not allowed to bury the dead on Yom Tov Rishon. There is a halacha that says, we saw this more than that you are allowed to bury the dead on Yom Tov. And they allowed that, Chazal allowed that, ultimately again. Now today, we don't do that. We don't do that because we have refrigeration. So therefore, again, there's no concern it's going to decompose if you need to bury it after. Still, in some of the Hasidic communities, there's no shame, even presently, that's still the middle of the. But again, in our communities, we do not see this done right. These guys were meant Mechal Yom Tov. You're not allowed to bury a Yom Tov. But they were Mechal Yom Tov, they buried a Yom Tov Rishon. Now listen to this. New York says, Shamtinu Rapha, Upasnu La'edus. So ultimately, Papa excommunicated them, was slave. why do you make the cost? Why were they doing this? To make money. To make money. Right? They want to make money. Essentially, they work their young kids. They're young kids have to be that their work is a very nice chesed shalom, nice chesed for the dad, but it's so young kid. That's sure Rav Huna ben Yeshua. Rav Huna ben Yeshua said that again, obviously, but how are young to which they're allowed to do. But you're more ahead, and they had for themselves because they thought that after all they're doing the mitzvah. So the Gemara says, "Vaha kameshamtina," but they were excommunicated. But they were excommunicated. The Gemara says, "Savar kapara ka'abdi rabban." So ultimately, again, if they figure, you're right. We did and we did something wrong. There was also they thought, at least the Papa felt. I'm sorry, at least the Puna felt that this was like a good example, like they they thought that they were doing something good, right? That it was not good enough, but they were carrying the years. They thought it was I remember about the excommunication. They looked at the excommunication cleansing process. So they felt that they came out with like a head of the game on all of this. They're excommunicated cleansed, and therefore they should be on. Okay, fine. So the says, bottom line, by the way, of course, again, I'm also when I saw it is wrong, you know, I say 100%. But interesting enough, so the school of Yeshua felt that you see in these instances when a person explanation for their behavior and the explanation holds a little bit of water, even though they're not necessarily related. It's not capital sign. Good. Sign 27A. It's not an interesting case over here. So what do you do to ultimately again? Remember, in Ames, a witness who has been proven to process findings only, shouldn't show up. We saw that eight killed bees on Monday morning, and then the second says it's to show up and they say you couldn't have seen that because you were on Monday morning. Okay, now we're going to be an eight zone. So the Gemara says, so now the Shabbos says eight zone obviously is not permitted in Avis. It's not. We must discuss this. Shaila is how or when do we get that status? So Abai says not very good. In other words, retroactively qualified all the way to the day which went ahead and was a little shaky. So let's say for example that you were going to give your testimony on Monday, January 4th, right? It's like you're listen, bro, you're doing things, right? So they go ahead and they give the testimony on the 13th. So it's now what happens. Let's say we're not making zoning, right? Until the 13th of August. Right? A couple months later. Right? Let's say that happens until a couple months later. So now let's say, Shaila is, does the woman's status start from now, from the moment they're made, or does it have no job? There wasn't really so this Shaila was, because the question is what happens if they engage in other testimonial activities in between the time that they gave their testimony and they were made in so much. They signed on Shabbos. They were able under a chuppah. There's all these different kinds of things. Again, there is so many status actively or no and forward. This is not progress. Sabai says, my friend, if so, Rava says, me kind of love. So Rabbi is actually, Rava says, no, only from this point going forward. Rabbi Rabbi is Rabbi is retroactive. They ignorant the Asim Russia. That Torah Amra Hashem Russia. Al Tash's Russia. Rabbi is retroactive. Because ultimately, again, right now that they were made they are a shy. It says you cannot use the dog for any testimonial. It allows for the retroactive knowledge. Also, he's according to Abaye, everything that they have done, testimonies, English-wise, into them is going to be undone. So Rabbi says that the only time that Solomon becomes possible is from the moment that they are Solomon and going forward. Why? Gemara says, Eid Solomon Chiddush. Because the whole concept of Eid Solomon, it was like the whole idea of Eid Solomon was Chiddush. My chazan is some of Chahani, so also Eid Solomon. Second step when it says it's Kolon, within Hashem cannot have seen what they came to us and why they are with us. But why should you be able to relate to the second step? Yet the Torah is the second step. That's the Shemalacha, Bo Ela Mishaki. The Chiddush only lies from the moment that it occurs in the Torah. Therefore, again, to extend Eid status retroactive to amplify the Chiddush of Eid Solomon, which we're not getting. Therefore, we're not focused on buying Rabbi Nabba. So again, I just want to point out, Eid Solomon is happening in rapid succession. Right? Show up in this thing, give testimony, and then other set of witnesses, bust through the door. And with us, you couldn't have seen it, but you could see that is this possible? Reuben shouldn't give testimony, and then a month later, 2 witnesses show up and say, Reuben shouldn't. Could not have what you came to us. We were with us at that time. So then my focus: do they become Edom Zomin from the test, or do they become Edom ultimately retroactive? So that's the fundamental. So you get that. Others say, Rava Nazika Abai. Others say that Rava holds like Abai. Rava holds like Abai. My time comes. So my time comes when kind of like Abai. Why is it all again? Why is it that we only say that the witnesses are Edom Zomin from now, from the time that we're going forward? Very simple. We should see the little close. Because here's the issue. The issue is you're going to put people out of this. Remember, again, as I said before, it's quite possible that the witnesses have engaged in much testimonial activity. To the time that they engaged in testimony, and everyone was using it and thinking that they were witnesses. You begin to now upend the testimonial activity retroactively. You're going to put many purchasers at a disadvantage. I wasn't. That's either they trade the high. Two sets of witnesses testified about moving each other. Or they were disqualified ultimately again because of their death. I remember you. So, Papi conducted himself as Rav, and therefore disqualified them only from going forward. Follows in cases of Yal Kigam. You're not going to go through all of these cases, but you can see Rashi actually goes all of them. And interesting enough, Halacha L'Maisa, the ayin of Yal Kigam is Eid Zomin. Our case, we pass him like Abaye. That Halacha L'Maisa, when Eid Zomin is disqualified, it disqualifies back to the moment that he gave the testimony, which means that if Ruvain and Shimon gave their testimony on the 13th of Shvat, and they were disqualified, but they only became Zomin on the 13th. Anything they did between the time that they gave the testimony and were made a woman is invalid. So they were used for churches, they were used for documents, they were used for done over again. Incredible. So most of the like Abai, it's Zomin, this is incredible. Mumar, over the best episodes, most of the people are disqualified.
Not really.
Or Mumar, okay, this is a person who eats non-kosher to Avon. Cover means because naturals. Remember again, 2 ways to commit to not favor. Number 1 way is Avon because I want it. Right? Because it's enjoyable, because I like it. Ba'achis means I do something to love. So essentially, this is what's called the pleasure and the theological. Pleasure it's hard, I want to do it. I like it. It's enjoyable. It's fun. It's interesting. Right? Theological avera. I'm taking a principle. Principle sinners. Right? We'll go ahead and that's what it is. Principle versus pleasure. Now, pleasure sinners, principle sinners. Right? Principle sinners. I'm taking a principled stance against God. I do not believe in this. So remember, also the devil means a guy who eats non-kosher just because he likes it. I am miserable to me. So what's halacha? Different hakol possible. Everyone agrees that such a person is hustle rate. Such a person is not fit testimony. Now let's say now, what's the idea over here? It's just meaning up the Gemara says, why is a person eating non-kosher? Why is he eating non-kosher? So the Gemara says probably because. Right? Probably because get 14 burgers for 50 cents. You know, whatever it is. It's like ridiculous, right? It's half a more kosher place. So nice stuff. So personally, food, why is he doing it? So because it's cheaper. So we'll say, oh, that means sinning financial benefits. Okay. When you sin for financial benefit, you are postulating. Postulating, that's it. That's it. Everybody says, now interestingly enough, so this is so fascinatingly counter to it. So everyone agrees that a moment a person is not kosher because he likes it. He likes it. Where it says the can't be kosher is kosher for his wonderful. Cost. Because of the cost. So such a person is sin in order to save money. Because of money, you automatically proselyte. What about a principal sinner? A person who sins in also Rabba Amakar. Rabba says he's kosher. Rabba says, isn't this fascinating? So that we reflect just the opposite. That everyone would agree. Because remember, it's important to keep what disqualifies you from testimony. So you're dishonest when it comes to money. That drives this. If you're dishonest when it comes to money, I can't trust you when it comes to transactions. Because you may or may not be telling the truth and you're not signing on the truth. It's interesting. If I have other religious inconsistencies, that does not disqualify me from Avis. That's why we saw the person who is even chasharai, person maybe immoral. Okay, you might be immoral. I'm sure I have to work on it. Right, but myself, I can still be believing when it comes to financial matters. Even if I am a principled sinner, where I do things in order to rebel against God, again, not
I mean?
good, not good,
Just
but
like
it doesn't necessarily a low might go ahead and get papers. So I buy it with puzzle, I buy it as a puzzle, rather on kasha. So I buy it on a puzzle, I buy it as a puzzle, like how many Russia? Russia is Russia. Sabai says again, if you're a principal sinner, rebelling against God, you're Russia. Ultimately, again, can't go ahead and be Rava says kosher. Russia is the Hamas partner. Rava says you're kosher. It's the only type of Russia that is unfit to give Tesla kind of Russia, a financial Russia. And this guy's a principal Russia, not a financial Russia. Incredible. So they say, Russia, Al-Tasha's Russia 8. Torah says, do not go ahead and make a Russia 8. Al-Tasha's Hamas 8. Who are these people? Elu Gazlanin is the first defeat. For more than just people go ahead and do business which need the Jews. So my love, Echad Shuas Shaka, Echad Shuas. So we're talking about to get more of those people who take oaths. What oaths? Who is that talking about? Is it not talking about someone who takes oath or someone who takes false regarding money? So what says you see from the unfinancial discretion is invalid. It's low, EDD Shuas Money. Another means monetary oaths. So they say, Russia aid, Al Tashas Hamas aid, Elu Kazloner, Umalavirus. This refers to the people ultimately again who are thieves and ultimately lend with interest to Yufta to Abai to Yufta. And this seems to refute Abai because it seems to say the only thing that makes you unqualified to give Abel's is speculative discretion and not theoretical rebellion. Incredible. Maybe this whole thing focus tonight. Those of us that hold tonight, each only apostle the Torah, who look at every man. There says someone becomes an eight. So they're going to give Abel's. Yeah, but give Abel's anything in the Torah. When is that so? She wasn't being cautious. That's when it becomes capital cases about who's up to getting mominous cutting the flesh. This is interesting. If a person was made in soulmate for monetary matters, you're still believed to testify for cattle matters. Now, what's the logic behind that? The thing that I must say is, so when it comes to the world of sin, everyone has their line, right? Things that I would do and things that I would never do this, right? I would never do this. So says, apparently, not apparently, occurs in the world of lying as well. A person might be a false statement when it comes to monetary matters. A person when it comes to capital matters. So even if a person is proven to be so when it comes to monetary matters, it is still be believed to testify when it comes to capital matters. So they might buy Kramer for other Krabiosi. Just say that I buy wholesale Kramer. And I'm sorry. I buy Kramer. What is it? I buy wholesale Kramer. So the Amar, I'm going to because again, he ultimately again go ahead if a person is willing to do a more lenient sin, if you will, if he's more commerce sin as well. And Rava says once a person has transgressed something severe, there's certain ways we transgress something less severe. But if a person has only transgressed something less severe, they need to only be ready to transgress something severe, to which is mercy of law. Rabbi Yossi, Amalo Pligi, Rabbi Yossi, no one disagrees. You can give her a mayor. I buy holes like a mayor. I've kind of looked at Hassan Elakabe Izume. So mayor only espoused his position by Izume. Why? The Mamon says, the Mamon. Because when a person lies about monetary matters, the Rala Brios. Such a person, I will say, ultimately, is sin against the Church. Against people. When it comes to a case of saying Ochel Nevelos Lahachis, it's a person that's non-kosher, as a principal sin, right? As a theological rebellion, the Rala Shamayim, such a person is committing a sin against the Kadosh Baruch Hu, but a person is not committing anything against their fellow man. Ultimately, again, lo, Hilchasa Kavosa Dabayi. They will say, but bottom line, so therefore, both say, so there, you might say, when you Kavosa Dabayi, that the halacha is that even a principal sinner, right, what we call again, a mummer, lahachis, which is a person who does averos in a personal way to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so hustle labors. So the Gemara says, 1 second, right? So the Gemara says, well, we just refuted the ayah. The Gemara says, the Hahi Rabbi Yossi, the reflexive Rabbi Yossi. I, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi. So the Gemara says, even Rabbi Yossi, what about the fact that Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, Shani Has, Stam, even though normally Rabbi Yossi, in this case, the stamp kind of goes going to be there. The Gemara says, the Hacha Sasam run. Where do we know that from? The Barachama Katal Nafshi. So most of the we'll come back to that little nice and just more. So we'll say 20 points happening. Everyone is agreeing that a moment is called someone eats non-kosher. They like it because they like it. Such a person is actually becoming unfit for any testimonial capacity. Now, interestingly enough, why is that? What's the logic behind that? The Gemara understands this to be a financial crime. That's what it is, right? But what is the person eating non-kosher? Cheap. So what do you see? To save money. Okay, well, once a person is willing to sin to save money, then by definition they're unfit for all of this because that shows you're willing to live on the law for financial gain. Once that happens, then I'm not believing testimony. Interestingly enough, my focus on buying Rava is someone who's a more lahachis, a principal sinner. So this person is sinning not for financial gain, but to rebel against that Kadosh Baruch Hu. It's fascinating. So there's no financial piece, theological piece of here. Sabaye says, Rava says, first kosher. Seems to be working in the direction of Abaye and the Shusar. So the Gemara says, we're going over here like Rabbi Meir and Meir. Just listen to this story. The Bar Chama Katal Nashi. This guy Bar Chama killed someone. Amar Rish Bruce, or at least he was accused of killing someone. Amar Rish took hiding bomb. So the Rish said to Rabbi Abba, go, you be the lead investigator on this. Investigate this, see what's going on. I killed someone. Literally means poke out his eyes. Rashi points out over here. It doesn't mean poke out his eyes. The Reish Galusa did not have the power to put people to death. Like this. Rather, what it means is punish him. Most probably financially. So what happens? Also, Tresadi asu so what happens? The 2 minutes he showed up and they said, this guy, Bar, what was his name? Bar Chama, who killed someone. So 2 minutes showed up and they say, Bar Chama killed someone. So listen to that. So that's usually the guy. Other than you, I Shay Sad, Echad Me'anach. So listen to this. So what happened? So Bar Chama brought two other witnesses and testified against one of the accusing witnesses. Right? So against just right? Bar is accused of killing someone. Rabbi Abba is leading up two witnesses show up and they testify against Bar Chama, saying Bar Chama killed, we'll call him Ruven. Then what happens? Bar Chama brings two more witnesses. Those witnesses testify against one of the accusing witnesses, discrediting him. And what of Kamai Didi, Ganav Kaba de Choshla, the Chad Amar Kamai Didi, Ganav Kata on the baseball side, Kata did. So again, these happen to two other witnesses. Two witnesses show up and they say one of the accusing witnesses stole. Now they have a dispute about what he stole. One says he stole barley, the other says he stole the handle of an axe. Either way, the point is what this guy, one of the accusing witnesses, because he's a kind of, he is disqualified from testimony, fine. And because he's disqualified from testifying, there are not two witnesses against Bar Chama. Okay, so let's analyze. I'm going to my decade. Let's analyze. So let's my decade. From there, the ultimate again. From there, one second. Normally, there's a whole this right here, Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi, no one's Rabbi Yossi say. Just because someone is disqualified or made it to an easy by monetary matters, they're still believed for capital matters. Right? What's Rabbi Yossi's logic? Just because you rely about money doesn't mean you rely about the capital case. Rabbi Yossi, even if one of the accusing witnesses stole, it's still not disqualify him from being a witness against Bar Chama. What is it here? Say says that even if he's been judged and he's soulmate, but automatically disqualifies him for being an audience. Anyone who is fit to be part, whether means to adjudicate as a judge regarding being fascist, certainly believe for money. So money, you may see, according to Yossi, will say something another person who is made, once he's made into an kasha din and fascist, will possibly ominous. And Allah be there. Rather, you see it to be Sumimai. Dilma of the Psula Yuchsin card 8 was disqualified theological not because of any other testimonial issue. If you don't see this, safe at Tiktani, Yesh. There's such a thing as a witness, judge, who is fit for giving evidence but cautious. Am I in or right? How could that be that he's not right? It's so, if you get someone giving the cautious, right, giving evidence, he still believes in my very nice. The heart, the very hard call possible, but so you think that someone is disqualified because of generation. Afinami, we must be going over here. Because why would we learn in our Mishnah? Who are apostle for egos? Kufya, Gambler, Ribbis, lending interest, Kufi, governance, Trump, Shdias, lend people do business with Shuka produce Zach, well, any testimony or any testimony that a woman would not be believed for, today I'm happy for ourselves. Money who's the king of this. Didn't know the see if more things of you. Haika Egos, but in the Pashas, share what they share about these capital cases where a woman can't testify. We have these individuals, but so we must have a lot of letting there. So now there must be letting there. So if I say, what do you see from here? It's already there. So what do you see from there? So once someone has been disqualified for deeming ominous, they also can't testify for deeming the flushes. This is logic. Now, both said, why is there a hold? I'm not keeping it. Mayor holds that once we're disqualified for deeming ominous, we cannot testify for deeming the flushes. What's the logic there? What's the logic? A lawyer, always a lawyer. Once you have law regarding monetary matters, you have lost your ability, and we don't put it past you that you would lie for capital matters as well. So, let's go for here we go. Told you, what's happening over here? Come full circle. Barkham is the Reish Galusa says to Abba, go investigate. He needs a basic. Witnesses show up. They say, we saw Barkham kill Ruben. Good. Not good. Right? Barkham killed Ruben. Barkham then brings two other witnesses. One of those witnesses said, that one of the accusing witnesses is not believed. Why? We saw him barley and axe tangled. Either way, wasn't worth right. But Lamaisa again, he stole. So now what's the shiloh? What shiloh? So now we prove that one of the accused witnesses is the thief. So what's the shiloh? Say just because you would lie with monetary matters does not mean that you would lie with capital matters, and therefore again the witness should still believe that you said no. Once established as a liar in monetary matters, you are no longer believed for any type of potential including capital matters as well. And I've also said the whole Gemara to show that what we constantly write again, once you've been a liar in monetary law, you've lost your credibility for things. And therefore, I will say, what happens? Here we go. What happens? I'll never be there. Therefore, what happened? Rabbi Abba threw out the case. He threw out the case in court. Right? Why? Because one of the witnesses was disqualified. Why was one of the witnesses disqualified? Because it was shown that he was a thief. And once he was shown that he was a thief regarding monetary matters, he lost total testimonial credibility. And therefore, Allah was thrown out of court. What happened? Kama Nash Barkhama kissed the Abbas. Right, kissed his feet. Right, Rashi says she did, but do so. Because he's very happy with the verdict. The Kabbalah Lakar gave the Kulish. He promised to go ahead and get the Abba exempted from the head tax for that entire year. He never paid taxes. Rashi says the Kabbalah Lakar gave the Kulish. Still comes up and the Marshal points out he doesn't get such a stress. Like generally, they're exempt anyway from the head tax. So he wasn't really giving about. But again, expressing his kind. Says the Lord, like, Allah, what's that? What? The pastor going to be there. That again, once someone is shown to be a liar, they lose credibility for monetary matters. Then that cases including capital matters like well, and the boss just to circle back, goes out to circle, and I'm
means the same
Everyone
thing,
agrees
but
that a mama let's say, oh,
usually is
somebody goes in emotionally against their own pleasure,
Yeah,
extremely
right.
disqualified. That's a monetary transaction. What about a mama lahakis? Without asking, like a diamond and a mama lahakis. Someone who's selling this part is also going to be disqualified. So I'm going to stop over here for today.
I can always go back. Yeah. But here's the deal.
All right, have a great day, everyone.
I made a. It wasn't like things got to me. It was an error in judgment, meaning that it's common for people to against reason. And I was never on them because I never had any issue. The only reason I ever got into looking in, taking something was just to kind of quiet my mind and stop being hard on myself. A lot of it focus. More focus, I think. I think it's more like a Jewish Gemini guy. I don't know, like it just fine. I hate to say like I'm Jewish, but there is common craziness that goes on in kind of mind, I feel. And I was playing bass like when I moved up to Seattle. My first meeting it was my mind is working. When I was doing comedy, and it wasn't meeting like I didn't have that offer. I go up there and I get laughs based off like, oh, you guys not one month, like there you that developed warm up definitely from doing cable access in Seattle, just kind of being like man. See, I first would get frustrated and it didn't work and it didn't feel good. Right. And on top of that, I just felt I was out of baseball. I had to create structure. I had to start my life, and it was something that I never really knew I was going to try and play baseball as far as I go. Get my degree, maybe be in sales. I don't know. Right? But I had just decided to explore anybody. Right? But it didn't feel good because I never. Some people I got into serious acting too, trying to do that, but I was getting laughs, and then I would try and tell serious. They're laughing at me, so I go lifeline. Yeah. I wanted to get into radio or sports. One guy said, "You should do stand up." I never did stand up. So to say, it was right across the street from the 10 p.m. It was I did fetch. Yeah, I fetched 25 minutes, 5 years. But I hurt my arm. I hurt my elbow. Right when I was going to get a chance to pitch with a little bit of safety net. Because every time I was pitching, I felt like I was competing for a job. I was competing for the next time, right? So, kind of like comedy. And when you start out, it's like you got always rock in
something normal.
That's not, talking about my once you start working in rooms, mine was, okay, I'm not wrong. Yeah, well, for me, it was just, I didn't think bombing. I always thought it was going to push and push and me. Baseball was hard. I had a real there was comedy. I can kind of just fucking get laugh. You'd be you're not watch that are outside the box, you know, they're not classic. Mine on stage, maybe I don't know. When they come on, it's yeah, I backed into it. You know, I tried to get up there when I began at Seattle. I think this week when I come to workshop at UCLA, I go feel comedian, tell my jokes. Me, and nobody would really laugh. And I go, this is funny. And I would laugh. And I go, maybe I want to something. And then so when I left LA, there's one open mic, and I went to Seattle. Chatsworth. My car got rear-ended. The guy, he was drunk. I was on stage. I could see him at the floor. And the guy backed into my car. Yeah. Talking about a fucking sign. Maybe not the different. Yeah. My like, wow. And he was drunk. But he just paid the bond. That was Chatsworth. No, I admitted to it. I mean, no, look, this was 90. Maybe 93. I'm sorry, 1993. Well, I say my official start point is February 94. And I did and used electric and I wanted to see if I liked so every week I'd be driving to UCLA through the valley. It was in like 2 minutes, and one of my classmates, Holy Shore sister, was the teacher. Yeah. And I knew at the end I would have her final show at the Comedy Store, right? So I would do the class, and after the class, I was talking to Sandy Shore after the end, just talk about more comedy, and then I always drive by the Comedy Store again and go to the big one day before them, but I never went in. Maybe once. I went into back then. No, I was never really like a big stand-up fan guy. I was into like baseball. I liked everything baseball. When I got into college, I liked Beavis and Butthead. I liked wrestling was funny. Howard Stern. But I also felt like I didn't listen much to that because I felt everybody liked Dice in 1988. That was Dice. Dice and Tennis. Exactly. And I would listen to Jackie Mason cassettes. He was funny. Holy shorts. So, yeah, I guess I did. I'm saying
I
where
know
I
some
was
of these shows, but people were distorted. Like,
seen a friend. I remember him like from being on so but I knew that Jonathan Winters, his big thing was like he went to the site where he voluntarily went in there. Like, kind of, it was like talk about what happened and kind of like what's happening in the U.S. a little bit. Yeah, it's precious. Well, that's why you have to be positive. That's what I believe in yourself. Like I don't even like mention doing bad. I have that thought. I just push forward. In fact, when I'm on stage, like at the comedy store, and there's like somebody in the crowd that I respect, or maybe a friend of mine, maybe like the baseball, I can turn it up. I know I can my back's against someone. I can be roadie. I can be professional. I can do that, and that's just from doing it. I also feel, we're talking about started in the 94. I got into more about 2000, like 6 years into it. And, learning from scratch. These sitcoms and Hollywood have an audience warm up because there's live on sometimes tours and stuff, and the excitement wears off after about an hour, and they're going to be in there for 5 hours, and they need a guy that gets around. Well, they have those 10, 5-hour deals. I've done a few of those. My strength, and I got it. I think that has it live, but it's the TV taping, no matter what it is, they usually bring in a guy to keep it more. Yeah, I thought it was awesome to see. So I was 3 years at CN Boys. I learned all about how the comedy club and the comedy underground, Joey Diaz, Troy, Greg Gass, Mitch, back in CN, right after the boom, you could still, you saw the fundamentals of a 3-person comedy club show in Seattle. So you learned from a lot of the guys there. A lot of Mitch back then. He was only there for like 5 months, maybe. Right? There's to hang out with Chad. I got it. The character guy. Remember, some interesting guys. But like he said, he said something to me. I only met him like once there, and he was there, and he was, doing road gigs and all that. And Seattle was just a great place. So many San Francisco comedians would come up, and a lot of the Seattle comedians helped work. It was just a great place, right? To have real audience. And I did cable access because King County has got like the second largest per capita viewing audience. So when I started doing this, cable access and then on YouTube, well, Dana and I did what Jay did as a comedian in Kansas City. But Dana and I, we kind of really found our own, just having fun. You slow, and I and kind of just bring in some energy, young guys sort of new to Seattle, but also just new to comedy, and having fun, and taking live calls, yelling at the camera. We're having fun. And people I walk on the street, I get recognized. Jews and Samoans rule the West. I mean, that's what it is. Listen, you do comedy or anything you do and you like, if it stinks, and you're getting laughs on it, even better. Hey, things. We're doing that. TV. I can be funny now, like TV.
That's fine.
And just having fun. So that, but I also felt like it was away from my stand-up. Yeah, it was like, okay, I'm doing this TV thing, and I'm yelling, that character. I also felt like stand-up. Yeah. I started in Seattle. It's like you really know where you start. Like I made it up to yes, I remember Joe. We told me, you gotta go to New York. I told you some things before, right? Go to New York. They'll just talk. Go there. I went to New York and my friend was working with the Yankees. I got a job working with the Yankees, so I knew I'd have to see Yankee games. In New York. When I first got there, I stayed in like a weekly apartment of like a hundred. It was like I forget. It was like 400 a week, maybe. This is bad. 97. Right. In Bushman High, he was in the hotel. Broadway. Wow. And I stayed there for a couple months, and it was, weirdos in there, but not that bad. T-shirts for the Seattle Supersonics. I went to the Supersonic team shop. Well,
She's so judgmental about this as well. So it's like,
I'm saying,
I'm just saying,
I'm there.
first of
Like t-shirts and everything like hanging from Guns N' Roses. He was there. Jeff, we went to and I worked the tunnel, so I before the game from the shop to the stadium. So so sell that t-shirts like that little shrimp t-shirt on. So I would like speak out there, and I would do halftime, and I would do at the end of the games. It was fun, and then I lived in the neighborhood. I would just walk home, and I also learned about coffee and another town espresso. So really, I went to Seattle to get completely away from Arizona and be a creature. And I wanted to be around rain. I wanted to be around snow-capped mountains and fresh air. This is growing up in the San Fernando Valley, being around baseball, making my friends. I needed something to do. Yeah, challenge. I believe that, man. Like in New York, everyone. And
guy is a Jew, he's a Cohen, and he's in violation of Shuvah. Yahweh the Akil, this Habana is a wall. First of all, who generates all privileges in this particular way? This guy very branches in order to make it very out of press. Like when you have an armed press, and you have a pilot, like 2.7, you have a pilot, and it's put the type of netting in front of us to keep the fire together.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I love the energy of New York. When I went to New York, lived in a mountain and then I had to find into the open mic. So I knew that surf reality, Lower Side, everybody gets 8 cents. It wasn't like you can get on the show. It's 4 minutes of comedy. This is 8 minutes. It's 4 minutes. It's me. It's weird. Everybody it was Facebook show. On Sunday nights was like, it was new, and then Wednesday nights it was Reverend Jen, the anti-slam and the positive energy most people got up on Wednesdays. So there's a whole Lower East Side scene of alternative kids and and music. You know, and Josh Culver, Family Guy, Jeff, Liam McEnany's out here. Just like I passed through. What the key was for that show was that people wanted to get on the lounge. That was the show. So I felt like Surf Reality was a feeder room to lounge on Monday nights, and that's where they had, you know, Dave Chappelle, UC, Mark Maron, Janine Garofalo, Tom Berry. That was like the spot to be. Wow. So once I got there, after 3 years, my goal was to like come back to LA in 2030. And then once I started doing Luna Lounge, a few times I got to host it, and I got to do it, and I'm up there with Dave Chappelle, Todd Berry, Janine Garofalo, Maron, and I'm my own. The style comedy we're doing like taking advantage
and my heart
a little bit. I mean, I remember like some of, I definitely remember my breakthrough set. I remember, you know, you're talking about walking around New York. I heart, you know, I on Sunday nights, for example, I was a waiter in New York. I worked at Cafe. I was also a tour guide at Radio City Music Hall. So I wanted to see, can it be funny on the East Coast if I can make these. Yeah, it's a different crowd, and they're maybe a little more honest. They're a little more. They also have real jobs, you know what I mean? It's just weather, it's another way of life. It's just different. They have some rumble that really believe in different politics and religions and rules and everything. It's all about San Francisco. And you get the European we get on to like Australia, Canada, or whatever. But yeah, I did. I did that, and I worked at the company seller for about a year and a half. I worked out there because I thought it would lead to stage time. Because the guy who was doing was an open micer with me, and we're still going to mics. He wrote Manny, the owner of the club, he likes me for big spots. If I'm ready to do it when I'm working, I think you should do it. So I went down there and working. I thought it was fast. I didn't have the confidence. That's the thing. I didn't have the confidence to ask Steve to let me, try and do it. There. But all the while, I was doing surf reality. I was running my own room on Monday nights, trying to get 8 comedians up. So I was hosting. I was past at stand in New York, and I was Joshua's the Josh and Josh show here in Port Elizabeth, China. A lot of these guys I started with, they started moving out to LA, and I kept in touch with them. So when I was done with New York and ready to come back to LA, I already had friends working at these TV shows. When I came out here, right away I got premium on Central because
was it the
people
plowing guy or the shooting guy?
Comedy Central premium, so I got 2 spots on TV right away. And it got me past at the Improv, Laugh Factory, and Comedy. Wow. Bobby Lee recommended, I remember. This
Why
I'm still doing mics out here. Did like happen yeah, it happened fairly quick. I had the book show, Adam Rodman would book. I think it was like on Thursday nights, and that's one of the shows I wanted because he did a good job bringing in like Pat Oswalt, our brother, maybe Chuck Ross back then. Like, it's a good day. Obviously, yeah. Bobby Lee lived with the same building as Adam Rodman, right? So I always told me about Bobby. So Rodman, we just saw the Improv. He's a character. He's he writes for the LA Weekly now. He ran that show. Wow. So being the there. Yeah, and you was a fun little room, and I remember it was a good opportunity for me to interact with, like Maria Bamford and Zach. So did a good job. Kind of and I already had, like I said, I was taking that circle because I took the workshop at the UCLA graduation was at the Comedy Store, and then growing up in LA, my mom's boyfriend lived over there all the way. on Cienega there, and I could always see the lights in the comedy store. So it was never like wanted to be a comedian at any Murphy or whoever it was. Right? I knew the energy of the Sunset Strip. I could feel it. So very electric. It was just electric. It was just crazy. You go down the street. Rock clubs. So people on the street on the street. Yeah, that was weird. I mean, the 80s in LA, it was you had the Lakers, the Dodgers, the Rockets, that's Venice Beach, Valley girls. I mean, everything was rocking in this town. And I remember, growing up in the valley, going to the beach and the sun and the hot weather and the haze and the small back. We had, back then those smoky it was just, I would like went to San Dimas to Regent Waters. They're like, I'm not way out like San Dimas. All right. But that was, when we first, that company sort of pulled me in. It was Restream again in the 80s. So I always had that. And one reason why I'm kind of loyal, but nothing against the other clubs or anything of that. But yeah, it's definitely more on us. Towards people like us that are rock and roll. There's a cool factor to there is. It's just kind of moving, you know what I mean? Which makes myself really, because there is a side of the shiny sheen comics that like I'm here for business. And for some of our guys being on TV and comedy again, it's just a step that type of person. Before, it's not that, it's just outlaw. You know what I mean? It's just great. It's just outlaws and crazies, and it's a big fan. It feels great. One of the types of people in the story, you recognize, wow, this is my voice. It's like me on the fucking video. Yeah, remember, the corner market, everything is going to be this cat. Last night, this was the last 2 nights for me doing a podcast. Like, get the Tony and just mix it up there, and then the roast battle going up and having Jeff let me be a guest and comment and seeing all the fun of something like, wow. They kind of, talk about going to New York and feeling it again. It was kind of like me. Last night, I did a show out in Rhea, so Tuesday night, did it. I wasn't looking to it actually. I had, kind of not
like it's so
dread. I was like, and it's like, that all the time.
So the total value I could charge him for the 90 saw. Sounds like a much better.
I mean, there was a little. I don't want to prepared to drive. I drive, I'm okay because I'll just leave it for 7.
So what do you see from the right?
It's more just
we don't want you selling street
yeah, it's like going on the road.
because Kohani should be a suspect of not following
see the 30 miles
when
over
it
at
comes
the
to
comedy store.
voters.
So last night,
I did such a bad example. So let's
present show, and I did they're a little older, a little conservative, and I had fun, having, I learned, you learn and have fun, and the 12 miles for Fox.
It's never available on the field.
So I did the show,
okay,
good,
you have to go ahead and you can't store in the house.
drive back to the comedy store, and see Louis C.K. there, I see it's a metric, and Place takes on its extra chill, of course, but you're relevant. Yes, it's all our favorite guys. We just you really did put it in perspective. Not that I was talking about being walked by or anybody. It doesn't, all that much. The way you said is like, hey, this is great. It's going to be on the Instagram. It's going to give us crowds when he's not here for the next couple months. So you like help me. And it was upset or anything. It's like, hey, that's actually good. We want that. Yes, because it turns it into
and divest themselves of
these guys can go creates a positive place, and then we on it 9 first, and I remember 9 2 years ago. But now 9 is sold out, and I'm like, this is right on at 9 and midnight, and it's still
it's 100 to 1. It's 100 to 1.
Yeah. I tend to do the app. Midnight. So
But it's not 100 to 1.
it's like New
New
York. I know what you're talking about. Walking around. Yeah, that was a big deal for me. On those nights, I would take the L train,
So
and I never missed out there. I didn't like, never blew off. Did. Like how you're dedicated. I was dedicated like that. I did it every get on the train, 7 o'clock. I knew I'd be at Avenue A or First Avenue, 15, and I'd get off the train, and I'd walk down Avenue A. This is still that edge back in 97, but it was cool. My headphones on, I just like visualized it. I'm like feeling it. And I walked down Avenue A, so just people. Then I go to surf around, you draw the bucket, you get on earlier, get on late, you just walk around New York, I felt the energy. Now there's just cell phones and people Instagram. Right? Yeah, exactly. Check out the fight going on. You know, and that's all delivering messages from later on. I mean, for me, it was just kind of the architecture and the subways, personalities, the people. You know, I would hang out at Carmine's Pizza right there. You know, give me a hard time. That's how they work. They were on it. I learned that. I learned about the honesty. I just learned about living in New York. It's hard. The subway, and the summer weather. I got out of it. What I got out of what I wanted to get out of it. Going to surf. Just talking with rants, you know, for right now. People laugh. I had my friend said, hey, he says, she's just like, yeah. I mean, it's like a talk before, but that was talking with solidified fire. And that is really the exception of your style, which I love to watch. And I also now here I am, and I awesome. Yeah, what happens if you're right, people think it's very hard, but I think that's the challenge. Each guy has to think, right after the other guys think, they know what's wrong. You know, every time I go off, go ahead and get off the stage. You know, when I do the original, I'll stay on the stage. I will respect the show. I'm the last guy, or in the main room, I'm the last guy. Yeah, play drums, walk in the crowd. I really felt never knew that. You know, somebody was after me. But I am different. You know, I am loud, and I do the whole thing. I'm trying my best. And I do know, like, every time at the comedy store, when I'm doing like 11:45 spot or whatever, and you or Steve Simone or Owen, or whoever I'm around at the time, they'll always like do a little comment like that was Brody. Brody's like, how to, yell at him, in the room, and so I go, yeah, so you got it. I'm still here. Like, Tony will say stuff. It's kind of, you can take it like, I know that they're doing it to reset the room, but there is a fine line because some guys could be, don't know me, they'll be like, I don't have a relationship with the guy, and they do, but it does kind of, it is a little bit irritating. Yeah. This guy's yelling, what's wrong with this guy? I'm getting laughs, by the way. So I always like to recognize it and have a banter with you in the room because that kind of makes it funny between the two of us. And then as you go, you gotta walk out of the guy. But it is you're in transition's a weird thing. I get stressed with intros. It's not an easy fancy thing, and you want to set up the guy
It's wonderful that the
to
government is
do
doing it. The
well
companies,
after you, and interests make a big difference.
the government
You can tell if somebody gets an icy
the
intro.
government
Like,
doesn't
this next guy
stand
just
on the
comes
side
crawling
of
to away.
the state
You know,
of
like,
if you
the
don't
most shit intro is
stand
clubs.
against
Next guy does clubs all over America.
some
I've never been to a college. You know, it's insane about, come on. We've been in here for years. It's just fucking, that's how those, like, road, maybe these, like, you know, again, student road gig,
don't make it clear.
you know, whatever you just deal with it, you can tell it's like, some, store, everybody,
So
does the kick ass intros because they all know, you know, like, this is a rough ride in here, you know, right up the street, you can't, you know what, I feel good about this world. Like guys like me and you, these late night guys, we kept it going, we kept it, I feel like, you know, Don Barris, the craziness, me hanging out, you know, cheese, you doing your spot, said, you know, Tony Hedge, back in the day, late night spots, we kind of bridged that gap, and made it, I feel like, kept the life going, and then, you know, you have Adam come in, the new booker, and he's set up, and so I that store is what it is. Because I'm not a Johnny come lately. I'm the guy who's kind of like just grinding it out. And to be honest, it does feel good when guys give me intros. Like, it's like, well, yeah, I'm not asking for that. Yeah, I don't look at myself as a legend, but I guess if you're moving somewhere better, you know, they'll do that. So
Again, something
it's just you know, like, I started comedy at 44. So that's a weird thing. You know, I'm part of the weird guys. You know what I mean? And we just talk about it. It's like, it's good. It's pretty cool. Let's see, you know, and you know, like, a lot of guys at 40 started 44, you know, and then it's like that original thing of like, when we were all working, it was just crazy, right? Yeah, it's just, I mean, for me, I just like going to the comedy store. It feels like a club. It's like Friars Club. It's like a private, I don't mean it's like a private, it's open to everybody. It's a tree house. Insanity. I love it. Yeah, and they do a good job with the shows, and it's good natured. There's not really negative energy. Or had a reputation back then, energy, and I was a little intimidated by people when I first got there. I greet each other. I think that roast battle, Kill Tony, kind of satisfies that need for these guys to be. You want to be negative, go to the roast battle, make it funny. Yeah, like here's the way to do it. Used to be maybe guys pick on each other the whole way, doing stupid stuff. You know, I feel like now, just comedy in general, there's so many outlets, whether it be a podcast or a Periscope, or, you know, creating that roast battle. Like that, that keeps the
Surely, your ass off. Each person kind of gets something. You know what? And then okay. You know, we all start to fit in. And it's like, all right. At first, we're like, this is scorekeepers. But after a while, I got some. He got some. Feels like fucking winning here in the store. I do. Yeah, I mean, it's always about putting out positive energy. I mean, I know it sounds kind of corny. I see the same thing, but just like when I'm never negative towards these guys. It's like, I should be on the show. I'm funnier than him. Why is he that? I said, I'm gonna make you shine. I'm gonna like get these guys. Because that's just how I jerk, but I try to focus on the nice part. I try to. Yeah. As you promote what's great, not what you hate. Yeah. Promote what's great, not what you hate. And I learned that from baseball. Focusing on positive, making it fun, not complaining. You know, they used to say freshmen are getting saved, not hurt. And I got over, you know, being, baseball. They coach you with fear of running and just turn it into positive. Turn it into, and we learn all that visualization about focusing on the positive, psychology of coaching. And people playing baseball, just go in there and be not haze, be like, you know, you're a new guy, I'm a Jewish guy in Arizona, gang like, get picked on. But I knew it wasn't me. That's how it was, because I got picked on in high school, so I heard all this stuff. So that's how I was should have been the store. And then you realize as you're reading the, getting the back history of people that have and all that stuff. We're not sure from the story. It's like, who was find out? Oh, it's not her. So it's just like ex people that got roasted on and right. It's just human nature. If you get that's where some come into play. Understand the human nature. Just take your punches. If you believe in yourself, it'll come around where that comes with, you know, confidence, maturity, you know, to see that. And longevity is sticking around. That's the people that just come for a couple of weeks. They go, I knew that guy didn't want to fucking be serious. We roasted him a few times. He doesn't fucking care. You know? Yeah, and they, and also they're making fun of you because they like you. You know, they leave something up in you that they like. Impressions of you. Impressions. You know? Or, you know, saying shit, you know, in the back of the room during the open mic. Exactly. You got that out of them in the baseball.
for me was like, yeah, they picked on me, but I felt like it wasn't malicious, and then it just prepared me. I went in, kind of market it out, and then when I went to New York, that's when the comedians were kind of tough on me. I went there and was like, who's this guy? And I had some success, but I had a little name in Seattle, and then I go to New York, and it's like, I'm a bad guy, you guys are blowing me off, and go, no, I'm a good guy. Baseball in Arizona State, well liked in Seattle, it's not me, it's you. I didn't get mad, I just kind of stuck my guns, and then they came around. So I owe to baseball, that I owe to just maybe sucking it up. Maybe I should have said F you. Also from sports, you get a work ethic. You can't just fucking run 100-yard dash. You got some work ethic. You got to it's reps. You know, they say it's like 10,000 hours. It's reps. It's how they want it. So see, this is like, hey, I don't know. I'm not like in a serious fight with a kid, and I'm like, how I got to this point. Say, hey, how I got to the point where I'm how I got to the point where I'm getting asked to do shows at Great Lane, how I got, and that feels good. But, you know, it is surviving, and you don't know. Show business is difficult. It's, and you can't get pulled into that. You start thinking that, and you don't want, and that's a reality of life, and that's a reality of where we're at. Thank God there's podcasting, and I put out positive energy, and you just think that good things will come back. The world is so backwards right now. You can't say that. There's no guarantees, but I feel like right now, even like thinking good stuff, not necessarily, I really have to do the work and to be a downer. I think the key right there is you have to do the work, and you got to what does that mean? That's the best part about it. You know what I mean? It's like I'm working. This is why I like working. That's the thing. It's like when you're doing warm up like I was doing, I was working. I had a good structure. I had fun, and it take me away from the stand-up, from make that leap and going out on the road. I've done so much warm up. I'm wired for that. It's almost my brain is I've seen to ask her about these stories, right? So let's say this is incredible story. They get a car, and then
staff was a man by the name of Shep.
Exactly.
Shep
And I don't
tremendous
know if I'm ever gonna get that. I don't know if I'm wired for that, but that seems like something that would be a bad deal. But I also feel that
showed up.
my instincts, and for myself right now, I haven't made an album, I haven't done one special, I don't have a website up, I don't do my podcast consistently, to go, oh, it's not happening, or I mean, I do procrastinate, I do kind of live in a fantasy Peter Pan world, I do, it's kind of like spirit, not spirit, but connections and numerology, because I've actually, that's the funny thing about Periscope on Twitter, you're able to actually emit these weird moments, and that is kind of interesting. And to be honest, like hanging out with the Cubs and that experience, like being around baseball, being around positive energy, and having that positive energy go, hey, look, I'm doing that, I'm getting laughs, I'm editing better, and do a job. I like doing it, and it's also, that's why the things I'll put up on Instagram is make work. I feel like I'm doing a show on Periscope, I'm doing a show on Twitter, I'm doing a show on Instagram. Somebody sees that, it's like, okay, Brody, let's do a half-hour show once a week or 10 minutes every day. Something like that.
My followers want shows over. Exactly,
and I platform, give me my space. It's like that's why I'm on Periscope. Because I'm left alone. Is that how life works? I don't know. You gotta work. You gotta work with people. But for example, the Periscope, I'm on my own. I do it. I do whatever I do, and then I've got good traction. I've got jobs out of it. That's great. Jobs. Well, I did last year in the 2015 baseball made a Cincinnati Comedy Century cover in the parade, and I did the home run hitting contest. But that was like 2 years ago. Periscope was then I did Undateable, which was a dateable show. I did the pre-show Periscope during the show Periscope. So I did that. And that's what I'm kind of doing right now when I'm doing the Periscope, like creating the show.
So again, from the Nubby tells the show, do not surrender. Spark right in the back, do not surrender. Shevner is feeling pretty good about himself. Because Shevner feels that now, first of all, he's playing the majority. He says he's 90% real, and he's very confident that now he's going to be score as from the king. So what does Shevner do? So Barton comes along.
I create sometimes it's 15, sometimes it's me. So it's going somewhere. So the Periscope for me, I treat it like a podcast. A podcast is a podcast. Stand up, Periscope, they all help each other. Like this podcast is like cross. I also feel like Periscope that. And I get good feedback, like exercise on it, and then like drumming over there, and then because my stand-up always doing different, I feel like I can give away a couple of jokes, and I'm branding, they're seeing me, they see the process of what goes on before I go on stage, then I go on stage, then I talk. So getting that many keys, on the key, but you want to be compensated. You want to somehow get it. You're making a few bucks, whether it be for a podcast, Periscope, or giving, some free comedy.
So what happens? So Shevna gets left. Come on, base.
You look at it that way, right?
Upon his master's home, his CEO's home. Not both of the color. Shevna was all great, right? But Shevna, turned into degradation. Once again, now, Shevna are his followers. This is not surrender. Shevna, along with his followers, will surrender. So they get ready to leave Shevna. Whole several. What happens? Shevna is at the front of all of his followers, ready to exit Yerushalayim to select something. As in walking out of the gate from Yerushalayim, also Gabriel, so what happens? Yerushalayim, so Shevna walks out, and the moment that Shevna walks to Gabriel, the amount of Gabriel closed the doors of violence on his followers. The followers in the city, and then if you're going to Shevna walk out by himself on the days, on the way. So now Shevna comes before Satan. And remember again, what did Shevna's letter say? Shevna's letter said that I represent 130,000 people in Israel. So now he comes by himself. So on the way. This guy says to Shevna, all followers, I'm going to argue with you. So Shevna didn't realize what happened with Gabriel, what he figured was that at the end of the day, his followers just decided not to come. Not to come. How did they stay on the basis that there's just so obviously looking for it. So I think this whole thing was
Do you feel like the podcast helps your stand-up just by talking and listening, and then also
meanwhile what comes out by itself.
a fan? Absolutely. I mean, I can like Periscope, or my podcast, and you inspire me, or this, or so my show, but I'm not trying to inspire. I'm sharing. Hey, they're inspired by it, and then there you go. Okay. They're inspired. That's an angle where maybe I can monetize. It's not just like bullshit.
But you've got it also like cultivated in the souls
I think
in the
it
souls of
turn into motivational speaking. I kind of want to be.
and
I like
dragging
baseball,
on,
but
dragging
maybe a
on
coach, a motivational coach for baseball.
with a little
Feel like
bit
some because they have psychologists. And the thing is, I play baseball. I throw. I catch. I've played. I understand it. And they have mental skills coaches, so that'd be something that would interest me because show business is crazy. There's some exciting show business, but I also am sure in the beauty and spring training, Arizona, baseball. I like that world. For me, that's another thing. It's like, okay, you do baseball, and maybe stand-up. So now you can't do the stand-up. Maybe you're exercising suckers. Maybe that's so it's good. You gotta watch it also. You spread yourself too thin, and you feel like, oh, one Instagram, this one's gonna be here. No, like, because it's all net gain. And sometimes I think that's like what Kanye West went with at the end. Instagram. These things. Look, I did the same thing on Twitter. I was like tweeting. There is pressure just with the social media. I think the media is just because when you were saying it, that wasn't around really. I started, it wasn't around, and then it came around. It's like, wow, I gotta add 2 hours to my day that was never there before. So, I used to send out an email list. So once or twice a week, I would send out a Brody blog. Yeah, I had all these people send out like what shows I'm doing this week. Pleasure. Story of what happened. Thing, and then send it out. That was before, blogs. Yeah. And then I had my website, and my website, and then I would blog in my website, and, Facebook and my kind of came around. So I would do, I would do that, and the social media exploded like a lot of stuff, and then you can do it, and then it's Face, and then it's iTunes, and then it's podcasts, and then you're going to Tower Records or CDs and DVDs. It was like too much. Like I gotta like just do my comedy. I can't really relax. It was hard sometimes for me to relax. Like watch other comedians, and it's like, especially now because you're like pushing it. I think that's a lot of problems is the social media. It's like we only have 24 hours in a day. I can see how you would. I think out of Ram has been my favorite because I love sharing stuff in photos because of course I love photos. I've always loved raw photos. I've loved historic photos.
When you take that wrong turn, it's only a matter of time. That's what happened.
All kinds of stuff. Instagram is a hub. I love
ultimately again becomes out of this side here with the seas. This is
I do know that when I start to get like this, so I do like 8 podcasts in a week to make them up because I'm going on the road or whatever. And I'm doing Instagram and I'm tweeting everything, and then I hit stage. And like, motherfucker, here comes bad set.
forget about my lifetime.
Time in the stand-up. And it lets you know immediately when you're up there. It's like,
all reality is wrong.
That's when I push all the other shit to the side immediately. I knew it's a sign. Okay, Kevin,
You might say, Sabe que uma pausa, uma coisa de uma
want to do is
família do passado,
all the other stuff.
from the law.
Once you
Que a achação social sabe
I
na
could just
pausa.
podcast
Você sabe mandar
and
coisas
you
para
said
que a achação
you're just my podcast. Like, I'm thinking
Paul.
gaining new fans and gaining and more like not saying you do the podcast because you like podcasts. And not saying you do record because you don't like doing it. I'm saying do that for doing that. And the fans come. I feel like, yeah, I like to get fans, but I also continue
Sabe que na Paul. Obviously, this was destroyed.
fans
sign
will go.
Shevno.
That's my approach as opposed to like, I gotta have, that's it, you just like, I need fans in the seats to make money. I mean, you have to get,
That Russia, I.e. Shevno,
we want to survive.
and
We want a hair bill.
right, yeah. So this is so pretty opinion that says that the shots of the fans all yeah. And to the prime with Shevno, and the second shots of the Haris,
Get enough fans.
destroys the plans of evil people. And the other is a little bit this has Shani most to see up how saying that it makes sense to call the over this and it also shots us why it was in the center of the summit was actually what's called the average to see as the foundation stone. That was the first piece of matter from which the world was created. I remember the history of the CIA. That's how
So I can there aren't there gigs that already built in crowd, and then you go there and make your crowd. And then you like start building that up.
because the clock of a person. I won't say listen to this, but what I mean.
Okay,
Shut
right. I understand that kind of stuff. You know, that's also part of what the fans do. Right?
So the next point that just goes on. So it's like first explanation. Why is God called Toshia? So the question shot over here is that Torah weakens approach. I would say that this is very interesting.
That's my fear.
Torah Hashem.
Well, it's kind of out of your control a little bit. It's like,
the soul.
you gotta
Weaken is totally reviving
it's like, be funny, be positive,
right?
put the energy out, be the best you can be. Maybe being the best you can be is not going to be feeders. You know, it might be something right there. You know, trying to like, yeah, I mean, belly size. I can do belly room size across the barrier. And the electricity shows undeniable, right? Or even Omar when I had sold out. And that is fucking, it is sold out. So see, that's your feeling. Like when I do it, I don't feel that. I feel like I gotta get through this. And like me, kind of thing. Whereas like let's say I'm at a rock club and I got 100 hipster kids from Los Feliz or whatever. I can dig into them. Like I know I'm making them like me because their history, their rock and roll, whereas like comedy store and families too, whereas like make like me, or finesse involved. Well, I'm not looking for them all. Like, I want to be flash. The energy of the bush. And the big laughs over here, but nothing over here. I love that weirdness, right? I like it. That's why I like doing the work. You know, it's real down. Like, give me a broke joke real well, we patch them together, and then I'll relax, and then I can rattle off my story laughs. And I think it's also, I was sports like Brody Reed for, you're going to get 3 spots, primetime spots, you can get used to it. Just like, I'm used to doing warm-up in front of big crowds. I mean, at the improv, actually, I feel pretty good on that. For some reason, maybe it's because where I started at the Comedy Store, that psychologically in my head, where it makes it not always fun, like, I don't know if I do well, right? So I do have, where's the improv, I feel like I can handle that, I got it, get it. You know what I mean? Like, the story it is. And the audience is no way, no, like, we're at the Comedy Store, better bring it. Because they take the letter, Eddie Murphy, Hillary, you gotta bring it. I mean, I don't worry about, I'm not a huge draw, so I don't worry about getting the numbers. I don't like, that's my control when you promote, do that. But I do, there's times in the culture you want to do the back. It's like, I want to get laughs, you don't want to bomb. Bombing. When I think about what I do, push through, and there's been times where they've given me some, like, prime, and a couple prime favorite spots, and one time I struggled, I didn't have fun, but oh, they liked it, and the other time I like to stay in the pocket and nail it. So, myself, I do that, and
Work for tomorrow. Work for
it's just
we always
get
wind
the
up
spots.
in
If
the right
you don't get the
place.
spots,
Much
get
shorter
good.
down tomorrow.
Oh,
I think that's a big thing. Sit there and do the same thing.
All right, so
You're not going to do it. What are you doing? You know what I mean?
you gotta grow, and you gotta get that album out. An album.
Yeah.
I don't have that special, so it's like keep doing the same stuff. It's like you get sick of it. I want to get it. I want to be a comedian. Go for it. Want to pod that stuff.
All right, we'll say good morning, good Ross. It's supposed to Hashem to be able to end another week of the session together begin by faith.
If I was doing that at midnight,
Our sponsors for this morning is the thing. I'm the sponsor for Hashem Behavior. Mercy. So for dedicating all the women judges this year as is supposed to be service levels for our total sponsors for the month of Tibis in memory of Amit Ben killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. Learning sponsor Zeddy and Joshi Daniel, the leading sponsors Shell, Ben Reform Noah Yossi, and our Zakumi sponsors for today, Alan Restream, by the way, from members of mother, Mingo, Hero, Mingo, Bas, Cultures, from and the next, all of the families in the summer. All those who need a wish that would get a call police. So, the has to just home and because to allow our holy soldiers to call a mass. Because with that, let us begin with the incredible. I was going to actually figure out this exceptional back today. Today's back is Fuck 26 on 26, 5 lines down from the sunset on the top, after 2 dots. Sorry, 4 lines down from the top, after 2 dots. I'm going to show you how you call it also associates. So let's remember again, you had a really incredible Mishnah, fascinating, because you're going to open the door to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unserved, and what we're calling testimonial capacity. Amongst those individuals, the Mishnah had Russian.
I can say, I would say that. I go, why don't you guys just leave? I'll do it with half the people. And we'll do it like that. And
So great.
you start running into problems when you start taking chance to show better, like speaking up. Sometimes you gotta play good cop, bad cop. You'd say something to Chris or something. Just your audience. I don't think
So one of the things
it's like
that's not a problem.
So, be honest, every show I did, I'm about the show. I was always about the show. My 3,000 shows about the show. And sometimes you'll run into problems like that. I worked that, the last show, I got fired.
Go ahead.
They said that because of an audience member. These guys are, you're telling me you're going to tie an audience member who's up and said I was too. Get them out of here. I care about the shows. So they, had to complain by somebody. In fact, like the
all
four
inventory
shows,
is
I
free.
was doing
Right, so
well.
you go out,
And
grab
they
up
said,
all the inventory and sell it.
doing
So you're not allowed to
again,
sell
and then I got fired for something.
So not a good, right? So the Ramesh, you're not allowed to do that.
And
That's
then one
personal
guy
business.
said,
It
"Don't
says
think
that
you
a
look
person
me
who
in the
does
eye."
business
It's
in
like,
food for
we're
produce
being up
is
the
not in their
shows.
capacity. It's also
But
not business.
I can
And
also
Mr. Shimon,
that,
it's
maybe I'm
how you
going
call
out
it
of
also
it. I'm growing out of it, and I'm being a
Yishirabu
little
ha'anasim chazor b'kosem sofis.
But I like being around the energy of it, and I like having a couple bucks. But I
Gatherers
also
of
do
produce.
that.
And then when you
For example, at midnight on Wednesdays, I got a gig with Space. That was like on Wednesday mornings or whatever.
Again, not exactly what is happening.
I
So
got
let's
paid
go on
like
and
this much.
says the dealer.
No pressure.
Hi, Comer. What
Being treated
do you
on
think that
TV.
you shouldn't say in the mission? You feel how you call audience on station. He is sharing something purposes.
Yeah, well, when you're an audience member, you're like crew and talent. That's a bit of both. Absolutely. But I'll tell you, it's like
to give
not
testimony
to knock at midnight.
right?
I
Why?
feel like
Why?
I worked in Chelsea.
Because there's nothing like that in the produce.
Best
In
Hams
other words, that's what you're allowed to do.
guys. And if you look at Best
Is
Hams
gather
Sports, a lot of
produce.
people came out of
So
there. They're
good.
still working. Doing things. Michael
Produce.
Strahan's of America. Jalen
Right, so
Rose is on
gather from the
ESPN.
field,
Stephen A.
free,
Smith is
and then
on
you went and you
ESPN.
sold
Mike
it on the
is
market.
UFC.
That
Chris
is
Rose is
awesome.
still doing stuff. We had
Remember,
Jeff
that was
Dunham
any
down.
time that one is
There's a bunch of guys, and Kevin Malone,
filing with a
a lot
halo
of guys
that
came
essentially
there, and I
renders you
knew
unfit to give aid.
I took
Right?
care of
It's
them.
not
That gave me energy. It felt good. Know that Michael Irvin and Pete Rose and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar appreciated me being there. Taking care of them. And I put that same energy when I went to Chelsea. So when I hear TJ Miller tell me about being part of it, it's like videos, Brody, see, experience
A
good.
guy with some higher
I tried to do that same
going gather as much
midnight, and I was kind of like not able to. It was like
that one is like
it was
as much as more. So
I
there
look
were
at
people
midnight and say, hey, popular hashtags,
people to go
but there
and
really
gather through the produce,
I don't see
bring it
anybody
back to them,
breaking out
and then what would
that show.
happen?
There's no stars
You might,
now.
then
It's
they would
just
sell
kind
it.
of
They would sell it.
let's do the
So
show.
Chazru Lomar,
Man, get 'em out.
Echazeb, Echazeb. So what ended up happening? Ended up happening is they went ahead and they said, Halacha L'maisa,
And I felt
everybody's
like
puzzled.
at midnight it was
Everybody's
like,
puzzled.
it was
Interesting enough, what this did was, Halacha L'maisa,
paid
they
audience that
said
didn't know.
whether you
When
were
I grew out
an
of it, and I was just yelling,
you were, or whether you were someone who was sort of Shvius, ultimately puzzled. So cultivating a
you have to be
I
you
understand.
go, they're here to
So
see
some
me
people
doing this. I'm
troubled
going
by
to sell
this
out
type
shows
of
in
understanding. They
Ontario
said,
and feel
Yisharabu ha'anos,
necessarily
Yisharabu
have that
ha'tagarim.
like kind of like
Well,
being
at
like
the end
that's
of
why
the
I
day,
like Periscope. That's why I like
Yeah, the
podcasting.
day, the Gemara says,
That's why I
then
like
why
maybe
does it
hosting
say Yisharabu
or
ha'anos?
being a part of it on
Anos
some
is sound like
somehow.
people who are extorting. Right? So it should say Yisharabu ha'tagarim. The merchants, in other words, when people got involved and started making the holidays, that's when Chazal got to step in and say, anyone associated with you, and that's true, but the abuse is good for the Gemara says, hello, this is this. It's either how you own them, Echazeb, Echazeb, in the beginning they said, both of these individuals are possible. Those are the real puzzle. In other words, whether you go ahead and merchant or you are a gatherer, you are possible. You should have a in my energy. I know that. Actually, I says, I know no. Mas chegou para mim, ela foi a tua casa,
Somebody to help me. And that's where I have some of my problems. You want to look at it that way is that I grew up here in the
to go ahead and start now this whole
I've done the late 90s again.
you're not
I
farming.
feel
Not farming. So now,
that
yeah,
I'm
you
not
still have to pay your taxes, even
in a
though
sense
you
that if
were
I have a
not
show
farming.
idea,
So the Gemara says, so what
maybe an
happened?
idea
Sharab
for
that's my name. I know no. The Machlis Rabbi Yanai, as Rabbi said, Poke the Zara B'Shishim I know no.
I need
This is
help.
incredible.
So for
And I
instance,
said,
somebody
and then I
to
said
me,
to the farmer, he
put
said,
down on paper,
go,
and then we'll do
here
what
I
they say.
said,
And
go
then
plant
it
your
feels
fields
like it's too
in
like
the earth
the
because of, I was saying,
right.
this
I,
could actually come from Zara
maybe
B'Shishim.
talking about my
She
manager.
is not as Rabbanon. The Butler to do Shas Aris. This was like, but Mary was concerned with the following idea. Shemitah, not Shemitah, didn't make a difference. Like you said, it's whole you cover the furnished visit. You pay the tax. What would happen? The king would come and seize their I want everyone to go ahead and plant and seed and harvest their field to their seed. How can we do such a thing? How can we do this? So again, as she points out, Shemitah during the days of Rabbi was Rabban. Shemitah's Rabban on one much more Rabban.
So, and that's kind of what I do with the Periscope, and I'm doing with my comedy. It's like, you see, and it basically access that the hub. That's a show.
Still,
You know, that's a show. Somebody would say, hey,
it's actually contemporary important times. Even now,
on your dice boards,
you have,
maybe
for example,
yeah, it would be the same thing all the time. ESPN. Well, I don't really want to work for ESPN, but I would do more. I'm more loyal to Fox Sports, just because whatever. I know.
We just had 6 years back. It's every 7 years. I got it. I'm aware of that. Right? So we're in the next couple years.
And I know a lot of
yeah,
actors.
it's the next 7 years. It's just it's interesting. What we do dates about like going ahead, like selling the land. It's like it's complicated.
I feel like I can get some kind of show where athletes talking about
concept like that even get around is because a lot of nice sneak up this man has said that
turning on me and make fun of Ruben.
You know what saying we are going to see very soon is
so that's one idea I have. Another idea like me off
where is the training?
And again, I know enough players have a
dramatic effect, not just on
episodes of
think about that.
maybe
First
working out with the
second
showing how we do the
the
mechanics
charge
and
of
do
problems
that.
as well, but understand it also has a
That's
number
what I
of
see in
different
my
halachic
head. It's
ramifications
better
as well. Many
execute
guys
it
not
and
come
help
along
do
and
it
say,
because
bro,
the show
I
I
need you
did,
to
the
play the
enjoy
choice
it, the
because
2
if you don't, you're
episode,
going to lose
2
your life.
seasons. I came up with that thing. That's a great thing. I came up with it. It was very difficult for me to do. That's a whole other podcast chapter. And I kind of want to away from that, to be honest. I went to Ireland and I wanted to, and I knew that I had a show. So it was like, okay, a show coming up. London, Dublin, and I'm doing Montreal. I'm going to have fun. And agents and people going, you need to sell
Okay, get this. Sorry.
And
So the key
I kind of knew that because I wasn't doing more left Chelsea before that. And I go, basically, big chance for it. And I'm going to have fun. And I went to Ireland. I had fun. I was there with like Tim and Eric and Reggie Watts and Tig and Dick Food and had a good show. I've never been to Europe before. I barely before and but I wanted to drink some beer, so my friend before, like, hey, if I want to drink one night, I won't take my lunch. I read that somewhere. Okay, so maybe a mistake. And then when I get you're getting exacerbated alcohol, like, making just too weird. Drinking so and I don't think it's like well, I recently was kind of like I did actually. I pulled the things that I did. People realize you should stabilize. You should have something. You're taking Lexapro or antidepressant. You should have a mood stabilizer. Is like a backup. And all that does is from going too high or too low. And if you have, something with your Lexapro, maybe you make a mistake. It's like podcasting. Yeah. And there's, for me, like, it's anti-epilepsy. That's all it is, but it's used for, like, bipolar maintenance. It's just people take it, they feel like it calms them. So I wasn't taking it. I'm going to tell you in the hall. It's like, yeah, it's like, I did it 3 days. Wow, yeah, it's
What did I hear? I just said before. I hear I just said before that I left Florida. So
Well, I also know that I need to like crank it up, and I mean, see the last 2 years. Periscope, it's a Periscope for me. Started when I did the Apple tour. I did the first 2 years,
And he said
40
that's a
shows.
code violation of Shmita. Two things about the guy. Okay, part one of the story. Yes. Sukhazin Legaba, the other Kazakh mechanic. They saw a guy who was pruning his beard. Pruning his beard.
First of all, I love doing it. They let me host the second stage last year. I did that. Afternoon, and then the main show, and I think I hosted the first year and Ross hosted. And then the second year, they asked me to come back second to get a few more bucks. And then they asked me to hold like half the first or second show. They said, Rudy, you want to host the main stage? So it was the main stage. Then I was basically hosting Jeff was so I hosted like half of them. And I did pretty good, I would say. I had an 8 out of 10. Were good, 2 were bad. The whole different animal, especially when you're doing an hour and a half outside, bringing it, and now you're outside in the theater, it's like half full, and they see you already, it's still daylight, so it's okay at it. At the end of the tour, it's like I wasn't compensated for it. I talked to my manager, I said, am I going to get this? I said, yes. He's like, no, I'm not going to do it. And bring up Louis C.K., he's gapping in, Crystal, Brent Lawrence, on the show. Sarah Silverman, wow, did a good job. And then I would say, like, am I getting it page to page? And manager, am I going to put it on that? But it just didn't happen. It didn't happen in a other thing, you know, just because I remember it's like I went to Scottsdale, Arizona, and I went with another comedian who got me the gig, and he was basically saying, oh, I'm just dealing with this, is no big deal, it's like nothing. It was like the gig, it's like, wow, I was doing it, I was like opening for him. So, and I was thinking, like, I remember I was there, I talked to somebody about how it was, and she, like, cared about, you shouldn't be doing that crap, you know, you should be speaking up or something like that. And then on top of the guy going, oh, it's no big deal, get $1,000 on the night, get anything. So it, like, set me off, like, and everyone's saying, like, so what's also great, this guy's great, and Brody, why are you edging? I go, why am I edging? You know, this great, on the warm-up, I brought him out. I was doing this show, and he's talking about me every show, and I didn't get paid one dollar. So I kind of like went off a little bit, wonder, maybe I shouldn't have done it, but that's because now I felt like I wasn't going to have fun this season, at least at that point, or ever. I felt like, oh, that's 20,000 people show that aren't going to see me. And times 10, it's 2,000. And I just felt like, you know what, I can do Periscope because that just started. And build up my own crowd. And that kind of like got my Periscope started.
He wasn't just another year close to the judge.
Well,
What's even more unique about it was he was literally a circuit judge.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So, one of my agents said, yeah, they didn't. And then another guy said, that doesn't matter. I was mad at myself, and then a guy got the odds, but Joe Rogan appreciated it. And I'm like, I stuck up for myself. But I'm not that guy, but I go on Twitter and say that, and I was triggered by, oh, everyone's like, this guy's right here. Why are you so And I go, you know why? Because of that.
That's it. How big is
That got that going. That didn't feel good. I was kind of mad at myself for doing that, but I also felt like I didn't get audition of and I didn't get the
for a very long
season or whatever they
but at
did.
some point in time, so I didn't get time, that's
I do think like I'll never do a
all
live
of
nation
these
thing. I'm probably
pieces,
upset the guy
all
who
of
ran
the
that
sheet
Jeff
goes
Will.
on, that's all the lot. But
So
at
yeah,
a
I
certain
have some
point in
issues like that with yelling at people, maybe or like
time, I
snapping
have
on
to face
Twitter.
the reality of what I am and what I'm
Yeah.
not. That's the
I did
signals. So I usually get there.
when I was having my
Hard
issues
to
originally. I was like,
not
letting people know.
call comments.
We're like,
So
not
he says, hey,
living.
so he says, hey, I'm going
We're not living. But now, so I just want to let you know
actually
that
occurred
you
first.
cultivate.
Was it the
It's an
guy
interesting business, right?
or the
Because
guy?
it's a business.
Even Mahakama, if you want to say that ultimately, I'm in the stuff. How nani lady I still on yourself. See, people would say that they occurred as just weekdays. Why not bring up, right? Remember, so the guy found it, it's like he said he's a coin violation. And the other two have on him.
They're sensitive.
The other two have on him.
That's why I don't talk to anybody from my show, really.
And the
Because
second story, the first story,
you know, I'm passionate, and you know, it's like it's not
for both
but
kids.
they can't take
That's a
it.
big
You know, they're not like sports you get yelled at. Fucking suck.
It must be that the pain case,
You know, I do that in comedy.
first,
He's
and
aware
after
of it.
realizing that that
You know, and I'm not any coach for comedy. No,
okay, match the US, what's happening?
it's
Why
about
have
I
that
had, to
for
be
being
honest, I had
willing
to
to
like
violate
really
you?
bad experiences through making my TV show because
It was known that Kohanim were
you
suspect
know, it's like
to
when I went on
violate
Comedy Central, it's about being comedy. I
to
felt
violate
like
Shmita.
the comedy that I was doing,
It's not. This is not
making the show made me
Listen to this. If you have one sauce, I'll
updated
one
with it.
sauce tuna,
Since the
tuna,
HBO show comedy, and I
one sauce
felt
tuna that
like,
falls
and it's
into
on Comedy Central, I
a
need to have
Shmita
comedy
produce.
input.
And
So
what's
there
the
were things that were coming out on that special myself the series. I go, no, that's not what I do, and I don't want.
Anyone
So I had some issues with that, and they
that
had,
falls into
you know, like push. I felt like I'm gonna push. This is my opportunity. I gotta make this thing. And I utilize my friends.
So
You know,
that
that all
falls
I
into
utilize. You know, Zach as much as I could. You know, he was there, sure there, but it was a lot of stuff, and I feel like it took me a couple years to live with wounds, and there's things that I did that that's why I like
Negotiations.
I like
Now
podcasting.
remember,
You know, I was doing
if you
podcasting.
have just one substream
because it's just the
one
freedom.
subhuman, so
And
the entire
I'm not saying it was all a bad experience. They did give me freedom. There were just a few things that were so contentious, and I feel like it did breed relationships, and I also feel like
is 100 to 1.
maybe
So
over
if
the
you're
years,
100
me
parts
yelling
to one
at
tumor,
people,
the tumor's bought.
really strained
Now,
relationship, maybe
how
burned
much you
bridges,
can, you
posse.
can. If it's less than a ratio of
I
100 to 1, you have
was
to let it
always
rock.
about
Now,
the
why
job.
that's right
It
now?
wasn't like,
Now,
feel
why
like you
let it rock?
treated me
Hey, now,
bad
let's go through this. If it's less than 100 to 1, then what's
about the
the
job. And
why have to let it rock? There's a remedy. What's the remedy?
so that bothers
You're
me
so-
sometimes
so-
because it is a business.
So
And I feel like, oh, I'm going to be like my dad,
let it
yelling at everything,
rock.
and I don't want it. So
I'm not your
sometimes I regret. I feel like I had some opportunities, and maybe I let them
may also sell. Sell it to a coin. They won't say
The other thing is,
there was a market. So if I'm in Israel, so if I'm in Israel, so what happened? I have Truma,
whatever, and
I miss and the so what happens? My Truma is missing with my Truma. What do I should do? It's called food. It's the point of luxury. What do I do now? If it's less than 100, like it's more than 100 to 1, 1 part, so then, good, I'm good. What do I do? What's the mixture?
I don't know why.
What's the mixture? There are too many blank expressions written right back. And you have more contact, or say something, right? Alright, so I say, sit down. You know where you are, right? So then, less than 100 parts, this less than 100 parts, that's one part, too much, less than 100 parts, what's that the mixture? Truma, excellent. Here we go, good. So I say, so what do you do with that mixture? What do you do with it? Now here's what's interesting. Now if you get it, you're a nice guy, you can get it. But you don't have to get it. You don't have to get it. Why don't you have to get it? Because at the end of the day, there's holding there. So remember, there is a market on which you put this. What's the market? The coin market. Now remember, the coin market, everything is going to be a discount, because the Kohanim have the upper hand. Right? Because there's no million population that can buy it, so they have the upper hand. So now it's like this. So I have one Truma that fell into a corner 90. So the Truma was not vital. So what does the Mishnah say? You gotta let it rot. Let's let it rot. I should be able to a coin. Yeah, let's be careful. Now, what can I sell to a coin? I can sell to the coin the amount of the mixed Truma. Because I can't charge the coin Truma. Like, why not? Because it's his. Because it is. So I could say, now the mixture minus the two, something like this I got shoot the produce. One saw. So the total value would be one saw. I charge it obviously a discount now for the 90 saw of Chulin. That sounds like a better option than everybody get back. Which was one of the keys. So I say, what do you see? You see the way I love when I see selling sneaker produce to the why? Kohanim are questioned suspect of not following rules when it comes to the produce. How could it be that Kohanim get such a bad idea? So if you take a look at that, this is fascinating. Actually, Kohanim says, "Lahashos shlius acha ziman beer." You know that here. So say, what's the issue? These are like this. As mentioned before, you are only allowed to shoot the produce in your home as long as it's readily available. Once it's no longer available, you have to go ahead and you can't store it in your house. And you're notorious for only shoot the produce in their home, even after it is no longer available. Now why? So good. It's so pure. Right? So why it's so cautious over here? So what they actually, this is fascinating. Like, the mother back here, or have they have good excuse. Good excuse. They're starting to do the project of that value. That's come on. Just keep cut the stuff in our homes. Right? We have right? We have all these different things. Obviously, that's the price. Remember, sneaker produce is covered. Truma is covered. There are other Kohanim covered. So Kohanim that's how I think like and they accept themselves. Shoot the produce. You see, you're not allowed to keep all this stuff in their home. So because of this, we got a reputation of being delicate and proper treatment of sneaker produce. So because of Chazal enactment, Kohanim are questioned on Shemitah produce. So therefore, again, because of so that is no free flat.
always wanted to be in yeah, so kind of cool. Fuck yeah, Seattle. Yeah, and they said, yeah, he comes around. He's just
it's
like a regular guy. He'll come around
it's 100
in the regular season too. And then I was there.
But if it's not, you can't get yourself so close up the way and then else you can make it responsible. That's the story.
He's born in Chicago, but I think he's still a kid.
He was
just
bring together with WPO and like we shouldn't in order to see how they so
he's raised, I think, his family. I think he spent time there, but I know huge Cubs fan and of course he had fucking Murray
is in trouble. He's no trouble. He's no trouble. Like why was it like why they were
so there's a lot of Cubs fans over the years.
I just
I
want to
always
point out
wanted to meet Eddie better. I knew he was friends with the Cubs. So they said, "Oh, one day, because Pearl Jam's going to play a concert with a couple of days at Wrigley Field."
like remember
Yeah,
Truckers was
so I might pass. I had a core where I won, and
and then he went
he was here to see the end or say something, and I saw him up in the dugout before the game, so I went down there and I took my Steve. He's the camera photo, so we got a photo of me. I looked at him for a second. I just said, like, I was in Seattle, and do comedy.
I know people.
It's about Jeff Ross. Yeah, I'm friends with doing a show with Jeff Ross.
And one thing I absolutely
So he was
detest
cool to him, just like a regular guy.
what is it?
And
It takes a
during the
beef to
World
know
Series, he was around.
sometimes right
And as
that
I
life
was so
of dishonesty.
and
You could
to
you know,
the
you have to do it, you could
my
just
friends
smell
would
it a little bit different.
I in the dugout strategy, sure, coaches, when I asked him out, he's the one who gives me says, hey,
Okay, it's not, so now I'm very taken aback. But he's unapologetic. He's
a little bit,
unapologetic.
you know.
He's just like, no, also, you have to understand. Well, see, he says that this game is it's like, it's like, there's a skill. That's the deal.
Sometimes some of the guys, the Cubs, I can tell you how these kids line up kids. Yeah, particular Cubs
At the end of the day,
Rizzo, basement a couple of years ago. I said, you want to so I laughed though, because I was hanging out with the Cubs. My friend's a coach. I go to spring training. I go to Wrigley Field. I go to see him on the road somewhere. And then I ended up checking out their baseball bat. Players use inside that. Yeah, I did a different award show. So Rizzo was over there. So you're already seeing me do comedy. So he said, you want to host my thing? I said, yeah. So you're the Cubs convention. It's a big event during January. Me out. And Tom Pop was the second city sketch thing. I hosted it. And I there, and the new manager. And I knew it was my opportunity. Like, really,
They took out the ladder right from the baseball.
So I kind of relayed to Judge said, no way, he's the guy.
You can say a little bit about what's going on afterwards, but you are not coming up to the attic
He
with
liked
us.
it. The owner liked it. Said, they're going to come down to spring training. Tom Ricketts with all these guys. And then you're there to get me down. Yeah, for the convention. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Gave me everything. Your team, it's all my friends. She said, okay, we're going to, there's dinner and this. And then I'm there, all the players, coaches,
yeah, I don't understand.
and
Are these
so then
people both who are
They were having the
suspect
events of hanging out
about
in Arizona.
observance of Shmita
Last year. Then
are
they brought me
permitted to go ahead and
so that they
have the
again
information
last
declared
year. And again, getting more in.
Yeah.
Spring training. And my goal this year for spring training was
Sorry. Finding Shmita is also part of the obligation of leadership. It's the point that was said in some of these
Arizona.
So it's like it's
They give
these
me a
bottom line
photo
skills
as the
of the Kohanim who are violating
they
Shmita.
might give me a uniform.
So if
And I
you
warmed
stand
up
up
with
in the
Contreras,
face
the
of
starting
wrongdoing,
catcher.
you are
And
complicit. You are
one of the
complicit.
AAA guys called me, but they were the major
That's what
leaguers.
we are seeing,
Lackey,
we
another
are seeing
and then me. And I got Chris Bosio, the pitching coach, and it's on video. You know what? I threw my pitch to college. I threw a curve. What's your ball's my best fastball? How do you throw a curve? I can throw it kind of, you know. I just didn't practice it a lot.
Stand up against terrorists, and a government doesn't stand on the side of good. No, the state of Israel don't make a clear stand against evil. The mission you are siding with accident.
All of a sudden, here is this dog
political
killed the
stance.
Giants here. And now it's
Output
I
of
said,
it.
and I was seeing it come. I was just me like,
That's what
that's what you say. I was like, what's going on with that? That's crazy. When you see the cat, you hard to hit. Yeah. I can never do a number. Guys are the ones who want to throw a number. I just, not as good at the fastball. Curveballs basically,
you're not going to have
like fastball, and then when I get around my ear, I can get
how
into
these
drop.
guys
It's a different the seam's different. The seam's a little like, and two finger curve. Yeah, and it's just so if you don't like two finger, and it's like, you're just thinking fastball, and then right when I get to my ear, bring it in, and it's like, pull it down.
There are no words from the three shepherds that the rabbi on their information in order to go ahead and
I mean, because you read the hitters, they're watching that guy do this fucking giant this wacky fucking wind up going off, and he was small, he was tiny, but he had that crazy, like 5'9", because he had that because the way he came down the whole hair. It's different now with the training. That's the thing. I know a lot of the pitching. That's something that I may want to get into. That's where the positive energy comes from. You know, they need some to talk to you. You got it. I'm with you out there. There's some, they just need that. But there's so much training. Skills now. Long draws. The spin to me. The change. They all. It's all mental. It all like there's only it's mental and it's visualized, it's widening the brain, it's believing, it's long toss, all these drills, it's weighted. That's why these guys all throw 100 now. They all throw 100 now.
then
they have all the stats. So you get the Cubs. This guy cannot exactly. So they go, okay, this guy right here, the count's 0-0, will not swing at a curveball. If you do a curveball for a strike, it's going to be 0-1. And stats show. Now the catcher has to memorize those stats and give the guy the signal, right? Exactly. And so before the game, that's why we've seen Cubs. Sitting there with the catcher, starting catcher, going over the line. Going over this guy. Going over this guy. And he'll do with the pitcher too.
You know what?
It was the Cubs, that guy giving the sign to the catcher. The catcher's giving the sign to the pitcher. Is the pitcher right? I mean, it's up to the catcher. I mean, they may have something, who knows, but it's up to the catcher calls the game. But some teams, they have some coaches who will, suggest things possibly. When you have the catcher, Dominican kid, he's dealing with a guy from Texas, a guy from Louisiana, a guy from California. There's, you've got to pull out the information, communicate the information, and then the information. And I see that, and it was coming from a guy like me, my friend. We grew up together with Blue, hard-working values that I apply to stand up. A lot is from, growing up in the 80s, when I saw the Cubs win, I felt it took some kind of finesse, work ethic, to just believe. Talk about this push and believe, and you've got this and dedicated to all. All his life is baseball. It's just baseball. He's always been baseball. It's not other stuff. And I saw him from catcher with the Yankees and turning it in impact position. Relied on him. Just like my warm-up. I was up and then I try to make this late night spot. So, but a lot of it's just street smarts, lucky enough to have good parenting and good coaches. And I just saw winning in New York. I saw it, and it's just it was just confidence. And when I try to apply that, this crazy election, there's so much negativity. Baseball's about positive. Baseball's about lifting up your team and you strike out. It's okay, I'm going to get on it. Get ahead for it. Right. So
who was right?
And I saw that first, show business is,
so again,
subjective. Are you funny? Okay, do I like you? Okay, do you win the sport? You have great you have gatekeepers, right? Gatekeepers, I mean, the only things like numbers and circuit sales and ratings. Okay, sports is about winning. It's why winning. So I grew up
is that when I say just because someone says something to you, which is probably one of the especially in social media, like where it's just so easy to deliver and then you say you don't have to respond. Just because someone says something, you don't have to respond. How often am I respond to someone afterwards like that? And you go ahead and then like you watch out something you that, you probably that.
Waves to isolate. Here's my thing. I grew up in the valley. Sanford, Italy. People always picked on the valley. I'm from Reseda High School, more so. I just saw a hard time working on TV. The valley is so bad. One, TV shows. Why am I Largo? These are rooms, meaning like, just because But you know, the Valley, I traded that world, what I said, like good energy traded. If you want to call it negative, I mean, I think it's good, like to say that it was positive. And I also felt the Cubs win that was such a good story. Positive energy in a weird way. I don't want to feel like what I do with the Cubs.
Positive vibes around something. Circling people are gonna feel the fucking buzz somewhere. They got a couple shitty people. Most of the bus people. Charlie you gotta put up with it. Really, it's not easy. I know. I always think it's like, you know,
incredibly important. Even if I'm right, being right just allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. Words always
get it these days
incredible.
because
But
I feel like comedians, we're like the number one right now. I feel audiences need to take care of the artists, the comedic voices, the gestures, you know, that our military people are, I don't want to embarrass at all, but I also feel like comedians are important. That's why they are important. I feel like art in these certain movies, and I feel like when we're doing comedy, we are a voice for people and I also think there's something about making laughing, people feeling good. You know, we're so in the eye of the storm. We're in LA. We're cranking these things out. But you know what? There's thousands of people that have regular jobs, you know, who do rely on us.
they need us, man, after we get work. They go, they get a couple drinks, they bring their lady, and we come on and
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it feels good.
podcast right here makes people feel better. I get emails every day. Got a shit job. I listen to your work. I feel good.
Ask her about
Yeah, it does. And I also feel like whenever I think about not doing comedy, all I can do, you have to think like it would be unfair. Like think I'm funny, whether I think I'm not, or I talk with a funny voice, or I act weird. So I feel like I almost owe it
had an immense
to
following. How about Dorish became
again, I don't want to. I feel like I'm coming up with some Jesus Christ.
30,000
But
followers.
I know it would be just.
30,000 people.
The right thing being entertainment. Thank gosh, there's a spur of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Conversation,
Ten
thanks for
thousand.
doing the podcast.
10,000 people.
Great to
Again,
have you
not too
on.
shabby, but
It's not
less
making
than
it
shabby.
the
We also
first,
sent here with Sarah
Year with the
Shalani.
Olympics.
It's now a really famous
And
comes
right there.
number there.
Yeah,
Today's episode is on
it's a
the
famous story. It's
Or
like
like,
for unsolved to win this war.
For
Right?
those
They
of you
created
in July, rocket tenants.
a number of
sporting
diseases,
pictures
a
of
number
sporting
of
adventures.
diseases around the country, part of it, as well as other countries around. It was no way to win this war.
Friend based on
Consul
Tony
Shevner
Mr.
was
Lee was
special
was
Shevner said,
you be
okay,
friend.
we need to negotiate.
I enjoy that. And I also, the Cubs thing, I'm trying to link it again. I'm not, but again, I that you hear the talk a little bit, like you hear a little bit, you have, and if I had David Ross, the catcher, they're in the game 7, he shot the improv. I did a show this season when the Cubs were down low, and you hear it going, yes, you got it. And I saw him get Sprody, so I can like saying that. And that's where Elliott came from. Saying that is just big complicated. There you go. Candles lit, nuts, whatever it was. Those little sayings. Did a great job. Thanks for having me
You know what? Maybe Shevner's right.
Subscribe to this podcast.
the majority.
It helps.
He's the majority. He's the
Before you
role.
subscribe,
The Spartan often goes by the majority as well. So maybe the Spartan doesn't want to stand up to censor it, but rather he wants you to surrender as well. Whatever. Banda bir bana oldu. Nabi gün kısmını yükseltir. Rose someone can call us a yomara on a cash out. So this is so really close over here. The pass from the shadow. Rose someone can call us a yomara on a zag. So you Nabi comes and says like this. Klomar, can show who? You catch him and I'm going to leave. This is not a regular rope. This rope is what we call a catch and show. So there's nothing special comes from. This is a assembly of the wicked and the set of the halakhic majority. Incredible. So once I see that for again, the Nabi tells Iskio, do not surrender. As your back, do not surrender. Shaq now, Shaq is pretty good about himself. Because Shaq feels that for some command majority, he sent his letter and he's very confident, and now he's going to be installed as the so what does Shebna do? So Shebna comes along and says, but hold up, lots of together, the Kibbutz is nothing. Shebna decided to go ahead and use himself a grave in the burial place of the Kibbutz. So Shebna is really getting ready. He's going to go ahead and internet.
Because my real name was last.
He says to Shebna,
and I heard
who are you? What are you
Steve
doing
wrote
that
it to
you're
me, which
carving yourself a grave?
that's
You're
weird
going
that
to
Stephen changed
Shebna
it. I should have done that. But like Steve,
so essentially, the Nabi said to Shebna, he's going to make you a wandering
stand up. I
man.
mean,
You know, it says, interesting enough, I'm going to have to wandering
I was Steve Brody, right?
person in general. People have more luck than women, and they have an appointment. Whenever was saying, when you like the wandering man, it means that you wander and so what happens? The you'll see the Rebbe Chanina, the line the part of the Saras. So, Shebna was the Atam, Ksiv Hassam, the Hassam from Yata. So, no, from Yaka, Sat, no, Kajo, Arasapra, Hana, Dikish, Kamon, Bishadon. Shebna, because in the space of his master's home, Yaka, both of the color. Shebna was turned into degradation. Once again, Shebna and his followers, doesn't surrender. Shebna, along with his followers, so they get ready to leave you, Shebna, and his whole what happened? So Shebna is at the front, all of his followers ready to exit Yerushalayim to surrender to Sancheriv. As they're walking out of the gates of Yerushalayim, so what happened? Right as you walk out of Yerushalayim, so Shebna walks out. The moment that Shebna walks out, his followers. He kept the followers in the city, and Shebna walked out by himself on the base. two ways. So now, Shebna comes before Sunday.
And then whenever I
And
got
then again,
floor,
what
like,
did Shebna's letter say? Shebna's letter said that I represent 130,000 people in my. So then he comes by himself. So I'm going to say,
whenever I went to
didn't realize about what happened with Gabriel. What he figured was that at the end of the day, his followers just decided not to come. You know, like, how did they say each other, it's like, it was 8 days after he become a Chinese. So, obviously, communicating for him. So thought this whole thing was a joke. Right here, so Shebna represented 130,000 people, and meanwhile, what happened? He comes out by himself. So you're not,
I think I called it.
you're not, so there's a whole revolution. Jews,
This was never
find much more because there's 130,000 people who died.
you always call me Jeremiah.
So
Usually
a
from
lot of Jews coming out.
Jeremiah.
One guy comes out.
Was also like my thing.
What did he
Sports
do?
background.
I mean, nickname is saying, but you got it also in the souls of Shebna.
Nothing like
Attached
fast.
the horses and dragged it on, Shebna, unfortunately,
Nothing like that. I never had that. I mean, some ostrich. Some ostrich. I like that. Kid, like I ran like an ostrich. Really? Yeah, I mean, I want to see you as an animated ostrich.
Terrible.
I would love to see that cartoon.
What are the
Like,
effects? Obviously,
I
Shebna
mean, if somebody
was the
wants to do
second
it,
in
I'm not
command.
me. Personally, I don't know. I mean,
The skill
anybody's out there that's into animation, they want to do it. Photoshop or, you know,
such a
an
high
animated
level of
movie,
scholarship
ostrich,
by
I think everyone would appreciate that.
everyone knew the
I
Holocaust of
think I'm easy to handle.
Well, that's
I
what
think,
is that. Everyone knew the Holocaust of Tumentara, right?
I have some strong features that you can identify.
Could have
So I
done
can
the
just like,
Shia.
take my head and I've got some strong features as well. There you go. Final feature. Hair, chin,
How does that happen? Once I get ready for this, I'm going to observe Shebna
yeah, you see strong nose, strong chin,
Shebna
older,
with
strong
physical
jawline,
pleasure.
strong necks, strong.
Something
Yes. You're actually, like different character.
Something is a treasure.
Mix up.
Something like it was by Abishad Shina and Galanara. So what's this?
They say that on Saturday Night Live. They don't like them.
Shebna
It's funny, for the longest time, I was gruff and it was very beardy. But recently on Kill Tony, we've been doing different characters
So
every
it's like
week
when a person is
that
life,
I can't
and the
keep
most important thing to them in life is
like I
like,
David
it doesn't
Bowie
even
on
have to be
I'd say for a show,
She points out,
you know,
it
most
might
of
have been a little listen also. Listen, when my whole life
it's usually you gotta be
comes
clean
about
shaven,
pleasure,
like makeup on,
everything is about
like
pleasure. Everything is about enjoyment.
apps and
Everything is about
lights over and stuff like that.
listen, what kind of
So
life
yeah,
is
that's
what kind of life
that's
is
an
that?
advantage of being clean shaven on my own.
Okay, like,
That's a, like the
that is
Saturday Night
what
Live
people
people said that.
life is not about pleasure. Life is about service. Life is about service. I'm here on this to serve, to work, to do. We are a cloudy soil to contribute to our nation. Life is not about being selfish. Life is about being selfless. That's the agenda of life. Not pleasure, but service. The issue is when life comes about pleasure, which also is about it, not even just like excess, not even but just like my life becomes about what I want. This is what I want. So it becomes about those things. And that's an egocentric life. And egocentric life also leads one to life. And once one falls into the clutches of diabolical anger of self-centeredness, everything falls. The story of Chef is the story of grief to cover up who are so much but they took a wrong turn. Everything comes out. Everything comes out themselves, as opposed to a life of service. And take that wrong turn. It's only a matter of time until you die. That's what happened over here. To be honest, what happened over here. So Chef was in a life of pleasure. What happened is he sees this mind. This is my moment.
Guys like yourself,
And the fact that guy was
like trendsetters in your community. It's possible. I mean, look, the beer. I mean, he was one of the guys who kind of, whenever you guys, you know, after the Hangover movies, you've seen a lot of guys, I mean, hipster era was that time, you know, right, and then started to blossom, bro. You start seeing a lot of dudes with beards, especially comedians, who were kind of chubby guys who started sporting a little bit more facial hair and stuff like that. Yeah. I feel like it was noticeable for me as a comedian saying it, but maybe that way, like, you're I didn't have a beard in college. And then I would have like a bad show. You know, there is a thing like facial hair. One of certain level is intimidating. You with a goatee might look more villainous. Welcome, you never know. Yeah, right. You have to your goatee, mustache. And I do think I have those off. So I can review. So you might be one of the villains from taking over. So, yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? The goatee gives me that. And then, diet, you can diet, you can create where you go. There's just a lot of options there. The beard, then you're turning more into a Persian, Arabic, maybe Russian. Yeah, and then clean shaven, then I get sweat with like
It makes sense.
Also, I have a funny mouth from what I've heard. And I think usually with a beard, there's a way of kind of taking away from some of the funny. That's why I told some of these don't tell them, but I see comedians, something that way, right up to balance. Yeah, not only like very education, something
what's called the
physical,
the foundation stone.
but it's also we're not seeing your face. Kind of lose some of that your life feature. Yes,
It's called the Shasas. It's beautiful.
yes, that's it. I mean, because that's security cameras are everywhere. You've got scooters. I mean, a lot of what do you think the bird scooters? Let me tell you something. I can't stand the bird. I can't stand the bird scooters. You can't stand seeing them. You can't stand riding them. I've not ridden one yet. Everybody tells me I need to ride one before I make my trip. But right now, I can't stand looking at them. It's sad. It's wise because they're pretentious during the day. Maybe it's pretentious. It's in a way. I think that the people who drive them around are a nuisance. I'm like an old man whenever I see them. I get angry. Like I was walking down the side and he passed me and I'm like, man, like European tourists, are these adults? Are they kids on the scooters? Like, young 20s, like mid-20s, like kind of hipster people. They're on the sidewalk and they're kind of impeding where you're the litter. They just throw them on the side of the sidewalk. They're not even like on a kickstand or anything. I don't know. They're pushing them over. Right, but it's frustrating. Okay, so I see what you're saying. The proliferation, the prolification, the abundance of these scooters. I guess it's FedEx.
Anything like
Probably all is there.
that.
I haven't been seeing them too much around my neighborhood. Luckily, I guess I did notice one FedEx couple weeks ago. Everywhere. Hours and hours and hours. Come home.
How do you
So I don't want to ride them. I'm nervous because pretty fast. I hear they go fast. Yeah, knowing my luck, I get excited. Maybe something could happen. Also, yeah, I just don't want to get hurt. Yeah, you know, just what's the advantage of scooters? I don't even ride a bicycle. I don't trust crazy drivers. I think the CEO is calling it. I think they're pretty upset that I'm talking about them.
If Torah makes you tired, that's a good sign or a bad number. If Torah makes you tired, and ultimately, again, that is a sign of complete immersion. On the other hand, if Torah doesn't have the fucking cycle of energy, chances are you're probably just it and not really fully immersed. The shame is actually he says on his phrase, the nation of precious culture is beautiful. His culture shot he says is a reference to the Sahara. You know what the power of Torah is? Torah weakens the Sahara. Which I will say is a beautiful idea. You do not see the sentence love. Like the Gemara says, Leolam Yagis Adam Yitzatova Yitzara. A person should try to go ahead and always incite the good inclination over the Yitzara. What happens if a person can't overcome the Yitzara? What do you say? Mashkayu, Labes HaMedrash. Bring yourself home to the Medrash. Torah allows us to weaken our Yitzara. When you're learning the daf, usually, most of us have a dramatic yates to go out of which I feel you're actually getting outlawed. Now, maybe the moment I close my mouth, all right? But why is that? Why is that? Because when you speak in Torah by definition, it holds beautiful, translucent, holy waters of the fire of the Yitzhak. That is the power of Torah. It's not Peshes, which is why, by the way, the Gemara says himself is brothers. Sometimes it's better to do just and just read a passage. It's like the third hydrant of spirituality. There's a fire that's here to open the hydrant for a couple of moments, and it's amazing what could occur.
Yo, big guy. I'm sleeping right now. Can you come back later, please?
We'll have to stop over here. I don't know how you get through this on a Sunday. All right, okay, fine. What for tomorrow? What promise? Again, we always wind up in the right place. I was like, it's a much shorter than tomorrow. Don't look. Incredible. Right, have on Zoom. Have a wonderful day.
We're equal opportunity. Don't judge us. We're equal opportunity. Let you know. Larry Bird. We have the technology. We have these. Birds. Here.
All right, we'll say good morning and to be able to begin.
So wait, Larry Bird, the CEO of Birds, you didn't even.
In other Shin Pei the year 1585, the Tulsi Mishpacha from Israel for dedicating all the Shurim and Joshua this year as is the Soros Tabos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah response was for the month of Teves, becoming Mishpacha in memory of the Zichron brother of Itai Levi, was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. Our week sponsors Zevi and Joshi Daniel, the Yerushalayim Master Zevi Noah Yosef, and our Dachlomi sponsors today, Alan and Sue, Myron and Sue's mother, Mindel Furo, Mindel Romo Todros, Zichron Torah, all of the Islam and Aliyah, all of the family. All those who meet together with Kol Police, bring our houses home, Shalom, and allow our holy soldiers to call and not say anything. Because with that, let us begin with like incredible. I'm just going to show the chat. Up on above 26, 5 lines down from the 6 lines down from the top at the 2 dots. No, sorry. 4 lines down. 2 dots. I'm going to show you the Tchila you call it also Sufi Shlis. So let's remember again, we had a really incredible Mishnah, fascinating Mishnah, which is going to open the door to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unfit to serve globally testimonial capacity. So amongst those individuals, the Mishnah had Lashon. The Mishnah had the Lashon. Sorry, the Mishnah had the Lashon of Sofrei Shvis, whose business every year, every 7 years, is everything in the field hefker. So one of the things you're not allowed to do is what's content. That's not a problem. You have to come up with Shemitah produce. Number one is doing business with Shemitah produce. Number one is storing the produce after it's no longer available for them. Start with the second. You could go ahead and amass and store Shemitah produce. It's readily available. Once something is no longer readily available in the fields, you cannot store it in large quantities in your home. We'll discuss that. Another issue is doing business produce, which is straight out. In other words, business model. Right? All inventory is free. Right? So let me go out, grab up all the inventory, and sell it. So again, you're not allowed to sell it. Yeah, no problem. It's awesome. Like a lot of great ideas, right? So the nice thing now says that a person who does business with produce is not allowed to serve it at someone with capacity. Also, that initially went on. I'm assuming it's either how you call it also is. Bishirabu ha'anah chazor b'kros ha'sofetz. They call people gatherers of Shemitah produce, and then when the anosim, now an anos calls someone to do something. When the anosim, after the proliferation of anosim, he began to call them people who did business with Shemitah produce. So again, not exactly understand what is happening. So let's go on and the Gemara. So let's go. Says the Gemara. My comment. What exactly is the Shimon is saying in the website? What do you means to say? The Tchila how you only is sharing sofer and so in the beginning, the first iteration of the halakha, it was very people who gather Shemitah produce are fit to be an aid, right? Why? Because there's nothing wrong with gathering Shemitah produce. That's fine. In other words, that's what you're allowed to do. Is gather produce. So good. But if you do business with Shemitah produce, if you gather from the field, and then you sold it on a secondary market, that is awesome. Because remember, I will say, any time that one is publicly violating an Avera, that essentially renders you unfit to give ages, right? It's not just the thing doing something that a person does freely. Okay, what happened? The Sheru Mamsi and Mo'anian, the Asli Anian, the Asilahu, Umaisus. So then what happened? So there were these people, and apparently this became a common practice. Then what would happen? A guy with some money would hire a group of party. They would say to the party, gather as much produce as you can. Because remember again, there is no limitation on the amount of Shemitah produce that one is allowed to take from the field. Take as much as you. So there were people hire party folks to go ahead and gather Shemitah produce back to them, and then what would happen? You might see. Then they would sell it. So what ended up happening? Once they went ahead and they said that halacha everybody's possible. Everybody's possible. So now, interesting enough, what this did was that halacha this said whether you were an obstetrician or whether you were someone who was so obstetrician, ultimately again it was very possible. So consciously I don't understand. So the sons of Rakba were troubled by this. They didn't quite understand. They said, "Hi, Mishrabu Ha'anos, Mishrabu Ha'tagar." The end of the day, the Gemara says, then why does it say Mishrabu Anosim means to sound like people works, right? So what you're saying is Shabbat HaTagad, when the merchants are doing in mass so the Gemara says, Elo, it's either how you own it. Echad Zevi, Echad Zev. In the beginning they said, both of these individuals are possible. In other words, whether you go ahead and you are a merchant or you are a gatherer, you are possible. Yishurabu ha'anasim, u'adanasim, are no-no. Rashi says Arnona, Mas it's the second of the short lines of Rashi. Mas Toba Hamelach Minatzua Kach V'Kach Minasad L'Shur. Arnona is taxes. Maro Gibra Arnona is also taxes. Hey, so but this tax, this was a tax of the king. Tax rate. If you pay the tax return, you're going to go ahead and take your field. Now, this whole why? Because you're not farming. You're not farming. So now, yeah, you still have to clear even though you were not farming. So the Gemara said, the Machis Rabbi Yanai said, Hope the Zovius Mishum Arnon. This is incredible. Rabbi Yanai said to the farmers, said, go and plant the fields during the Shemitah because of Arnon. I will say this is incredible. She is beside Rabbanon. The Batla can do success in this process. So Rabbi Yanai was concerned about the following idea. The Jewish farmers were obligated to go ahead and give their tax, their tax. Shemitah, not Shemitah, didn't make a difference. So like we said, this supposed to pay the tax, what would happen? People would come and seize their field. It is. Rabbi Yanai put public declaration and said, Hebron, I want everyone to go ahead and plant and seed during the Shemitah. How can you do such a thing? How can you do this? So remember again, Rashi points out, Shemitah during the Rabbi Yanai was Rabbanon. So because Shemitah is Rabbanon on one hand, Shemitah is only the Oraisa when there's Yovel. Yovel's only the Oraisa when Rov Yeshver Allah. The majority of Israel lives in Eretz Israel. Temporarily important. That's why again, even now we have certain, for example, had 6 years ago. I know. It's 7 here. I got it. I'm aware of that. Right? I'm pretty sure within the next couple of years. Yeah. It's 7 years. One of the recent debates about the notion of going ahead, essentially, kind of like selling land to a non-Jew. So it's complicated and fraught with issues. The only reason such a concept like that even gets off, because Allah Ta'ala Shemitah Bisman has Rabban, according to most of the so because it's Rabban, when you're really leverage, I always say some things that we are going to see very is these are going to tip. There's going to come a point in time in the not so distant future where the stuff is moving as a stuff. That is going to have a dramatic effect, not just on the fact to think about that. The first time since the days of the second Mesa Mikdash, the probably will be living there as well, but understand it also has a number of halachic ramifications as well. And then so now I can go and says, Pedro, the plant the fields, because we're going to lose our land. Swim sharing, self-rent pseudo. No other Shemitah produce are shaleidos, right? Because they're not doing anything wrong. Self-rent, those who conduct business with Shemitah produce, they're postulated. So if you about is sacrifice. So that's so the halacha. So the thing from this is people who collect produce for Shemitah, that's fine. No problem touching that because that's a perfect people practice. The issue is with those who do business with Shemitah produce, that's problematic. Those individuals looking again are going to be puzzled at this. Okay, now we might dramatic stories. Maybe Zarniki, okay, get ready for this story. So the Kiyar Zarniki, and Shimon Ben Yotzava. Right, so it's going to Shimon, we're going to intercut the new year. We're going to declare a leap year. In a place called Asya. It's called Asya. So what happened? Pagul Reach Lakish. Into Reach Lakish on the way. He says, hey guys, where you go? And they tell him we're going to declare a leap year. He says, all right, can I come with? So okay, so send out guys for Reach Lakish. Reach Lakish, and he said, sure, listen, can you just imagine, like, being in the backseat of that minivan, right? Can you imagine being in the third row over there and listening to what's going on? To that type of row. That's what I would have. So and now we fuck this cat so long. So you says, Amar, Angel exhibit the build up. It's like, listen, I don't need to participate. I'd like to see how the integration, how the year is done. Like, come on, okay, so the truck comes along. So as they're traveling, who got to cut cars, saw a guy plowing his field. Now, I'll say it was a shoot here. He saw plowing his field. So, calling the guy who's plowing, he's a Kohen, and he's violating Shemitah. He's violating Shemitah. Unlow. So interesting. Here on the Shemitah was surprised at how the Turkish was so judgmental about this individual. He said, unlow. You're unlow. I just don't. First of all, he says it's a Jewish owned field. That's number one. Number two, you got what's actually I just don't see it. In a Jonas for about Balabaista. So it's a number one, you still go to kill the Benanji. That's number one. Maybe you choose a higher hand. Okay. Number two, maybe he's a Jew, right? And remember, what did I just said before? Like I said before, that I love when I saw under any circumstance, like when the king was going to use your field, if you don't pay the tax, you have to work the field. So it's like this, whoa. I'm saying, but it's saying two things. Number one, you called the guy a Cohen. You Cohen, right? That's number one. And he said that's a Cohen is a violation of Shemitah. So he's saying two things about the guy. Okay, part one of his. Next, they saw a guy who was pruning his vineyard. Again, it's a Shemitah year. You're not allowed to prune your vineyard on Shemitah. It says, I'm allowed. The guy is a Jew, he's a Kohen, and Shemitah. I'm allowed. All over the Akio base have and sorry, basically, first of all, pruning in general is only prohibited if done in a particular way. This guy may be gathering branches in order to make a netting for the olive press. Right? When you have an olive press, you point out your pilot olives, so they put a netting on top of the olives to keep the pile together. That netting is often used for smaller, softer branches. So you guys not proving the video, but instead what he's doing is he's gathering some stuff from the body in order to go and make the netting for the hours, which would be permitted. So again, so it's fascinating tension here between one hand Restream going ahead and saying these guys are cohabiting in violation of Shemitah. Other Rabbanim trying to go ahead and be Moran Zechus. Restreim responds and says, "Ana lahem, halei yodea in la'akel, in la'akalkalos." The heart knows. The heart knows. Ultimately, again, if it's making netting, right, or if it's perverting the halacha, or a little bit of words, right? Because again, the Russian for making the netting for the other price, la'akel base habat making netting, and a kalkalos represents the corruption of din, a corruption of justice, corruption of other. That's he says la'aber al hadas. So let's say, so this is incredible. So Shlakish says, these people know what they're doing, and they also know that what they're doing is wrong. So Shlakish is confident in his situation. So let's say, by the way, is such a point idea. You can fool everyone. You really can. You really can. You can fool them. The one person you can never fool is yourself. And even if I manage to believe myself for some amount of time, that moment of self-awareness always sets in. You can run from it, you can delay it, but it always comes at some point. At the end of the day, you could fool everyone else, and you could do a great job at it. You could decades, you could do an entire lifetime. But at the end of the day, Haled Yodea, you're right and what's wrong. And my heart knows whether or not I'm living the life I need to live. I'm becoming the person. I'm engaging in the activities that are really appropriate for me. My heart knows whether or not the image I project to the rest of the world, the true me, or facade. It's reminiscent. The celebration points out that there's many times in one of his essays on Tshuva. Points out that Tshuva, somebody often translate Tshuva as repentance, right? But truth is, it's not really what Tshuva means. It's the true etymological definition of it's to return, right? And in fact, the celebration points out this comes from Shmuel. Shmuel was and that he wasn't just another, he was also the shofet, he was the judge. He was literally a circuit judge. In other words, what he would do is he would travel around bringing the basic and bringing the dining to the people. The Lashon that he uses to Shiva so Harama, but he come back to his home in Rashi Rasso. Which he points out, he says, you see from here, right? But at the end of the Tshuva really means a return home. And so that he says something that his life is one big circle. He says the only variable is how big the radius is. That's it. How big the radius? Since everyone has that point where they come from. And so this is really referring not just to return to Hashem, but that moment of overwhelming self-awareness for a very long time. But at some point in time, awareness is going to set in. All of the excuses I made, right, and all of the sheep offers all the philosophies, which all sound fantastic, but at a certain point in time, the outcome crumbling down, and I have to face the reality of what I am and what I'm not. That's what Shlakish was saying also. How many you can fool everyone else, but the heart knows. The heart knows the no in my calculus. So the Gemara says, "Hey, I'm a liberation." By the way, I these two stories, which one actually first? Was it the plowing guy or the pruning guy? Even how come I saw if you want to say that ultimately again as it's stated, I'm going to Rachel, Hannah is how this don't find the circle. The problem thing that they occurred, as just mentioned, is why not bring up, right? Remember when you saw that like you said, he's a calling violating and the other two rabbanim, but here, and the thing said maybe he's a high worker. But the second story, the first story occurred really first, and why not use that same excuse for both cases? That's a good excuse. Not a good excuse. It's a good interpretation, good explanation. For both cases, rather must be that the pruning case came up first, and after realizing that was not a good excuse, then they brought up the worker excuse afterwards. Okay. So the answer, what's happening? Why are Kohanim getting for being really violent Shemitah? What's going on over here? So once again, this is very interesting. We shouldn't be actually this. It was known that Kohanim were suspect to violate Shemitah. They were suspect to violate Shemitah. Now why? Listen, what's this? Listen to this. If you have one saw as a measurement, one saw of Truma, and remember, Truma can only be consumed by a Kohen. One saw of Truma that falls into a saw, produce. There wasn't what's interesting about this. So remember again, Truma only can be consumed by a Kohen. Shemitah produce can be consumed by anyone and everyone. So now I have a saw that falls into a saw of yeah, I'm going to get to yeah. So right Truma that falls into Shemitah produce. Now the Shemitah here is chulin, right? Even remember again, even though Shemitah is chulin, again, limitations. Yeah, we'll say. Now remember, if you have, so the entire mixture becomes truma. That's how truma falls into 100 of Shemitah produce. You know, so what's that? Top. So remember, the ratio of truma is 100 to 1. If you have 100 parts chulin to 1, the truma is bottled. Now, by Tala. You can a ratio of 100 to 1, then what? You have to let it rot. Now, let's go through this. If it's less than 100 status of the mixture, so I'd have to let it rot. There's a remedy. What's the remedy? You have to sell it to a Kohen. So let's both let it rot. I think about I'm not going to rot. You can run a Kohen. Puts me also sell. Let's say in general. There was a market, right? So if I'm in Israel, I am in Israel. So if I'm in Israel, so now what happens? I have Truma. I mismanage. I'm a notorious Truma manager. So what happens? My Truma gets mixed in with my Truma. What do I have to do now? Let's go through this in front of us. What do I do now? If it's less than 100, if it's more than 100 to 1. 100 parts per one part. Then, good, I'm good. Less than 100 parts, what do I do? So what size the mixture? Have a too many blank expressions looking right back. Either avoid eye contact or say something, right? All right, so once I see now, you know who you are, right? So again, less than 100 parts. This less than 100 parts. Just one part Truma, less than 100 parts chulin. What's that the mixture? Truma. Excellent. Here we go. Good. So I say, what do you do with that mixture? What do you do with it? Now, here's the thing. Now, you can gift if you're a nice guy, you can gift it, but you don't have to gift it. You don't have to gift it. Because at the end of the day, there's chulin there. So remember, there is a market on which you can sell the market, the Kohen market. Now, the Kohen market, because the Kohanim have the upper, because they know it's really that could buy this if they have the upper hand. So now the Gemara is like this. So watch this. I have one of truma that fell in, we'll call it 90 of shemitah produce. So the truma is not bottled. So what do you got to let it rot. I should sell it to a Kohen. Now, let's be careful. I sell to a Kohen. I can sell to the Kohen the mixture minus the truma. I can't charge the Kohen for truma, right? Why not? Why not? Because it's his. So I could sell him with the mixture minus the truma. So let's say there's 90 of chulin of shemitah produce, one saw of truma. So total volume is 91 saw. I could charge him obviously a discounted amount for the 90 saw of chulin. That sounds like a much better option than going ahead and letting it rock. What's going on over here? Which was which they do Zon from Eres, they actually do Kohanim Ashis. So we don't want you selling Shemitah to Kohanim. Why? Because Kohanim are should be a suspect of not following the rules when it comes to Shemitah. How could it be that Kohanim get such a bad rap here? So once you take a look at that, this is fascinating. Actually, Kohanim, she says, La Hashos Shviyas Achar Ziman Biyah. Move that here. Now, what's the issue? The issue is like this. It's readily available in the field. What if it's no longer available in the field? You can't store it in your house. Kohanim were notorious for storing Shemitah produce in their homes even after it was no longer available in the field. Now why? Kohanim are so good, they're so pure, so why are they so cautious? So look at Rashi, this is fascinating. Rashi says, they know the bad thing they have a good excuse. What do they say? The external true of the Kadma Gabayu, that she's not because concept is come on. We always keep Kaddish stuff in our homes. We have right? We have Kadshim. Okay, so the rest of the so remember, Shemitah produce is Kaddish, Truma is Kaddish. There are other Kohanim gifts that are Kaddish. So Kohanim Ramona have, they made an excuse to themselves, and they say, you know what, regular people have to go ahead and divest themselves of Shemitah produce. For we Kohanim, we do not. We are allowed to keep holy stuff in their home. So because of this, we got a reputation of derelict and proper treatment of Shemitah produce. So because that Chazal was incredible, Chazal made an enactment, Kohanim are choshev on Shemitah. On Shemitah produce. So therefore, again, and also because I never felt incredible. So that was wrong for this last case. You have truma that gets mixed in with Shemitah produce. If it's 100 to 1, if it's 100 to 1 ratio, fine. Truma's bottle, you're good to go. But if less than 100 to 1, you can't give it someone. Now you have to let it rot, and then once it rots, you can move it in this phone. Back to the story. I remember Gary Shlokish traveling together with Rabbi Kia and Rabbi Shimon in order to see how they integrate the life. Amru, Shuda, who did. So now let's listen to this. So these Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon and Kia said, this guy is a troublemaker. He's no trouble. He's no trouble, right? In other words, they're like, what? And they were taken aback by negative disposition. I will say that. I just want to point something very interesting. Who's Sluggish? Who's Sluggish? Rich Sluggish has been around a lot. Right? Again, it's the ultimate voucher, right? Rich Sluggish was a thief, a gladiator, all these things. He had a very, very checkered past, right? And then he went ahead and became a voucher, and embraces of the God of Torah. Sluggish probably had a little bit more of an insight into genius than the other body. Because the conscious of generally you are staying constantly somewhere. It's like it says, I'm telling you, I know people. I see people. And one thing I can absolutely detect is when someone's dishonest. You know, it's a thief to know a thief. You know, sometimes when you've lived that life honesty, you could, you could smack it, you could smell it a little bit different. Like you could detect a little more. So now, okay, I want to point out, interestingly enough, if you want to let's go. Okay, so now these other ones are very taken aback. But it's like she's apologetic. He's unapologetic. You understand? Once you say that this Gemara is, you know that there's a kid. What's the kid? You have to be down the cop's course. You have to use that out. So he's unapologetic. Seeing right. So you know, it's lucky. She was probably saying, you have to be down the cop's course, not down the cop's course. You know, say that when what is happening is so clear is really wrong. That no, it's wrong. It's wrong. You can't make a favorable narrative for every single thing. Now again, for us, that love has begun to have support. Someone like she was much more plugged into human nature. He was able to see what was right, what was right. Let's go back there. So sorry, guys. Now what happens if we arrive at the place, in the place where they were going to do the Ibrahim, they were going to declare the new month. Attack, we were going to say here. So what happens is great. So we get at the shame. Some people that they went upstairs to the attic. That's where the bottom of the room. Shalupa was down to say, and they took out the ladder right to which means said, you're not coming with. You're not coming with, right? You came with that Shkaya. You tagged along. We'll tell you a little bit about what's going on afterwards, but you are not up to the attic with us. Everybody else. So it's this news. It's now. He's very upset. He comes to the officer. So once they get over there, it's like he says, I'm amazed. I'll go to 6 hours. She is so now it's like he says, I don't understand. Are these people who are suspect about the are they to go ahead and I would show them declare to begin. Now, remember that sorry, and a violating Shmita. It seems like this. Essentially, part of the obligation of leadership is to point out to someone doing something wrong. So he says these rabbanim once by these fields of these kohanim were violating Shmita. They didn't say anything. Stand up in the face of wrongdoing. You are complicit. You are complicit. This is listen. I just want to point out we are seeing these things unfold in such a dramatic. We get Rahman Litzlan what is Australia now with the anti-Semitic. And people are foolish. It's wonderful that the government is going to make a counter-terrorism terrorists, and a government will stand on the side of namely the state of Israel. If you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition you are siding with it. It's not an accent that after Australia, they all of their ridiculous political stances and political moves, that there's an outpouring of happens in the world. If you don't make a clear stance against evil, then by definition, you are with it. So it's like you say, right? The two guys violating you don't make a machar, you're going ahead and doing an objection, then by definition, you are violating the Shmita. So these guys who violated Shmita, being part of the Cheder, that's the kind of leap year, sorry. Don't catch me. So two generations like mistaken. He said, like, you know what? This actually answers a big problem. I'll tell you why. We did the halach shlosh roivoker. Rabbanon actually so much. So we spoke about this before. Because there are no words than the three shepherds that the rabbis relied on their information to go ahead and declare the new month. Meaning, maybe, so it's like we said, maybe these two rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yanai, sorry, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon are not really part of the basin to make the leap year, but rather they're just sharing information. When it comes to sharing information, you can even be a shepherd. Pretty shout. So let's say so again, something would happen over here. Reish Lakish, just two rabbanim, essentially called them shepherds, right? Roy Bakar, and also called them people who violate Shemitah. Hunter on the road, shepherds information, but the shepherds were not part of the actual. Here, my concern is that the concern is that the here are part of the business, and if these guys are part of it, then this is what's called the Shar Rishon. Sounds like a name for it. Sure. Right there, right? Kind of gives you Shar Rishon. Right? Yeah. It's like Shar Rishon, right? So nice problem of these two rabbanim, and Rabbi Shimon. So ultimately, again, they're part of the Beis Din. And if guys like these are part of the Beis Din, then a thing like that becomes what's called a Kesher Yishar, a congregation of the Shar. So it's like Reish Lakish is sharp. Reish Lakish is very sharp in his analysis. So look at actually just one fishing channel. They on something out in the that's just the very that ele also are able to deal with that as a show sabe essa ideia. They were the basic of the Singapore. They start to say, I don't understand how business is operating up in the attic. They're allowing to. I don't understand how this is a validation. You open on so you open like, you know what? I think holding them to shut. In other words, you open on actually the aka shut the clear shut. It is looking over the top. You're it's interesting. You want to hold them accountable for not having to meet the violation. I hear that. I do. I want to notice that the open does at that point. But for showing that is already a different level. That level of relation. That level of diet chart, so that I don't do. So Kios like to so I say, yeah, what happened? The money came down afterwards, right? I heard about what Lucky said about so Kios like I'm like covered on Roy Bucker. I'm a matter of meeting. So it's interesting. Now, so maybe and then shouldn't come down, and they said, focus called us cattle you called us shepherds, and you didn't say anything, like you didn't stick up for you didn't stick up for us. So our I'm a little the color who liked so Miami, right? And if you went to so what do you say that cattle herders, so you're called the sheep. The difference, so it's very profound. We're not going to say this. So that's one of the first lessons that you teach. Just because someone doesn't mean it's like this is accepted. It's like you're wrong. If you notice, if you open a count, call them a rush shot. That I'm going to step in. That I'm going to but when it's once you go ahead, they call you a cattle herder, okay, you know. I say that should be stayed. That's just so much out of this story. So if you notice by the way, we're not sure from the story itself, like, who was right. Was the Shlokish right? Other Rabbanim right? Was this Kohen Rishon Shmita not? The Gemara doesn't really give us that clarity. But there are tremendous lessons to be pulled out. As you see from the Shlokish, is you need to go ahead and stand up against things, you know, because if you like definitely deciding from the Shimon and everything else, right? So again, and different times in life require different things. What you also see is that when someone says something to you, you need to respond. This is, and this point that one of the lessons that has been lost, especially in the social media age. Like, you know, it's just so easy to deliver an immediate response. You know, you don't have to respond. Just because someone says you don't have to respond. How often in life do you respond to something that afterwards I shouldn't have done that, right? And if you go like you want that something, you say, you go fast. So you really fast. You often see what you do before you read it. Why? And I just like have self-restraint to not respond. Life would be so much better. Most of you don't see that even in discussions, there always has to be a limit as to the type of words. No matter how justified you may be in your position. No matter how justified you may be in your position. You have to be careful with the word. And also, you know, you see this when we have, you know, that far, you know, like one of the
But I also know that I'm good at. I do
issues
not
of the
like
draft.
I just can't beat up.
And
And
that's
it's
just what
so
the draft
beat
of
up.
the community. Tremendous issue. We spent Shmuel's night on it. So without you know, the moment that someone uses the word Nazi, right, in the context of a debate between you lost. Even if you're right, you lost. You lost. Because once you are not careful with your words like that, you have lost the state. Because you've lost credibility in the agenda that you're trying to put forward. Because clearly, you have no ability to measure what it is that you know, and ability to measure things. You lack the ability to things in a holistic fashion also. So incredibly important. Even if I'm right, even if I'm right, doesn't allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. Words always have to be measured. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Send the Gemara. Okay. All right, so much like this. Good. My case was so once I said, interesting, it's one of the things that I like you said, he called it the catch of the shot, right? He called the fact that Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon were going and part of this meeting, he called it the catch of the shot. So what is, you've never heard that expression. What is that? What does that mean? An assembly, right? An assembly of evildoers. A catch of the shot. What's that? Catch of the it's like a bond, like a chevron. What does that mean? What's that? Get ready for the story. This is wild. This is wild. My catch of the shot. Chevron. Various between services. What's this? Introduced to a story of this girl that was with us, with one of his most trusted advisors, Chapter. If these name or this story don't sound familiar to you at all, it's okay. It's from an esoteric book of Jewish knowledge called, right? And if you have a sister, right, or a female member of your family who has received a complete Jewish education, you can ask her about these legends, right? So let's say, listen to this. So now this is incredible story. Listen to this. So, this girl, the guy who ran a chief of staff. The chief of staff was by the name of Shevna. Shevna was a Genestown Chacham and had an immense following. How Dorish when he would darshan, the number he had 130,000 followers. When he would give a shir, people showed up. Okay. This year, how Dorish, the Chad, son of Yisrael. This year, Yisrael was the king of Yehuda, and son of Yehuda. He had 110,000 followers. 110,000 Hasidim. But less than Shevna. He also said, "Hey, the Sar Arab Yerushalayim." Also, now I have another famous story. So, hey, comes siege to Yerushalayim. Now, just to understand, this is the famous story of Sancheriv siege of Yerushalayim. However, so you understand, there was no real military for unsalted right? They were outmanned. So he was a huge army. He had conquered a number of the cities, this is he already conquered part of Israel, as well as other countries. There was no real way to win this war. So what happened? Kosef Shebna said, okay, we need to negotiate. We need to negotiate in order to surrender. They usually do this finally, so what did Shebna do? The problem was, he didn't want to surrender. So he attached, and he wrote essentially a letter to Sancheriv, I am Shebna, represents 130,000 people in Yerushalayim, 130,000 households. We are ready to lead the truce. And he put it on the Aaron shot. And what the letter said, Shebna Zayt Restream, please get us all Restream. Shememar, Hine, Harishon, Yijik, and Kashas, Konim, Pizza Mayasa. So what's this now? What happened? So Shebna literally wrote a letter saying, Israel doesn't want peace with you. Me, Shebna, and my followers want peace with you. Send this letter to Sancheriv. How the Kalistic was concerned, he didn't know what to do. I'm a double question. So you bought the Libanon City in Lunim City. So it's a concept of Achayram Mahatos. This girl is started second guessing himself and thinking himself, you know what, maybe Shebna is the majority. He's the majority. He's the Spartan often goes by the majority as well. So the Spartan doesn't want me to stand up to Sancheriv, but rather he wants me to surrender as well. What happened? Bandavi Vamor, the Nabi in second. No someone Kesha the Chal Asher Yomar Amazah Kesha. So listen to this. It's over here. The pasuk from Yisrael. No someone Kesha the Chal Asher Yomar Amazah Kesha. So the Rabbi says like this. Klomar Kesha Shaihu, the Kesha Shaihu. This is not a regular robe. This robe is what we call the Shem. So here's the expression comes. Right? This robe is a Kesha Shaihu. This is a congregation of the wicked, and the silver is not called the halachic, which is incredible. So we'll say, so therefore, the Nabi tells this people, do not surrender. The Spark has your back, do not surrender. Shebna is feeling that because Shebna is feeling now, first of all, he commands the judge. He's saying that he's going to Sancheriv, and he's very confident that now he's going to be installed in the king. So what does Shebna do? But Shebna comes along and says, but hold on, to look Kever, and Shiva days love it. Shebna decided to go ahead and make for himself a grave, to bury the place of the king. So Shebna didn't, and he's getting ready to go ahead and see the throne is going to be installed by Sancheriv. So he decides he wants to choose his burial plot for his in the Davidic king. One night, I'm going to we need a couple, Kever. So that's the Shebna, what are you doing? Who are you? That you're yourself a grave in the Davidic shot. Here I Shebna told together. So essentially, the Nabi said to Shebna, the Spark is going to make you a wandering man. It says, meaning of Amrat took two bad caution you give us a son. The one with the man is going to put one in the world. What does this mean? People have more rahmanas when they have an explained man. The Nabi was saying to Spark, you're like a wandering man, you're a wanderer, no one's going to have rahmanas on you. So what happens? The Itach, on the see Rabbi Chanina Melanias. So Shebna gets mercy. Siv Hafa, Atok, Siv Hasam, the Hasafam Yata. So no Finecha, Safna, Kaidra, Rafas Yadain. The PK's common base at Shell wanted to bring the spirit upon his master's home because he was home. Napak, was great, right? But Shebna looking again his glory, once again, so now Shebna and his followers, this guy is not surrendering. Shebna, along with his followers, say, we're surrendering. We're surrendering. So they get ready to leave Yerushalayim, Shebna, and his whole family. What happened? You have enough thinking. So Shebna is at the front of all of is ready to exit Yerushalayim, surrender to Sanhedrin. As they're walking out of the gate of Yerushalayim, Asa Gabriel, Asa Gabriel, so what happened? Right as they walk out of Yerushalayim, so Shebna walks out, and the moment that Shebna walked out, Gabriel, the Malach Gabriel, closed the doors of Yerushalayim on his followers. So he kept the followers in the city, and ultimately, again, Shebna walked out. So now Shebna comes before Sanhedrin. And remember again, what did Shebna's letter say? Shebna's letter said that I represent 130,000 people in Yerushalayim. So now he comes by himself. Right, Mishar Siye. So Sanhedrin says, Shebna, followers, Amir Hadribi. So Shebna says, now Shebna didn't realize about what happened with Gabriel. He figured was that at the end of the day, his followers just decided not to come. Not to come. Like, how did they use the light on the way? It was entering Al-Qaeda. So obviously, you're looking for it. So Sanhedrin thought this whole thing was a joke. Right here, so Shebna claims that he represents 130,000 people. And meanwhile, what happened? He comes out by himself. So here says, you're not seeing it. Again, there was a whole delegation ready to accept the surrender of 130,000 Jews. Probably, which is 130,000, probably much more, because there's 130,000 people who parachute to without just their families also. So it's going to be a delegation of a lot of Jews. And meanwhile, one guy comes out. So here says, you're not doing it. What did he do? So he was not about the Talmud, the Zambis who said, but he was dying also a lot of them. So they bore all souls of innocent sheep, attached tail of their horses, and dragged it on the floor. Unfortunately, again, in a little it's enough to be voted. What a descent that is this. What's a in general. So it's fascinating to see great people experience such a terrible fall. Obviously, Shebna was the second man. Shebna was the second in command of Hiskiel. Actually, no, we did that. But I think Hiskiel was responsible for such a heavy level of scholarship and so it was the golden age of Jews. Everyone knew the Halakha Mentara. Right? Last Monday's that. Everyone knew the Halakha Mentara, right? It was a golden age. Things were good. Hiskiel was going to Mashiach. Things were going well. Shebna has everything. How could you make such a dramatic mistake? How does that happen? Shebna steeped in physical pleasure. Sokin is the treasurer, and so that's why it was by Abishag Ashina and governor. So what's this? What was Shebna? Shebna was a pleasure seeker. That was his life. Life was the seeking of pleasure. When a person, so what does that mean? So when a person is life, and the most important thing to them in life is their personal pleasure. Right? It doesn't even have to be anything illicit, although I think that it might have been illicit also. But even if it's not illicit, when my whole life just becomes about pleasure, everything is about pleasure. Everything is about comfort. So what kind of life is that? What kind of life is that? What kind of life is that? That is an egocentric life. Let's say life is not about pleasure. Life is about service. Life is about service. We are here on this earth to work, to do part of Cloud Israel to contribute to our nation. Life is about being selfless. That's the folder of life, not pleasure, but service. The issue is when life becomes about pleasure, which is so not even just about like excess, not even about anything illicit. But just like when my life comes about, what I want, this is what I want, what I need, what makes me comfortable, it becomes about those things. And that's an egocentric life. And an egocentric life, I will say, leads one to gaiva. And one falls into the clutch of gaiva, of arrogance, of self-centeredness, everything falls. Everything falls. The story of shadows is the story of many people throughout the years who are so potential, so much good, but they take a wrong turn as everything becomes about themselves, as opposed to it becomes a life of pleasure, as opposed to a life of service. You get a wrong turn, it's only a matter of time. That's what happened over here. To be honest, that's what happened over here. So Shevna, who was living a life of pleasure, also again becomes arrogant. And what happens with Sanki, he sees his mind, it's just mind getting to become king. And the moment that Jaiva sets in son, you lose all clarity, all perception. It's interesting. Like you think to yourself, here there's a season, and then what is Shevna doing? What is he doing? He's marking out his cover. Like he's deciding where he's going to be going. Like he's deciding, making his plans. Forget about my life or anything. I'm already making my plans for my death as a monarch. And once that happens, all reality is lost. All reality is lost. Unfortunately, again, the misstep overwhelming stories. You know goes back here. You know says he has social sadly not Paul. This is the you know that's like I was telling you. Culture in the past. Culture in the past. From the situation. No. From Josh, social so again, just since how you want to actually process, for the shuttles, we'll define what shuttles means, will be destroyed. What has the tzaddik accomplished? Now we're going to see different theories. So I believe about you know, so some perspectives go. His assembly, his followers, what would that be for the Chadam or even based on Shiaras, Sadik now? Obviously, if it's this is if Hashem would have said Shevna. Okay, what good would have happened? You are right. Give him up. So also, the Russia in the United States, Sadik now. If the plans of that Russia, were not ended, what good would the tzaddik have done? So this is also Russia, according to the opinion that says that Shassos refers ultimately again to the plans of Shevna, and makes sense that Shassos Yaharis, who destroys the plans of evil people. This man, Evan Heiser Shani Muslim, we should see all iniquities. It makes sense to call them these also chefs. Why? Because what's in the center of the was what's called the Evan Shed, the foundation stone, is the first piece of matter from which the world was created. I remember Chizkiah of the Siaita, Echa Ashkechal Tzadikim Dukim Shassos. Where do we ever find it? And a tzaddik is called a Shassos. Beautiful. Kiva Hashem to the arts, Vayish Le'ezeh, Kiva Zil Hafa, Kiva Itzah, Hidil Toshia. Well, kind of fine. Nama
I know I've
Nikla
been
Shloshia.
I'm into TMZ
So
over
let's see
there.
Torah is sent by Toshia. Why is Torah called Toshia? Beautiful. Nickname Shimatera Adam. Because it means person. I won't say listen to this. Toshia, sorry, Toshia, Shaolam Shusach ala Torah v'omdeni Kristo Shabbat. Sorry. Good, fine. So what's the point of that? So the nation is just called Shabbat. So we'll say first explanation. Why is Torah called Toshia? So the Parshat Pshat that we do there is that Torah weakens a person. Now let's say that's very Torah weakens a person. Torah says Yeshiva Nefesh. Yeshiva stands Torah revives the soul. So which one is it? The Torah weakens the body. What's the answer? The answer is yes. Right? Torah revives the soul. Then we'll say to take the spirituality is hard. It's hard. My soul is a weak. But the truth is, the responsibility is overwhelming. It really is. And the truth is, sometimes that's spiritual responsibility can absolutely most of the person. Now listen, it's not a bad thing. By definition, and in fact, the person looks the same. Right? The person marries off the child. The person marries what happens? You can't say about this. You dance for hours and hours and hours. You come home and how do you feel? How do you feel? Exhausted. Because I give every exhaustion is a good thing as long as I'm exhausted from reasons. Torah, spirituality can exhaust you. If you're fully immersed in it and you give it your all, it saps you of your energy. And that's not a bad thing. It's a beautiful thing. How do you know? How do you know if you're fully immersed in Torah? If Torah makes you tired, that's a good sign. Or a bad issue, right? If Torah makes you tired, Torah makes you tired, and ultimately, again, that is a sign of virtue. On the other hand, if it doesn't sap you of your energy, chances are you're probably just auditing it and not fully immersed. The Shane from Sakachar Rebbe actually brings that also. He has on this phrase, is Kol Shabbat. He says it means to the Yitzhara. Do you know what the power of Torah is? Torah reaches the Yitzhara. Which I will say is such a good idea. We know from the sentence blocks. Right? The Gemara you should try to go ahead and always incite their inclination of Yitzhara. What happens if a parent overcomes the Yitzhara? The base on that. Yourself draw pull to the Torah us to weaken our Yitzhara. We know this. So I said, God usually don't have a dramatic yara to go out and come at this when we now maybe a moment that close my eyes. But the might say, why is that? Why is that? Because when you're seeking Torah by definition, the powerful translucent holy waters on the fire of the Yitzhara. That's the power of Torah. It's just co-functional other. It diminishes the power of the which is why, by the way, the Gemara said his brothers. First they struggle with Yitzhara, sometimes all they need to do is just open the safe really quickly. Or, now, right, pull up Safari, right, and keep passing. Just do the passing. It's like the fire hydrant of spirituality. There's a fire that's raging, just open the hydrant for a couple of moments. And it's amazing what could occur. The Gemara goes back to the Gemara says the possibility is why is Torah called Toshia? The Gemara says Shenitna Bakasha Nitnei Asat. I was, we'll have to stop over here. I don't know how I can get through this on Sunday. All right. Okay. All right. More for tomorrow. More for tomorrow. Again, we always wind up in the right place. Let's say it's much shorter than that. Don't walk. Hey. We'll start to leave. All right, guys. Another wonderful day.
You say that is very scared that I get the one that I want to kick off with another contest. They kept telling me it doesn't get kicked off. Sorry. Swiss against was both the station hockey is 1995. Yeah, number one teriyaki next door.
All right. Say good morning. Good morning, Al-Batavach. It is a great Baruch Hashem to be able to begin another week of Tachas and Hedging together. Begin by thanking our sponsors for this morning's shiur. Our Talmud sponsor Shin Pei Hey, leader 5785, and the Tolson Mishpacha from Eretz Yisrael for the Shiur and Midrashos this year as a Zechus for the Soros Tabos for Am Yisrael. Talmud sponsors for the month of Teves, the Kelman Mishpacha in memory of Amit Ben David Levin, a brother of Ita, was killed fighting in Gaza first night of Hanukkah. A week of learning sponsors Zevi and Shoshi Daniel, the religious master Zevi's father, his so there's Yosef, and our Dafuni sponsors for today, Alan and Sue Meyerowitz in memory of mother Nindo Funeral, Nindo Bas Shlomo Todros, all of the families in the Chama. All those who need our Bush, that one, they have called colleagues. Which part of the Hashem bring our hostages home, the Shalom and the Karov, to allow our holy soldiers to be successful with home and Maaseh Yedayim. With that, let us begin with a great, really incredible. I'm going to put it out this in the chat. Exceptional daf today. Today's daf is called 26. Already up on above 26, 5 lines down from the 6 lines down from the top. Two daf. I'm sure you call it also Sufi. I must remember again. We had a really incredible mission. That's going to open the door to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unfit to serve local testimony capacity. So amongst those individuals, the Mishnah had Lashon. The Mishnah had Lashon. On Chapdarim, the Mishnah had Lashon of sloping shoes. So, which again, at first glance, sound like those who do business with Shemitah clothes. Remember again, Shemitah started the year, every 7 years, so one of the things you're not allowed to do with Shemitah produce is to eat Shemitah produce to your heart's content. That's not the problem. There are two issues that come up with Shemitah produce. Number one is doing business with Shemitah, and number one is storing Shemitah produce after it's no longer readily available. You could go ahead and amass and store Shemitah produce. That's not a problem. As long as it is readily available. Once something is no longer available, you cannot sit in large quantities. We'll discuss that more. That is doing business with produce. Straight out. In other words, remember, doing business is a great business model. All of the inventory is so you go out, grab up all the inventory and sell it. So you're not allowed to sell it. So it sounds like a good idea. Only one problem is possible. So you gotta get it. So the nice you're not allowed. That's called self-excuse. So the Mishnah says who does business with Shmita produce is not allowed to serve in any capacity. It's also it's how you call it also you should have ha'anasim chazor the close on sofos. They would call people, and then when you answer, now an anas someone who compels something, when you sin, right with the proliferation of sin, he began to call them people who did business with Shmita produce. So again, not exactly clear in Mishnah what is happening. So let's go. Let's go. Says the Gemara. My cover. What exactly is it that you shouldn't be saying in the Mishnah itself? How you own species suffering public. So in the beginning, the first consideration of the halacha, it was very straightforward. What was the straightforward halacha? People who gather Shemitah produce are fit to give testimony, fit to be an aid, right? Why? Because there's nothing wrong with gathering Shemitah produce. In other words, that's what you're allowed to do Shemitah here, is gather produce. So, but if you teach business with Shemitah produce, right? So if you gather from the field, it's free, and then you went and you stood up secondary. That is because remember, that was like any time that one is publicly or flagrantly violating an avera, that essentially renders you unfit to be a right? It's not necessarily just a thing. Any act that person does flagrantly without the words. Okay, what happened? Rabu, Mamsi, the most onion, the onion of Asilabu, Umaisi, so then what happened? So there were these people, and apparently this became a common practice. That what would happen? A guy with some money would hire a group of poor people. He would say to the poor people, go and gather as much produce as you can. Remember, again, shoot the produce that one is allowed to feel, take as much as you want. So there were people, they would hire to go at people to go gather the produce, bring it back to them, and then what would happen? You might see it, then they would sell it. They would sell it. So Chazrumar Echazev Echazepsu. So what ended up happening? When the happening is, they went ahead and they said that Halacha L'Meisa, everybody's puzzled. So now, interesting enough was that Halacha L'Meisa, this said you were an oasis, or whether you were, or whether you were someone who was so Shvius, ultimately again it was going to be possible. So we should live in Iraq. I don't understand. So since sons of Iraq were troubled by this, they didn't quite understand. They said, "Hi, Misharabu ha'anasim, Misharabu ha'tagarim." At the end of the day, the Gemara says, then why does it say Misharabu ha'anasim? It's sounding like people who are extorted, right? So it should say ha'tagarim. When the murderers, when people got involved in making the business out of this, that's what I'm going to say. Anyone essentially doing in that Shmuz is going to be prohibited from giving. So the Gemara says, hello, listen to this. So in the beginning they said, both of these individuals are possible. Whether you go ahead and you are a merchant or you are a gatherer, you are possible. Mishrabu ha'anasim umayim, who are the anasim, are no. So this is interesting, I'll say. So look at Rashi. Rashi says Arnona. It's the second of the short one, Rashi. Mas should go back. Arnona the taxes. But this tax is the tax of the king levied upon the field. Take the tax rate. He's going to go ahead and take the field. Now, this change is part of the why you're not farming. So now Yeah, you still have to pay your taxes even though you were not farming. So the Gemara says, so what happened? Sharabah I know now. The Machis Rabbi Yanai, as Rabbi Yanai said, the son of I know. So this is incredible. Rabbi Yanai said to the farmers, he's go. He's ready for this. The fields during the Shemitah year because of Arnona. Now, this is what actually focuses on this. She is this man as a Rabbanon. But lucky Kedusha Sa'aris. So listen to this one. So Rabbi Yanai was concerned about the following idea. The Jewish farmer give tax, their tax. Shemitah, not Shemitah, didn't get things in there, Shemitah. We said it's supposed to be problem. That would mean if during Shemitah they didn't pay the tax, what would happen? The king would come and seize their field. Rabbi Yanai want everyone to go ahead and plant and seed and harvest their field during Shemitah year. How can you do such a thing? How can one do this? Or again, actually points out, Shemitah during the days of Rabbi Yanai was Rabbanon. This Rabbanon one has a little bit more leverage. Now, I can remember what Shemitah is only done when there's Yovel. Yovel is only done. So when Rov Yoshua Arah, the majority of Israel lives in Eretz Yisrael. So, but it's actually contemporarily important. That's why, again, even now, you have, for example, Shemitah directed. So, Shemitah coming up, right? 2 years ago. It's terrible. We just had it 6 years. We just had it 6 years ago. I know. It's every 7th year. I'm aware of that. Weird. Yeah, and sometimes like 7 years. It's interesting. One of the raging debates about Shemitah is Heter Nefila, right? The notion of going ahead, essentially, like selling in land to a non-Jew. So it's complicated and fraught with issues. The only reason such a concept like that even gets off the ground is because halacha l'maisa Shemitah b'zman says Rabbanon, according to most opinions. So because it's Rabbanon, you have a little leverage. You always saying that we are going to see very, very soon. Scales are going to change. There's going to come a point in time when not so it's the future where the majority of clouds is living in Eretz Yisrael. That is going to have a dramatic effect. Not just on that. Think about that. The first time since the days of the second Mesa Mikdash, the cloud is living in Eretz Yisrael, but understand it also has a number of different halakhic ramifications as well. And then Rabbi Yanai comes along and says, I need you to plant your fields, because if you don't, we're going to lose our land. Zulomar. So they went ahead and they said, Osin Ksherin, Sofer. Those who gather Shemitah produce are kosher, right? Because we're not doing anything wrong. Sofer. This is the produce, their portion. Here by designing the people that sacrifice. So that's so the halacha let's take away from this is people who collect produce for Shemitah, that's fine. No problem. Kosher is perfectly permitted practice. The issue is with those who do business, that's problematic. Those individuals ultimately are going to okay. That was the Gemara tells story, dramatic. Get out of this. Remember Zarniki. Rabbi Shimon Yom Havika Azu LaAbishon Adak. Okay, get ready for this story. Here are Zarniki, Rabbi Shimon Ben Yotzala. Right, so it's called Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon. We're going to interconnect the new year. We're going to declare a leap year. LaAbishon in a place called Asya. Asya. So what happened? Pagu Bahu Reish, something to Reish Lakish on the way. So you just say, guys, we're going. Right? And they tell him we're going to declare a leap year. He says, all right, it's Hagayah. Can I come with So okay, so we've got Reish Lakish, Rabbi Shimshon. Listen to that, just like being in the backseat of that movie. Like, can you imagine being in the third and just listening to what's probably going on to that chevra? That's going to be chevra. So Kia, Shimon, and now Reish Lakish. So Yamar, Azel, Ichti, Abdilga. Reish Lakish said, I don't need to participate, but I would like to see how the intercalation here is done. Come along. Okay, so Reish Lakish comes along. So as they're traveling, Chazin Lahu Gavra to cut Karif, a guy plowing his field. Now go say the Shemitah year. We still got plowing his field. Some of the own Kohen Bechorish. This guy, he's a Kohen. Plowing Shemitah. Amrulo. So interesting that Shimon was surprised. So he was so judgmental about this individual. He said, 1 second. Magiston Ani B'Soho. First of all, who's the Jewish own field? That's number one. Number two, maybe that Jew works for the non-Jew. Look at Rashi here. The Karka shall not renew. Inan Shoin or about Balabais. Number one, maybe it is the field of the non-Jew. That's number one. Maybe the Jew hired hand. Okay. Number two, maybe it is the field of the Jew, right? And remember, what did Rabbi Yanai just say? Well, Rabbi Yanai just said before that Allah saw under extenuating circumstances, like when the king is going to see his field, if you don't pay the tax, that's what work your field. So essentially, it's like whoa. Yeah, I'm saying, Reish Lakish was saying two things. Number one, called the guy Cohen, right? That's number one. And he said that's a violation of Shemitah. So he's saying two things about the guy. Okay, part one of the story. Next, Su Chazin Gaba, they'll have a Kasa Tani. They saw a guy who was his vineyard. Again, it's a Shemitah year. You're not allowed to prune your vineyard on a Shemitah year. So the Gemara says, I'm allowed. The guy is a Jew, Kohen, and in violation of Shemitah. He says, whoa. First of all, pruning is only prohibited, right? This guy may be gathering branches in order to make a netting for the olive press, right? When you have an olive press and you have a Rashi points out you have a pile of olive, you would put a type of netting on top of the olive to keep the pile together. That netting is often made from smaller, softer branches. So it could be the guy's not pruning it, but instead what he's doing is he's gathering some up from the bodies in order to make the netting for the olives, which we so it's this fascination here between Reish Lakish, they're going ahead and saying these guys are Kohanim in violation of Shemitah. Other Rabbanim trying to go and be Malamin Zichos. He says, Amalahem, Alev Yodea, in La'akal Kolos. The heart knows. Ultimately, again, if it's making netting, right, it's perverting the halacha. Right, because again, the lashon for making the netting is la'akel beis hadat, the netting, and akal kolos represents like a corruption of din. It's a corruption of other. Rashi says la'aver al hadas. So like he says, these people know it, and they also know that what they're doing is. So Reish Lakish was confident. Mine, by the way, is such a down. You can it's fool everyone. The one person that can never fool, and even if I manage to delude myself to some amount of time, that moment of self-awareness. You can run from it, you can delay it, but it always comes. I leave your day. Then everyone else in your life, you can do a great job at it, you can do it. Your heart can know what's right and what's wrong. And my heart knows whether or not I'm living the life I need to live. I'm becoming the person to become. I'm engaging in the activities that are really appropriate for me. My heart knows whether or not the image I project to the rest of the world is the true me or is it the sign. Well, I mean, probably there was like it's reminiscence. The subject points out that mentions many times. It's one of his first essays on Shuvah. Points out that Shuvah, so we often translate Shuvah, right? But the truth is, it's not it's just the true ontological is to return. Like, and in fact, what it's that he wasn't just another, he was also the was even more unique about it was he was literally a circuit judge. In other words, what he would do is he would choose throughout bringing the base thing, bringing the diamond. The Russian never uses Shuvasa Arama. And he would come back to his home in Ramat Shuvasa. Only variable is how big the radius is. That's it. How big is the radius? Everyone has that. That's just to return to Hashem with that moment of overwhelming stillness. Run from it for a very long time. But at some point in time, that self-awareness is all of these is but at a certain point in time, you all can come together. I have to face the reality of what I am and what I'm not. Those are the fucking should say I'm making that. It's full of everyone else. The heart, those who are not out, not helpless. So the hate, so you might just, hey, I'm in the brain, right? Just which one actually occurred? Was it violent guy or the pruning guy? Ile mahakama isna, you want to say that over here. I'm in the Bereisha, see, the problem with saying that they have just mentioned things, why not bring up, right? Remember when they got cloud, which like you said, he's a constant up, and the other two are Kia, and the shouldn't said maybe he's a hiker. That's the second story. No, sorry. The first thing, why not use that so both of rather that the pruning case came up first, and after realizing that that is not an excuse, then they brought up the worker excuse afterwards. Okay, not the code. Listen, why are Kohen getting such a bad for being to violate Shmita? What's going on? So listen, this is very interesting. It is known that Kohanim were suspect to violate Shmita. They were suspect to violate Shmita. Now why? This time, what's this guy saying? Listen to this. If you have one soft one soft that falls into a soft produce. What's interesting about? So remember again, Shuma only consumed by anyone in that. So now I have a sa'ah that falls into a sa'ah of Shemitah produce. Yeah, we're gonna have to that. Yeah. So right, one sa'ah Shuma that falls into Shemitah produce. Now, the Shemitah produce over here, right? You can remember again, either Shemitah produce is Shemitah, ultimately it is, again, even with limitations, I will say. Now remember, if you have just one sub Truma following one sub freedom, so the mixture becomes Truma. That's in this case over here, one sub falls into 100 of Shemitah produce. So what's the Tala? Remember, the ratio for Gittel of Truma is 100 to 1. So if you have 100 parts within 20 parts Truma, the Truma is balanced. Now, by Tala, if it's less than a ratio of 100 to 1, then what? You have to let it rot. Now, why do you have to let it know? Why do you have to let it? Now, let's go through this. If it's less than 100 to 1, then what's the status of the mixture? Truma. So I'd have to let it rot. There's a remedy. What's the remedy? Give it to a Kohen. Sell it to a Kohen. So yet the Brisa says, let it rot. Avina why have to let it rot? You can look at the Truma. Chut midnei also saw. Sell it to a Kohen. In general, this is interesting. There was a market, right? If I'm in Israel, so if I'm in Israel, so now what happens? I have Truma. Just Truma to the college. Mismanaged. I'm a notorious Truma mismanager. So what happens? My Truma gets missing with my food. What do I have to do? Yeah, let's go through this. It's important to know. What do I do now? If it's less than 100, if it's more than 100 to 100 part of Truma, then good, I'm good. 100 parts, what do I do? What do I do? What's that? Have a 2-minute like expression. Like, either avoid eye contact or say something, right? All right, so once I sit down, less than 100 parts, less than 100 parts, one part Truma to less than 100 Truma. What happens? What's that the next Truma? That's it. Here we go. Really good. So once I sit down, what do you do with that? What do you do with it? Now you can gift it, you can gift it, but you don't have to gift it. Why don't you have to gift it? At the end of the day, there's chulim. So remember, there is a market on which you can sell this market, the coin market. Now remember, the coin market, everything is going to be there. Why? Because the Kohanim have upper hand, right? Because they know it's a limited population that could buy this, therefore they have the upper hand. So now the Gemara is like this. Watch, it's like one saw of Truma that fell into, we'll call it saw of Shemitah produce. So they can say, you got to let it rot. Why let it rot? I should be careful. Now, what could I sell to a coin? I could sell to the coin the amount of the mixture, my truma, because I can't charge the truma, right? Why not? Because it is. So I sell him the amount of mixture minus the truma. So let's say there's 9 of chulin of shoes. One saw of truma. Total value is 91 saw. I could charge him these saw of. Sounds like a much better than going ahead and rock. What's going on over here? The Ula is also known as Nef Kohanim Ashlius. So we'll say, what do you see from here? You see from here because Kohanim are chashuv, they are suspect, not following the rule when it comes to Shemitah produce. How could it be that Kohanim gets such a bad rap? So let's take a look at Rashi. This is fascinating. Kohanim, Rashi says, the moral bacteria. We'll say, now what's the issue? The issue is like this. As you mentioned before, you are only allowed to store Shemitah produce in your home as long as what? It's readily available in the field. Once it's over available in the field, you have to go ahead and transport it. We're notorious for storing Shemitah produce in their homes, even after it is no longer available. Now, she says, the motor heads they have a good excuse. What do they say? The Shtaru Truma, the Kachek Adashim, the Bayo, that is Islamic Yusarzi. This concept is come on. We always keep Kaddish stuff in our homes. Right? We have Truma, right? We have Kachim, we have all these different things. Okay, so the rest of the so remember, Shemitah produce is Kaddish. Truma is Kaddish. There are other Kohanim gifts that are Kaddish. So Kohanim Ramora Heter, they made an excuse for themselves. They said, you know what, regular people have to go ahead and divest themselves of Shemitah produce, but we Kohanim, we do not. You are allowed to keep holy stuff in your home. So we'll say so because of this, we got a reputation and proper treatment of Shemitah produce. Because that Chazal was incredible. Chazal Kohanim should on Shemitah produce. So therefore, and I will say because and they're terrible. So that results is that during the Shemitah year, it gets mixed in with Shemitah produce. It's 100 to 1. If it's 100 to 1 ratio, fine. Was bottled, you're good to go. But if it's less than 100 to 1, you can't even sell to a toy. Rather, you have to let it rot, and then once you rot, you can make it incredible. All right, back to the story. So now remember, we've got Ish traveling together with Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shin in order to see how they intercalate. So Amru, Shruda, who did. So these rabbis, Rabbi Shin and Rabbi Chia said, this guy is in trouble. He's real trouble. Like in other words, that like why are you walking? They were taking it back by this position. I listen, I just want to point out something very interesting. It's been around. Like remember, the Shlakish was the ultimate boxer. The Shlakish was a thief, gladiator, all he had a very life, and then he went ahead and becomes a boxer. The Shlakish probably had a little bit of nature, simply because the passion for the Shemay he grew up in the next man. It's like it says, I'm telling you, I know people. I've seen it. And one thing I should absolutely check is when someone sometimes, what is it? It takes sometimes when you live that life of you could sell it a little bit more. Now again, I want to point out interesting. Let's see, the Gemara doesn't. Let's go back. Okay, so what happens? So now these other rabbis are very taken aback. But Shlokish is unapologetic. And he's going to say, no. So you have to understand. As soon as we say Gemara is Shlokish, you know that there's a din. What's the din? You have to be down the kaf schus. You have to be the so these other rabbis see. So you know, if you're Shlokish, you have to be down the kaf schus. Down the kaf schus. You know, at the end of the day, yes, you have to give people the benefit of it. But there are times when what is that no, it's wrong. You can't make up a favorable narrative for every single thing. Now again, for us, Allah has become the conscious. Perhaps for someone like me, much more plugged in to make sure he was able to see right what was wrong. All right, let's go back. Those story gets better. We're not finished yet. All right, Kimatul Hasan. So now what happens is they arrive at the place. They were going to do the Iber, they were going to the New Year, they were going to declare a leap year. So what happens is great. So the Chia Rabbi Shimon, so the Gemara upstairs to the attic, that's where the Rabbi convened. And they took out the ladder right from the front, which means said you're not coming with, right? You're here with that shkayach, you tag along. We'll tell you a little bit about what's going on yours, but you are not going up to the attic with us. So this Shlokish was now offended. He's very upset. He comes to Rabbi Yochanan. Remember again, who's Rabbi Yochanan? Right, Rabbi Yochanan is mishpacha. Amarle. So let's get ready for this. So Shlokish says, Amarle, b'nei ad hachashudin ala shir is sherin la'ab rishana. Shlokish says this. So now I don't understand. Are these people who are suspect about non-observance of Shemitah, are they permitted to go ahead and are they permitted to declare it? Now, remember again, now, what does that mean? Shlokish is he's accusing Rabbi Chia of violating Shemitah, but he's saying like this. There's also part of the obligation of leadership that was something's due to someone's fault. So Shlokish has gone and walked by these fields and they're violating Shemitah. So if you don't stand in the face of, you are complicit. You are complicit. This is what I was going to say. So we are seeing these unfold. in such a dramatic way. And Rahman is saying that in Australia with the anti-Semitic against and people are thinking it's wonderful that the government is going to make a counter-terrorism this when a government doesn't stand up against terrorists and the government doesn't stand on the side of good, namely the state of Israel. If you make a clear stand against evil, then by definition you are siding with it. It's not an accident after Australia, in all of their ridiculous political moves, that there's an outpouring of anti-Semitism. That's what happens. That's what the world. If you don't make a clear stand against evil, then definition, you are with it. You are with it. So Rish Lakish says, you're either for me or you're against me, right? So pick a team. And if you see guys violating Shemitah, and at the end of the day, you don't make a machal, you're not ahead and making your objection, then by definition, you are violating Shemitah. So Rish Lakish says to the Yochanan, these guys who violated Shemitah, be part of that. That's the coming in the new year, or leap year, sorry. So just then Rish Lakish was thinking, he says, like, you know what, essentially has to be like, needed to have a shlosh Boker, Rabbanan Achshavinu Samach. We spoke about this before. Because the truth is, there are no word for shepherds that the rabbis relied on their information in order to go ahead and declare the new month. Meaning, there was maybe these two rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yanai, are not really part of the base that make the leap year, but rather they're just sharing information. Pretty sharp. So once I saw Rish Lakish just called these two rabbanim, essentially called them shepherds, right? Roy Bakar, and also called them people who violate Shemitah. Hadra Amar Lo Dami Hasam Rabbanon Va'avua Hava Kasher Rishon. The Kasher Rishon in the Danish, like you said, that's the right in the previous case, on the shepherd formation. But the shepherds were part of the actual base. Here, my concern is that Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon are part of the base. And these guys are part of the base. It was called a Kasher Rishon. Kasher Rishon sounds like a good name for like a shul, right? You know, guy, congregation Kasher Rishon. And it's like Kasher Rishon, right? So Nice said the problem over here is that these two Rabbanim, these Yechia and Rabbi Shimon, so ultimately, again, they're part of the base. And if guys like this are part of the base, then a base like that becomes what's called Kesher Rishon, a congregation of Rishon. So it's like Rish Lakish is sharp. Rish Lakish is very sharp in his analysis over here. So look at Rashi in just a moment. Kesher Rishon, Tehech Anisal Ninensa, Lasos KibafiluEhen Usen Al Keyboard Kidin Sasharim Sabras Aiden. They put in a based in Ninen design. I don't understand how this is operating up in the attic. That I don't understand how this is a valid base. So Rabbi Yochanan says, you know what? I think it's a little bit over the top that you're calling them Rishon. In other words, so Rabbi Yochanan asks, look at Rashi, Da'aka, Kore also Rishon. A little bit over the top. In other words, it's interesting. It says, you want to hold them for not objecting to violation? I do. In other words, if you notice, Rabbi Yochanan doesn't counter, but to call people Rishon, that is already a different level. That level of yeah, right. That level of diatribe, that's very little of it. Rabbi Yochanan says that I don't think we can do. So Kiyas Rabbi Yochanan. So it says, now what happened? Rabbanim came down afterwards, right? And again, somehow they want Rish Lakish about it. So Kiyas Rabbi Yochanan. Amar Lei, Kulan Roy Bakar, Velo Amar Mal, Velo Midi. So listen to this. So what's interesting is they said Rabbi Yochanan. So Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon come down. And Shlokish called us cattle herders. He called us shepherds. And we didn't sin. Like he didn't stick up for Rabbi Yochanan. All in all this. Right? He didn't stick up for us. So Amalahu, the Kari Luxon, Maya, right? And if he would have called you cattle herders, if he would have called you sheep herders, it would have made a difference. Whereas it's very profound. We don't say what. So it's one of the first lessons that we teach. Just because someone calls your name, yeah, Rish was upset. You are wrong. So he called you Shun. He called you like, and if you notice that, right? You're going to count as Rish. Call him a Russia. That I'm going to step. That I want to say. Right, but they saw. Once you go ahead, if they call you a cattle herder, okay, get over it. Get over it. Say, interesting enough, that's what the story is. That's what the story is. So listen, this is so much to take out of this story. Right? We're not sure from the story itself, like, who was right. Was Rish Lakish right? Were these other Rabbanim right? Was this Rish Shemitah not? So again, the Gemara doesn't really trust that clarity. But throughout this lesson, we pulled out what you see from Rish Lakish, you need to go ahead and stand up against that wrong, because if you don't, then by definition you're siding with him. On the other hand, being from Rish Shimon, so again, life required. What you also see is that when it's because someone says something to you, it doesn't get you into response. This is part of one of the lessons that has been lost, especially in social media, right, where it's just so easy to deliver an immediate response. And I say, you don't have to respond. Just because someone says something, you don't have to respond. How often, like, do you respond to something that's after right? And if you go ahead and then write WhatsApp something, it's that fast, really fast. And they often see it even before you read it. Why? And I just like had enough self-respect, just not just life would be so. Most of we also see in vehement discussions with debates. Always no matter how justified you may be in your position, no matter how justified you may be in your position, you have to be careful with the words that you use. And also, you see this without reading into it, you know that far one of the most contentious is the issues of the community. Spend Shmuel's night on it. Reading into it. Listen, the moment that someone uses the word Nazi, right, in the context of a debate between you and boss. Even if you're right, you lost. You lost because once you are not careful with your words, that you have lost the debate. Because the ability in the agenda that you're trying to consider, clearly, you have no ability to measure what it is that you're doing. And when you have no ability to measure what you're saying, you lack the ability to see things that you also. It's incredibly important. Even if I'm right, being right doesn't allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. Words always have to be measured. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Okay. All right, so the Gemara says like this. Good. My Kesher Shah. So what's it? Said was he called it right. and we're going ahead and start this meeting. He called it a cash shot. What is, you've never heard that expression before. What is that? What is that mean? An assembly, right? An assembly of people. Cash shot. What's that? Cash means like a bond, like a what does that mean? What's that? This is wild. This is wild. My cash shot. Chef Nahava. Darish between services. What's this? Now we're going to be introduced to a story of if these names of the story don't sound to you at all, it's okay. It's from esoteric book of dreams. Right? And again, if you have a sister, right, or a member of your family has received the computer, you can ask her about these story legends, right? So let's say, listen to this. So this is incredible story development. So listen to this. So this there's a guy who like his chief of staff was a man by the name of Shevna. Shevna ran his home and had an immense Havadorish between himself. When he would dance, there was a number of 130,000. I mean, when he would give 130,000 people showed up. Okay, listen to this. So, Havadorish had Soyrabus. So he was the king of Yehuda and the son of David. He had 110,000 followers. 110,000 Hasidim. Again, not too shabby, but less than Shevna. She also sent Taylor the Shar Alei Yerushalayim. So now I have another famous story. Taylor and raised siege to Yerushalayim. Yeah, just the famous story. Siege of Yerushalayim. I was understand. There was no real way militarily for Amisol to win this war. Right? They were outmanned. So here's a huge army. He had conquered a number of the cities. Well, this is he already conquered part of Israel, as well as other countries around. There was no way to win this war. So what? Because of Shevna, his special Shevna said, okay, he's negotiating organized surrender. We need to do this because some kind of autonomy. So what did Shevna do? This guy didn't want to surrender. Shevna do. He attacked, voting essentially a letter saying, I am Shevna. Representing one of the dirty assholes. We are ready to make sure shout it out. And what does it say? The letter said, Shevna v'siyaytu shlimu, shenema kichim arishon v'jus v'kasha esenu chitza margasa. Now what happened? So Shevna literally wrote a letter to the city. This guy doesn't want peace with me. Meaning me, Shevna, and my followers want peace with me. Send this letter to Seth. How the Kamistik is Amar Dilma has to show nothing that so Ruba came under the means discussing like this, this majority. So started saying this, what, maybe Shevna is the majority. He's the lowest. But the Shparach often goes by the majority. So maybe the Shparach rather he wants me to surrender. But the Navi can most someone Kesha the fall Asher Yomara Amazah Kesha. Listen to this, Moses. It's a really close over here. The passage from Yeshayahu. Most someone Kesha the fall Asher Yomara Amazah as well. So the Navi comes and says like this: Loma Kesha Shaimu, Kesha Sham. This is not a regular road. This road is what we call a Kesha Sham. Like this road, this road is actually
just to kind of
this is
quiet
a
and some
of
myself.
the wicked,
You know, a lot of
and the assembly of the wicked is not called the
focus, a little more focus, I think.
Allah, so someone says, again, so therefore the Nabi tells no, do not surrender.
I
But
think
when
it's
she
more
back,
like
Shavna
a
is
Jewish
pretty
Gemini
good
guy.
about himself.
I don't know,
Because
like,
she feels that now,
I
first of all, he
hate to say
commands
like
from the
those,
judge.
but there
He
is
sent
common
this letter to say,
craziness that goes on, and
now he's
that
going to
kind
be
of
installed
mind,
as the new king.
and
So what does
no, I
Shavna do?
haven't played
So
baseball.
but
I felt like
so Shavna comes along and says, like,
first
but
began
Halach
comedy,
Raks
so
of
like,
Shavna decided to go ahead and bury a place of the city. So Shavna was really getting there. Getting ready to go ahead and
laughs,
shoot.
but I get laughs.
By some hitters. He decides he also
You know, if you don't like
done the bunch. Very
that
good.
kind
Bana يبقى من ما لها فوق ومن فوق كي صفت له فوق كذا النبي says to Shem, what are you doing? Who are you that you're carving out yourself back? Kine Hashem hatulaka totula gada. So essentially the Nabi said, Shevna, this life was going to make you a wandering man. The Gemara says, but the Gavra Kashmir is one man is going to fuck the one in the whole. What does this mean? In general, people have more rachmanos on a poor woman than they have on a poor man. So the Nabi was saying, like a wandering man, no one's going to have rachmanos on you. So what happened? The Amr Yossi, Rabbi Chanina, Melami Cheparcha Bon. So Shevna gets leprosy. Sid Alpha, Hasam, the Asafam Yata. So no cover as Tano, Kish Kalom Desadora. Shevna wanted to bring disgrace upon his master's home. His goes home. Napa provoked, even though Shevna was already right, but Shevna ultimately again turned into degradation. Now, Shevna and his followers, so this goes is not surrender. Shevna, along with his followers, say, we're surrendering. We're surrendering. So they get ready to leave, and it's whole Shevna. What happens? You have enough to do. So Shevna is at the front of his followers, ready to exit Yerushalayim. Surrender to something. As they're walking out of the gates of Yerushalayim, Asa Gavril, Asa Gavril, Achde Lagasha Ba'ate Yerushalayim. So what happens? Right as Yerushalayim, so Shevna walks out, and the moment that Shevna walks out, the Malach Gavril closed the doors of the on his followers. So he kept the followers in the city. Shevna walked out by himself on the gates. On the legs, now Shevna comes for some period. Remember again, what did Shevna's letter say? Shevna's letter said represents 130,000 people in Yerushalayim. He's by himself. So I'm like, Mishar Swift, which is here to Shevna, we're all followers. I'm going to hug you. Shevna says, now Shevna didn't realize how it happened with Gabriel. If he was, at the end of the day, his followers just decided not to. Right? How should be? They stay in Yerushalayim on the basis that there's an income so here is thought like here, so Shevna claims that he represented 100,000 people, and meanwhile what happened? Because you can imagine how the whole delegation ready to accept 130,000 people. What's 130,000 people so it's supposed to be a delegation. A lot of people coming out. And meanwhile, one guy comes out. So then I go, okay, maybe I'm on to some. What
And then
You
so
to
when
yours is
when I
not how about the
left
Talmud?
LA,
Is that
one
then
open
or you would got also
to see
Chad's
Chad's my car got rear end. The guy, he was drunk. I saw I was on stage. I could see him.
drag you
The guy
on, drag you on
backed into my car.
seven fortunately again
Yeah.
in a little bit one
And I get out with my brake light. And he was drunk.
So it's fascinating
Drunk,
to see.
but he just ate me. And that was Chad's.
Such a terrible form.
No, I
What
think
are
he
the
admitted to
mechanics?
it. Yeah, I'm telling you, this
Was the
was
second
19.
maybe
Maybe 93. I'm sorry.
Let's go last week's shot. As you know, we do though.
Well, I say it's her point. It's February.
So it's like golden age of jewelry.
And
And offers of too much, right? It was last everyone knew that. Right?
structure.
It was a
And
golden
to see if I
things
liked
were
the color.
good. His
So
fellow
every
could
week
have
I'd
been
be to the
things were
valley.
going well.
I
Chef,
did
has
like 2 minutes in front of my classmates. And Police Shore sister was the teacher.
makes such a dramatic.
And I knew
How does that
at the
happen?
end would have the final show at the
Was
comedy store.
Chef
Right,
No
so I would do the class. And
Chevna
from that,
was
after the class, I'd always talk to
Steve
Sandy Shore after this, talk about more comedy. And then I'd always drive by the comedy store and look at it and go, maybe one day I'll perform there. But I never went in.
So kind of like was by Abishaga Shinani.
No, I was never really like a big stand-up fan guy. I like baseball. I like baseball. When I got into college, I like Beavis and Butthead.
It was like
Wrestling funny. Of course, Howard Stern, but I also felt like I didn't want to listen too much to that because I felt like,
when my
everybody
whole
liked
life
Dice
just
in
becomes about
1988.
pleasure,
When it's
and it's
Fences,
about
yeah,
pleasure,
Dice
everything
exactly.
enjoyment,
And I would
everything is
listen
about
to
comfort. Listen, what
Jackie
kind of like,
Mason's,
what kind
and he was funny.
Right.
Pauly Shore,
Is that,
Adams.
that
Yeah, I guess I did. I mean, I had Sandler.
listen, life is about search. Life is about search. We are
No, I didn't. I knew he was different. I remember him like being on Morgan Mindy.
While we sell to contribute to our nation. Life is not about
his big thing was like he went to a psych ward.
life,
He
not
went
pleasure, but
exactly.
service.
So I kind
The
of,
issue is when life comes
you know,
about
like
pleasure,
talk
which
about
I say, it is so easy.
what
Not
happened to me.
an
And
excess,
kind of
not
like
even
what's
about
happened
anything
to Kanye
illicit,
West a little
but
bit.
just like when my life becomes about want. This is what I want, what I need, what makes me comfortable. When life becomes about those things, and that's an egocentric life. And an egocentric life is and one falls into the clutches of gaiva, arrogance, of self-centeredness, everything falls apart. The story of Shad.
That's why you have to.
There's so much potential, so much
So
greatness.
I believe in yourself.
Everything
I
comes
don't
out
even put that thought. I just
as opposed to it becomes
stage
life.
like in a comedy store
And you
and
take that
there's
raw
like
turn
somebody in the crowd back or maybe a celebrity or a friend of mine, maybe like me.
so Chef now,
I
who was
can
living
turn
a
it up
life
enough.
of
I
pleasure,
know I can go for it. My back's against the wall.
Santiri,
I can be roadie. I can be professional. I can do it for
that
years and years.
guy
But I
that
also
said, you know what I'm
feel
saying?
you were talking
All
about
pride,
like I started
all
in
perspective.
94.
Interesting, right? You would think to yourself,
I got
Today
about
you
2000, like 6 years.
he's marking out his calendar.
Learning from scratch.
Whereas in these areas, like he just said, he's going to make you the plan. Forget about my life or anything. I'm going to make you the plan. That's a And once that happens, all reality is lost. Well, all reality is lost. Unfortunately, again, that's again, which ultimately leads to the rise. We're overwhelmed. One of those guys, the Gemara says, "Yeah, so Tzaddik Malchus." Moses, the Gemara, those are the pasuk. Those are the pasuk from the no, sorry, from Jerry. Yeah, so sorry. Tzaddik Malchus. Again, this is not even that. Yeah, Shassos for the Shassos. What Shassos means will be destroyed. Tzaddik Malchus. What is the Tzaddik Malchus?
You know, 3 years ago, found one, you know, I learned all of the underground gas back in Seattle.
And Jesus said, followers were destroyed. What's good with that piece of fabric? Obviously, this is if Hashem would have signed Shevna. Over the Piskiyot, good would have happened. If the plans of that Russia, Shevna, were not up and he said, what have you done? So this one, according to the opinion that says that Shassos refers to the to the plans of Shevna. Makes sense. Shassos Haris destroys the plans of evil people. It's not Evan heißt es schon immer für die it's just see all makes sense because we call it a was called the foundation stone. The first piece of matter from which the world was created. Where do we ever find it? Bring in some energy guys were new to Seattle. Also, and having fun and taking life, yelling at the camera. And I think Leo was supposed to yes. Listening, you know, you comedy or, you know, anything you like, you feel you're sorry. I'll show Shaola Mateshes. I'll shape Shaola Shusak ala Torah from the Fisher.
I can be funny live TV and just
good. Fine. So the nation is called Shaola. So it's like perfect. Why is Torah called? Why is Torah called?
This TV thing.
The question shot over here is that Torah weakens a person. I was saying that
you know, it's like you're like I made it up. Yes, and then I remember Joey Diaz when he said, "Bro, you gotta go to New York."
yes, Torah revives the soul. I will say,
New York, they'll go there. And I went to New York, and my friend was working with the Yankees.
revives my soul is
working with the Yankees. I have a friend there who went to see Yankee games. When I first got there, I stayed in like a week apartment up on like 116th Broadway near Columbia. And I was in here. Oh, it was like I forget. It was like 400 a week. Maybe
marries off
back
each other. I want to
97.
dancing or
And Bushman Live was in the instrument. He was in the
you dance for hours and hours and hours. You come home and how do you feel? How do you feel?
on 107th and like Broadway. Wow. And I stayed there for a couple months, and it was, you know, like weirdos in there. But not that bad.
That's exhaustion isn't a bad thing. Exhaustion is a beautiful thing as long as it's
Well, Seattle,
Torah, spirituality, exhaustion.
I sold t-shirts for the Seattle Supersonic team shop. Just pocket a little money.
That's not a bad thing. It's a Torah, if Torah makes it higher, that's a great sign. Right? And if Torah makes it tired, and ultimately, again, that is a subversion. On the other hand, if Torah doesn't sap your energy, chances are you probably just on and not really this is beautiful. Is Koko Shot the says is a reference to the Yetzer Hara.
So selling that t-shirts like
you know what the power of Torah is? Torah weakens the Yetzer Hara. It's such a right there. You know, you might have said. We all know Yagin Adam needs to cover the person should try to go ahead and always incite. What happens if a overcome the Yetzer Hara? What do you say? But based on that, bring the drug, come to this man, allows us to weaken our Yetzer Hara. You know, listen, when you're running the path, usually you don't have the dramatic need to go out and commit averas when you're doing the path. Right? But so I said, why? Because when you're speaking definition, beautiful translucent words and fire beats. That is the power of Torah. Which is why by the with the Yetzer Hara, sometimes all I need to do is just open the safe and really quickly. Or right, pull up Safari and just read a pulse. Just read a pulse. Just it's fire hydrant of spirituality. There's a fire that's going to just open the hydrant for a couple of moments. And it's amazing what the Gemara goes back to the Gemara says. Another possibility is by his Torah called you must trying to I was, you know, just stop over. I don't know how to all right, okay, fine. Right. More for tomorrow. What I was saying, again, we always need to stop in the right place. As I said, it's much shorter than that. Don't walk. Hey, let's say wonderful start to the week. All right, everyone, soon. Have a wonderful day.
Writers from Conan, Dan Cronin, Josh Comer, sometimes, I think, but he was around to see Hell Soul Family Guy, right? Sklar Brothers, Jeff Ross, myself, Liam Mackey, is up here. Just a lot of guys passing through. The key was for Joe was to want to get on the line. That was the show. So I felt like Galloway was a field lounge of Monday, and that's where they had Dave Chappelle, UC, Mark Parrish, Dean Crow, Todd Mary. That was the spot to be. So once I got there, I was clear. My goal was to come back to LA in 2003. And then once I started doing Little Lounge a few times, I got the host it, and I got to do it. I'm through Dave Chappelle, Todd Mary, Barrett, and I'm holding my own. I remember like break for set. I remember,
Holy Soldier should be
you're talking around New York. On Sunday nights, for example, I was a waiter in New York. I was also a tour guide at Renews. So I wanted to see if I could be funny on the show. I could make these. Yeah, it's a different crowd, and they're honest. They're
two sets of witnesses now. If you
I
don't read this document, has a big color against it.
their way of life is just different.
To support his politics and you must be a near suburb. The Americans of Hawaii. So if you didn't claim to be a witness, there's an opportunity to go ahead and verify this through specifically with the facts for just a moment. Not just since it's actually right across.
I did that. Did the comedy, so for about a year and a half, I worked out there because I would leave the stage time. Because the guy who was doing it before was an open mic with me, and there's some good open mics. Yes, and Brody, Manny, the owner of the club, so for me spots, I'm ready to do it. And he says, I think you should do it.
Sets of
So I
witnesses.
went
And
down
now
there,
you have a little game,
started barking, and I
another
thought it was
person
fast.
comes along and
I
combined
didn't
to
have the
this
confidence. I didn't have necessity to let me, try in there. But all the watching was reality. I had my own room on Monday nights where I get expedience up. So I was past at stand-up in New York, and with Josh was the Josh show here in Portland, which
problem with
John
that
Funner,
is that if let's
a
say
lot
for
of these
example
guys I started with, when they started moving out to LA, was another thing. Like I kept in touch with. So when I
how
was
could that
done
be?
with
Because
New
isn't
York and
Shimon
ready to come
come
back,
again?
I had
Isn't he
friends working in these TV shows. That's great. So right away, I got
conflict?
right away. I got
Doesn't
premium
conflict of
Film
interest
Central
by
because
trying to disqualify the very witnesses that are there to testify against him. So now the arson just here
Comedy
is
Central,
maybe a
premium
case where
blend. So I got two spots on TV right
he
away.
comes from the
Wow, and
first,
I got
he
us at the
testifies along
Improv,
with another
Laugh
the first set of
Factory,
witnesses.
Comedy
Shimon is not in the
Wow.
for why?
Bobby Lee, you recommend I remember.
There's a
This,
second set
I
of
was still
witnesses
doing
still there.
open mics. Right away, it happened.
To testify against
I did the show. Adam Robbins would book it. I think it was like on Thursday night. That's one of the first shows. I wanted to go there because he did a good job of bringing it like that. Zach, Laura, maybe Jeff was back then. He brought us a good day.
comes along and testifies against the first set.
In the same building as Adam Robbins, right? So Adam Robbins always told me about Bobby Lee. So Robbins, who I just saw the improv, he's a character. He's right to the LA Weekly now. He ran that 101. It's a fun little good opportunity for me to interact with, Maria Bamford and Zach and so Adam Robbins did a good job with that. And recommended me to Bobby Lee. Bobby Lee helped me get in at the comedy store. I already had, and like I said, I took the workshop at the UCLA for graduation, comedy store, growing up in LA. My mom's boyfriend over there, or Illinois, Louisiana. There. And I, from the balcony, I could always see the lights that were, so it was never, it was a comedian at any whoever it was, right? But I knew the energy of the Sunset Strip. I could feel it. It's electric. I was just electric. It was great. You go down the street, there's all kinds of people in the street. You'll see these, yeah, and drugs. Actually get drugs on the street back then. Yeah. That was weird. I mean, the 80s in LA, it was the place to be. Yeah, it was, you had the Lakers, the Dodgers, the rock and roll, the Sunset Strip, Venice Beach, LA girls, and everything. Walking in this town, and growing up in the valley, going to the beach, the hot weather, and then the haze and the small tobacco smoke, nightclub, small commercial.
Remember, just to
I
illustrate what it is,
I
there
went
was
to
a
San Dimas to Raging Water, out there like once or way out in the
he said, we're going to come to,
my
the
first
Ruben brings
that comedy
witnesses.
store.
Shimon could disqualify the
It was
witnesses.
just
Shimon
from a
brings
kid in the
witnesses.
80s, so
Ruben
I
could
always had
disqualify the
that.
witnesses. The Chachamim
And
comes
the
in
only
and
reason
care.
why I'm kind of loyal to it, but nothing to get
Only
out
to
of
disqualify
gloves or
the
anything
witnesses
of
is how
that.
is
But
if it turns out that
it's
literally
still
has an inherent personalistic disqualification, again, where a thief, something like that. So we're trying to figure out what is that machlokas. For example, it's not just the machlokas is, well, let's say, for example, Ruben is, so in that case, Rabbi Meir, that halach l'maisa, the Kohen says, he has an obligation to furnish both sets. Therefore, Shimon has the ability to testify about the first set, not conflicted because it's for the second set. And the Chachamim disagree. The Chachamim say that even Ruben knows that he has two sets, he's not obligated to furnish two sets, rather than he's only furnish one set. Now, the direct these Rabbi Shimon and the Machlokas it's here, Rabbi Meir and the Chacham Mishnah is the same Machlokas between Rabbi Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi. He's saying that how about we don't, we start the question thinking, now let's say, Ruben comes along and Ruben Shimon, Ruben on top, that everyone agrees that Ruben was opposed. Right, so Ruben claims Shimon, you're out. I could produce a kind of and also I feel that again it's kind of like that actually last night I could show out great on the like what he says all Tuesday night the guy asked we don't care about the and I wasn't looking forward to it actually. I had, kind of Rebbe says, look at the stars. Rebbe says, look at both pillars. Essentially, if you made a dual claim that you have both chazaka and stars to support your belief, ultimately, again, you have to furnish both of those to support this thing. The kind of like the B'tzal and Barak to eat. And then what's the way arguing about it? So it's actually very interesting. And this in general is a fascinating idea. When you make a legal claim, and your legal claim is more than what you need to say, are you obviously support the entire claim, or do you need to just support the bedroom threshold to meet the legal obligations? For example, right? So again, Ruben comes in as a shit living in my house. Shouldn't say, really, all Shimon needs to say is what? Either or chazaka. You don't use both. But Shimon says, I have a star and chazaka. So now what's the shayla? Just to furnish of those things in order to support only one of the that's the fundamental machlokas over there. We'll say tremendous mushahas, which is sometimes the less you say, the better. Right? But let's you know, which is pretty self-explanatory lesson. But let's say also sometimes this idea that what's the expression? Under promise, right? The problem is most many of us over promise and under deliver. Right? So again, so here James Dillon's like, yeah, shut up, Phil. All right, calm down. Under promise, and all you need to do is to say you have one of them or bring one of them, and you can deliver. Incredible. Someone says, that's fine. I can't remember the role. People know cool down on the fleet. It should be nice to play the team on the focus. I mean, that be there. The mayor, sorry, that be mayor. And yeah, was the credit, right? That one is also the here as follows. I can recall that he was an element has Zaka. Rebbe's only saying this particular condition by Hazaka. Why? Korach stark aussieht. Das Chazon itself also derivative of the Korach of Star. Aber auch der Heim in Laden Korach in den Achim aussieht. But it's the Mishnah, where the second set of witnesses have nothing to do with the first set. I can be ready, more their grades are there. Even Rebbe would agree, so you don't have to bring forth in both sets. Just that I'm going to open on really sharp top of that's all I say. So again, we're just beginning on this mission. I'm trying to explain the first case in this Sunday where Rabbi Meir says that one litigant could disqualify the witnesses of the other, and that our volunteers don't. Come up through some type of true inheritance of God. So it's a rich shot native swing for their talking about this is our and Diana and Shea. So the passing and you get all about it. You have to by definition, the witnesses are going to be invalidated as well. Since we validate the witnesses, the judges will be invalidated as well. His fault. The other swing that even Shea, subject about the case, the Diana had not did, but the agent that they had been invalidated, but the agent Shea. So because the passing Diana passing the agent was masterful. Like a rubber agent has also come down 24-8, 4 lines down. Masterful, like rubber agent is a cash out. Someone who goes to possibly get past the 99. I understand that the witnesses have to
hang out at Carmine right there on Graham Avenue.
The judge had to about it. So that's the part, because they do have another page that they can go to.
Honesty, and I just learned about living in New York. So I taking the subway, the summer weather, I got out of it.
That the judge
What I got out of what I wanted to get out of it. I remember right through that. Reality, just talking, or is this like ranting about walking down First Avenue? So just upset me. I remember like people laugh. Yeah, and then my just I was talking with a little bit of fire.
All left on Acheres tonight. There's not a second set of witnesses dead. So much is happening on the marching costume. You like what then one litigant would not be able to handle against a set of witnesses because again, you can switch it. I think that's the thing that we just said before the decision. And give me money, you go, sell it.
I think that's the challenge of it.
Whether or not you play the kind of so it's a lot of we have multiple versions as to how to understand the first macros in Mishnah. But one thing is it's not a case to understand. Remember again, and now we hear Rabbi saying, one that will disqualify the witness and the judges of the other witness.
Alaska,
Coming saying, no, you can't. What are the parameters of that case? The parameters of this case is reading his claims that he has two sets of witnesses. So that the mayor says Shane had the ability to come along and discredit the first set because he's not conflicted because there's still a second set. But if a common saying that in general way to disqualify witnesses is to go ahead and come up with inherently just the yes, you got it. Tony will say stuff. So it's kind of remember again.
taken like I know that they're trying to reset the room, but there is a fine line because some guys can be like, if you don't know me, they'll like, I don't have a relationship with the guy, they do it kind of visible. You know, this guy's yelling, what's wrong with this guy? I'm getting laughs right away. So,
recognize it. You go ahead and disqualify. That's one way. So someone that's drinking that mayor would say,
walk out and let the guy do it. But it is you're right. Transition's a weird thing. Is I get stressed with intro. It's not an easy thing. And set up the guy.
according to the schema, moving the second game,
Intros make
style is being incredibly differential to Remy. He says that he may have covered a holy guy. With a holy mouth say something like this, that's one litigant to disqualify the witness. The other litigant, and if I trust that the mayor must have meant that one litigant could disqualify the singular witness of another litigant. But the point was seizing another here is very mayor is incredible. It's incredibly differential to the mayor. Or to that just to sound like the mayor was great than Rich Lucky.
Whatever you just deal with, you can tell. It's like,
if you were walking through the basement as well, would you see what's happening? That's something that's like, you see this Lucky through the basement as well, would you see, you know, okay, Harden, the top round is that by that. You see someone that was listening.
you know what I feel good about the story feels like guys like me and you and these ladies. We were we kept it going. We kept it. I feel like, you know, craziness and hanging out, Jesus and you doing your spots and, you know, even Tony that they doing late night spots and kind of bridge that gap and made it, I feel like
Knowledge, like a
and
house,
then, you know, you have Adam and the new
okay,
he's
how
missing
I'm
out.
saying
So I pride
intellectual
that
analytical
comedy smart is what it is because I'm not a Johnny come lately. I'm just grinding it out. To be honest, it does feel like guys can be intros, but like, call me a legend. That's like, I mean, I'm not asking for that. Yeah, I don't look at myself, but I guess if you're performing so long enough, you know, they'll do that. So it's just
the process, right?
I started
Analytical processes, but if you don't know, it doesn't matter. See, you need both. You see now, you can just throw it in there. It's like this guy. What's he doing here?
Started like a guys are in the 40s and they got started 40 and
what?
it's like
Why are you going to get so listen, it's fascinating to understand. What
crazy,
is this
right?
mean? What
Yeah,
is
it's just me. I just like going to the comedy store. It feels like a club. It's like a private. It's like a private. It's open to everybody. It's a church of
contemporary
yeah, and they do a good job with the shows, and it's the negative energy. I know the comedy had a reputation back in the negative energy, and it's a little intimidated by people who got there. But I kind of rose above it, and then the guys go after each other. Yeah, but I think that roast and maybe even kill Tony of satisfying that need for these guys. So you want to be negative, go to the road, make it funny. Yeah, like there's a way to do it. Whereas there used to be maybe guys would come in the hallway or doing stuff. You know, now just in general, there's so many whether it be a podcast show or that roast battle show.
So I say, so it sounds like it's so differential by like nothing going what they said nothing going.
Kind of
Coming
competition
see
and kind of
there and the trucking shall not be
slowly but surely
the USA looks like this idea that they were incredibly respectful to one another. Massive ready. Come hustle and service. He's ready to allow different story.
and it's
Ready
like
to know and ready said you're not going to take something from what you want to say local shop is coming on. There are a couple be staff. Now look is Travis called hot tomorrow. You're not to insulate something. Now many people are going to say not only do you insulate something, not only do you not insulate something, one on Shabbos, also play on Shabbos. What are you concerned with? Others you come to insulate something hot as somebody was. I'm not a fan of Rabbi Shlomo Yossi. So I'm not a fan of Rabbi my father, cold. I'm a lady. So that we said provide and I learned that from the base. Has positive, making it allowed to do it. You know, these like and I got over, see how much. But I bought him a very slow, just lost each other. You know, they coach you here. I just turned it into positive. If you're seen as alive, but you're seen himself with psychology of coaching. And we played great. Just knowing there and being that days, but they picked on new guy, you know, Jewish guy in Arizona. But I knew it wasn't me. That's how it was, because I got picked on in high school. So, one to the other. First thing, started arguing before. But you see Rick Sluggish being incredible to Ready Mayor, calling the pack coverage to holding us as great as Ready Mayor. And I see it again, Ready being differential to Ready Yossi, even the Ready Yossi differential to Ready. Incredible. I'm a job. Majesty. So what's you see? So you might get this beautiful picture. I'm a very to start. That's what I think being incredibly different and respectful to one another. So that's majesty. What's the possible?
Come around, or that comes with, you know, confidence, maturity. You know, I went to Seattle and longevity.
So it's actually very beautiful. This is I took from you two stats. This is the perfect. I'm one of the stats called Norm.
And the answer, they're making fun of you. You know, they some of you that they like.
Damages. Who's Norm? How many get from It's the first one that actually told me like
you got that out of the baseball stuff for me. Yeah, they picked on me, but I also felt like it wasn't malicious, and then it just broke in Seattle. And then baseball attitude is going to work. But there was always this guy that already had some success, but I had a little name and see. And I go to New York and it's like, well, a bad guy, you guys are blowing me off the go with me. Played baseball at Arizona State. Like to Seattle. It's not me, it's you. Get mad, I just kind of stunned. And then they came around. They came around. So at my coach baseball that I just maybe being soaking it up. So again, there's also the caveat. I'm going to be stuck. It's reps. You know, they say it's like 2,000 hours. It's reps, it's how dedicated the political also say this. I don't know. I'm not curious. Even a kid I've been
the
like
Rabbanim of
busting through, and I can tell people
let's say olive
how
oil.
I got to
Olive
this
oil
point. I
is
can say,
smooth.
hey,
Olive
how
oil
I got
could
to
be
the
sweet.
point where I'm
To
able
the
to
bottom of
accomplish,
it,
or how I got to the point where I'm getting
Christ
past the new shows and pray. I can explain how
but
I
the strange
got,
is in the two olive trees. Shemarurin
it is
Zeraz
about surviving
Kizayis. The olive tree, the olive leaves on the
show
hand is
business
there.
is
So that refers
It's
to
been
me,
you,
that
you
refers
can't
ultimately
get
to
to
the
that. You
Rabbanim
can't
of
start
those who
thinking
are bitter
that,
to one
and
another. The Essa is
and that's a
fascinating.
that's reality where we're at. But thank God there's podcasting and about positive energy. Just that good things will come back. The world is so backwards right now. You can't say that.
And the secretary of it says,
Not
why
that there's
is
ever
this
one
thing
but I feel like right now,
so the
even
secretary
like
says very
thinking
simple.
good stuff,
It's the power of Eretz Yisrael.
not necessarily,
Power of Eretz Yisrael. That
you
there's
really
something
have to
about
do
in
it. That's
the
not even a
land
guarantee.
that has a
It could be a
greater
daily
and a
thing.
greater connection to the Shalom that fundamentally changes in the Bible say. Any who has ever been Zohar that force on the Holy Soul Eretz Yisrael knows this. The moment you're on the flight and you see the coastline, you see the coastline of Tel Aviv, there's something that changes inside of you. That fundamentally snaps in a good way inside of you. You come in and you see that like mezuzah over there. Right? You see that. There's something fundamentally
Making that leap and going out on the road. So much more wired for that.
This is from driving or from the personal interactions. But Eretz Yisrael has a soothing effect on the neshama. It does. That's why